Okay, who brought the dog?
Hey, how's it going? I just have to say, you guys are the best. want to let it be known that you guys are absolutely amazing. Looks like someone's trying to get involved. I don't know if you guys realize this, but it's her day. It's a big day, and old Pavlov's cat over here seems to think it has everything to do with her. I want to start by thanking the coolest, the one, the only, the man who knows Kung Fu. The Neo Man! Thank you, Neo! Thank you for coming in and being amazing. I pray that all of you guys have an amazing friend like the Neo Man. He is the coolest. He hangs out with Lawrence Fishburne, and he rules. Thank you, Neo. The shrieking banshee behind me is ridiculous. Thank you so much, Neo. And then we have other news to talk about here. We are in the presence of a legend. It is likely that this legend is fatigued from his crazy extravaganzas that were likely on the island, and his name is Kimmy. This guy is the real deal. If you guys want to know about Kimmy, this is a pro amongst pros. I detailed how awesome he is last time. He's stoic and a silent assassin. This guy's the real deal, man. I'm telling you guys. Thank you, Kimmy. It is great to see you in the mix, legend. I hope that you are doing very well today. We're just kind of getting started. Man, I got the peanut gallery over here. We're just getting started over here and hanging out. What's going on, Beebly? Bezos translated your name. I appreciate the love. Yo, what's up, dude? Yo, what's up, dude? Your rug is looking fantastic today. And it was amazing seeing you on the island as well. I hope that you guys are doing fantastic. It's an amazing day. Yo, what's up, Yinzers? Hey, Yinzers, I'm glad you're here. Because I think we all need to talk to you for a second about something we might need from you. I think it's pretty obvious that Friday's here, and no way, Jose. Oh my gosh. Listen, Yinzers, it's Friday, and I know it's the beginning of the weekend. Normally, this would be a great time for most people. Come on, 5 p.m., I'm on vacation. Listen, Yinzers. Yeah, I'm thinking that I'm looking at my watch right now. We're short on labor around here, Yinzers. So I'm thinking maybe that everybody else is going to be out having a good time, being with their family and their friends and stuff this weekend. But you, Yinzers, we actually might need you to come into the office this Sunday. Okay? So we're going to need you to come in on Sunday, too. Okay? I'll deal with it when I get back, like usual. Aretha, I'm trying to hang out with my pals over here. What's it always got to do with you? Yeah, it's her big day today, if you don't realize. She freaks out. The problem is, on a holiday weekend at that, I know. Well, that's the thing, though, Yinzers. We are still going to need you. Oh, thank you, Neo. Thank you very much for satiating the unbelievably growing in... She's just a monster. So, guess what today is? Today is the big day. Today is the day when it all goes down. Aretha, the one who's in charge around here, basically once a week gets a deluxe treat. Guess what today is? It is that day. The deluxe day. This is a lickable treat. It is her favorite thing in the world. And I don't know if this is French or what language this is, but it says Auton et crevettes. It is a squeeze up with shrimp and tuna. Okay, that means shrimp and tuna in a different language. Auton et crevettes. I'm not exactly sure what language that is, but either way, this is her jams. It's the shrimp jams, and it comes in a tube, and you can rip off the top. Normally, you could give it to her, just feeding it to her straight out of the tap. She likes that too, and it's a wonderful bonding experience between me and her. As for today, She doesn't like being, a dancing circus kitty. So she says, give it to me on a plate and allow me to just scarf it down. So we have these fancy plates over here, and then we like to throw on her treat on there, and she has the best time ever. If you can't be here Sunday, don't bother showing up on Memorial Day. Yeah, we're all going to be hanging out. Going to the monuments, maybe the Lincoln Memorial, if you will. See him sitting in the chairs. But Yinzers, I don't know if you're going to be there with us. I'm not sure. I think you're going to be at the office on Sunday. I'll be in another state. Oh my gosh. Yinzers, you going back to San Francisco, buddy? Yinzers is looking to get a promotion. He's been angling to be the one telling other people to come in on Sundays. And we'll see how successful that is. If I were giving the promotion, I would give it to Yinzers. I'll tell you that. But that doesn't mean that I don't like it when you come in on Sundays, Yinzers. I still do need you to come in this Sunday. Let's not forget about that. Texas. Wow, the traveling man. He's going all over. Last time he took a trip, it was to the San Francisco treat capital of the world. He went to go see Mrs. Doubtfire. I've always wondered about those streets in San Francisco. It looks like they're living on like a 45-degree angle almost. I always thought that when I was a kid, if I was riding a skateboard or a bike or just had a ball outside, that I would drop it and it would just roll down half the neighborhood. Those streets always look crazy. Okay, so she's been shrieking like a banshee. This is what we got here. I tried to make it an A, but I don't know how good it is. It's kind of a mess. But this is her jams. It's basically meat made into like a puree. It's like if you put tuna fish and shrimp in a blender and you mix it up with a great consistency. That's what this is. It goes straight to the kitties. Man, she is going nuts. All right, we're going to hook her up. Thank you very much, Neo. All right, Aretha. There you go, sweetheart. But the cleaning guy is here on Sunday, and he's weird. Well, I'm sorry, Yinzers. But regardless, it's you and the cleaning guy this Sunday. There's no excuses, and we're going to need you to come in. That's just it. So you guys can see the amazing, beautiful kitty over there doing her thing. Thank you, Neo. Did you ever see the 2005 Sony Bravia TV commercial? Wow, that's a deep cut, Yinzers. I don't think I ever did. I think you're going to have to inform and enlighten us about the 20-year-old TV commercial and what it was about. Well, here we are. We're doing big things. It's happening. I don't know if you guys realize this. There's a few adjectives that I would use to describe what's going on today. 2 to be exact. Any guesses?
There is a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh, don't you slow down the bus, Sandra. I see you trying to take your foot off the gas pedal. No. If we slow it down, it'll blow. Sony dropped 250,000 bouncy balls down Filbert Street in San Francisco. Wow. That sounds like an environmental hazard. Just rubber all over town. Sounds very cool, though. Bouncy balls are underrated. They only cost you $0.25 out of the machine, and they bring a pretty decent amount of entertainment for that $0.25, I would say. I used to like bouncy balls, and I should get back into bouncy balls. We're bringing it back, baby. And Yinzers, while you're in Texas, just throw a couple all around the city. In Texas, it's pretty flat. So Yinzers is really diversifying the landscape levels of the places he is traveling. Yo, what's up, Bull? The Aviator Man. We got Leo DiCaprio in the mix, and he's helping us with all the stonks. He's going to help us get those blue chip stocks and just all become millionaires. And that's fantastic, Bull. And then we're going to fly to all the unique places in the world, like the hidden pyramids and the craziest in the Bermuda Triangle. That's one we should put on the list, Bull. We should see if we come back as aliens or something. We'll fly in there. You don't hear a lot about the Bermuda Triangle as much anymore. It's like this crazy vortex somewhere on Earth where if you go into it, you don't come back. Yeah, for real. That's it. So, here we are. It's Friday. I'm having the best day ever, and I'm very grateful to be here with my friends. I gotta tell you, the Long Dark rules. And it's weird because I did say the words long dark, but I'm pretty sure that you guys were thinking that it's bright and short. But it couldn't be those two things, right? It has to be long and dark, right? And we are back! And we're doing it! And it's the Long Dark! And it's the coolest game. And it's like, as you can see right here, this is an aurora, and the lights will come on at night. But the lights don't normally work around here because we are lampooned on a frozen island in Canada. And it's wild. There's animals after you, and the resources are limited. We're doing some crazy stuff. This is the best, absolute coolest video game ever, and it really takes the survival aspect that you look for sometimes when you're playing to the next level. It's super serious, and there's a big procedure to this game. There's a ton of nuances and things you have to learn along the way, and it's the greatest thing ever. What we're up to is kind of crazy as well. We are in way over our beanie right here. This is the Nagoa tournament. It requires us to make a bow and live in the harshest of conditions in like a sandbox setting where all the rules are put to just destroy the prospective survivor. We have a minimum of 50 bow shots with an accuracy score, and probably the most daunting aspect of this whole thing is that your health does not rebuild. When you go to sleep, you wake up with the same HP or less if you were negligent with your vitals, and you have to find birch bark tea, actually, to make it all work out. So, what we're going to do today is try to be responsible. It's something I set out to do and usually find myself being unsuccessful at pretty much. So we're going to try to keep our vitals right, do some hunting, and, just generally succeed. Something that has so far eluded us. Last episode saw us kind of running amok. We started pretty good, and I think we had the right mental approach. We're learning more about who we are. We're not trying to be something we're not. We're a jabroni. We start as a jabroni, and we're going to end as one. So I think that we have the right mentality. That does not mean that we will not encounter numerous big setbacks and mistakes. This game's all about just getting out there and getting your feet wet or cold, and then figuring out what you did last time and trying not to repeat it again. It's a great parallel for life, I would say. So, what happened last time in one of our learning experiences was cascading down a mountain and nearly dying. We tried to climb a rope with about half of our fatigue, and it was a cold night, and it was intense, and we were getting to the top. We could hear the bassy warning signs from the moose as well. So it was ominous as we climbed up, and then right when we were at the top, we were literally one more tug from getting there. I was thinking that fight or flight thing where a mom can pick up a bus to save her baby underneath was going to happen, but it didn't. He fell down the mountain, and I didn't even realize till I looked over at our HP. We had responsibly kept it close to 100 HP, and it was at about 5 or 10. So right before the hunt, basically, we lost all of our health. And since we can't rebuild it, we have to maybe consider going and getting birch bark to make that health happen. It's one of two ways. We do that, or we become Rambo and say, you know what? Let's just go out there and hunt. I was going to see what you guys are thinking. There's a responsible route, and then there's also the let's just go crazy and fight with only 5 HP and see where it takes us. Who knows? But either way, I'm fired up because we're playing the Long Dark, baby. So let's get into it. All right, here we go. Okay. Dave is back, baby. And I don't know how I could roll right past that little note. What an exciting event. Dave is back. Unbelievable. I actually did find a small island that's not on any maps on the sim. In the middle of the ocean. Well, I gotta tell you something, Bull. I think I know what that means. That means you're gonna be getting a knock at the door, and it's gonna be like E.T. They're all gonna be wearing white hazmat suits. Bull, you know too much. And they're gonna come in, and it's gonna be scary. Music's gonna start playing, and you're gonna be running. Well, we all knew Bull is a great man, but he just knew too much, and the man got him. Listen, man. There's an island out there, man. He knows too much, Johnson. Take him down. Okay, so let's get serious. As you can tell, there's a red. I didn't even know it goes red on your condition. That's just a perfect way to signify what we're dealing with over here. We got 10 health, and it's actually red on the menu over here. So even more embarrassing. We're at Paradise Meadows Farm in Mountain Town, and there's not too much birch in Mountain Town. So, like I mentioned to you guys, there's two options right here. Rebuild and live to fight another day, potentially going over to Pleasant Valley, for instance, and finding the birch forest and getting a bunch of health off the ground of the forest there and rebuilding so that this tournament lives on. We have 50 days and we've already been through 12, so we have 38 remaining. We still got over half the time left, but we have to do a bunch of hunting still. So I would love to know you guys' opinions if you have any recollection as to what happened last time and what you think might be our best move. 12 days, 10% condition, and we're over here in Paradise Meadows Farm at Mountain Town. So usually what happens when we start off is I get destroyed because I'm too fired up to be around my pals. So that's one of the things that I'm trying to kind of basically get a little bit better at over time, not just keep doing the same thing. So maybe I'll pause maybe when I'm running my mouth instead of dripping HP, since we only have 10 health right now. Who knows? We can give it a shot. All right, here we go.
Wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Okay, he's complaining already. It's a good sign. And there he is. 10 Celsius warmth bonus. I would say we're a little behind schedule right here. I do think our clothes kind of got shredded up, like our pants here. You can see his knee got a little damaged when he fell off a mountain. All in all, I would say it was actually pretty good considering, because it could be way worse for the old boy. He could have faded into the long dark. I will say he does have some really cool outfit aspects. He has one of the best hats you can get. Definitely the best shoes, though they need a repair here after the mountain issue. And then pants too. The best pants. Double underpants and good stuff there. So we're going to look to get some nice random luck by looking in lockers and trunks and things to improve our outfit and get some cool stuff and keep it going. Yo, what's up, Wobbs? How are you? Lucky rose hips for you. Thank you, Waba. It is wonderful to see you. It is amazing to be here with you guys on this Friday. We're just hanging out and you haven't missed a thing, Waba. And I want you to know that I'll be voting for you for president. So you just keep on keeping on. You are the thick moose. I'll be peeping through my blinds. Wow. Sounds good, Bull. Shh, Bull. I am coming for you. Yeah, it's good to see you guys. So we got 10 health, a pretty weak sauce outfit, and we got 2 plants. So let's start to be serious about. Let's get serious. What do you say? All right. All right, so we're over here. We have an alien burdock root. We got all kinds of stuff. Got a rabbit pelt, 1 birch sapling, and we do have a survival bow. It looks like we have 5 arrow shafts and 4 simple arrows, and then 8 arrowheads to make more ones in the future. So we can still make 2 more arrows and out of the one thing we have, and we got some good stuff going on, I would say. Let's throw that bad boy out of there and figure out what else we're gonna do. Looks like we're over here at the farmhouse. And we got a book on the ground. Gosh, I don't know what to do. It's so hard to come back. I get so fired up and I'm just like running a million miles an hour. Will there be a vote on the plans? We can put a vote up, Allie. And how are you, Heartbeat Allie? As you can tell, we're pretty close to your world over here, Al. We got 10 HP. Unbelievable. And I guess we'll put a vote up. That would be very democratic of us. But that's pretty much the situation. It's fight with this low of HP or go all the way to Pleasant Valley and rebuild. So if we look at the map over here, we'll kind of get caught up on where we are. We are in Mountain Town over here on kind of the northwest area of the map of Great Bear Island. And the place to get health is all the way over here in Pleasant Valley. I'm not sure if the basin that goes kind of down a rope takes us to a place that goes into Pleasant Valley, but that would be best case scenario. It probably doesn't work like that. I think you have to go like all the way around here and go through Mystery Lake and stuff. And I do believe that Pleasant Valley is the best source of HP for all this stuff here. So, we got the scary towns at the northeast and west, HRV, Blackrock, Ash Canyon, Timberwolf. Those are all very intimidating, and so is Bleak Inlet here in the south. The rest of these spots we're a little more familiar with and comfortable with, and Pleasant Valley is fortunately on that list of places we're cool with. The weather's usually terrible there, but it does have that big forest of sharpened pencils to get a bunch of birch and rebuild. Well, if you're going to P-Fever Birch, Ravine has a bunch too, and it's on the way. Well, I got unfortunate news, dude. That is actually how we got to where we are. We started over here in DP, and then we just made our way westward, and we actually did already go through the ravine. So unless the whole forest has replenished in the short time since we've been there originally, it's likely to be all pretty much gone. So we're going to have to look for alternative sources of birch, I think. That's what I really think. So, I'm kind of at a loss for plans right now. I do have a Rambo part of me, but that part of me is probably the part that we need to suppress because that's what usually makes me fade into the long dark. So, we could fight with no HP or we could go rebuild at the best route to get to Pleasant Valley or wherever else has maybe 20 pieces of birch to get this HP. When we drink those birch teas, we'll get back 5 HP each cup. So right now 10%, if we got 20, could go up to maybe, you know, like 50 or 60 or something like that. It's not the best, but it's way better than being at 10. I think if I get destroyed by a wolf and get in a wolf struggle or get mauled by a bear, I think that's it. I might die from shock from the whole situation. So, who knows? That's my quote in my TLD yearbook. Larone. Who knows? Jabroni. Class of everything. Okay. So here we are in Blue Outline World. Looks like it's about to be morning. We've been here for 13 days / 12 days. And Dave is back, baby. And there's one thing you guys should do. You should come on down. You know why? Because we have half off appetizers. You can't beat that price. We got greasy onion ring towers. Moose sliders. Come on. And just a good old time. So, Dave is back. And he's fired up. And he's off the rails. I gotta tell you guys, I love the long dark. It's amazing. So here's the rest of the situation. Our cooking skill has reached level 3. You know what that means, baby. Rose hip empanadas. If you go over here and look at this rose hip pie, it's actually on the menu for us. We have 159 rose hips, and they take 8 of those, a little bit of water, some cooking oil, and old mill flour, and then you can make this lovely but understated rose hip pie. It is the best thing ever. So, if you eat this thing, you get calories and it reduces your fatigue. What more could you ask for? The same thing also goes for peach pies. The ingredients are just scarce. So it looks like peach pies give you a little bit more calories. I'm not exactly sure if they give you less fatigue. I'll have to check the notes on that one. So we can make some of the burdock root out of that alien guy if we'd like. What's cool about burdock is you can use it as a heating mechanism if you're looking to travel and you need something to get the warmth bonus from. Speaking of bonuses, you see this glorious well-fed over here. We've actually had this for a decent amount of time, which is something that we never have. Usually my negligence leads to us losing that well-fed, but we actually have it. We still have it. So that's cool. And you can tell we have 1,400 calories on our belly. I think the word peckish means that you're a little hungry. So even when you're at this point, you know, Will, you know, he's got a bottomless pit in there and he's always looking for food. He's got dry mouth even when he's got almost 75% water. So he's, you know, he needs to be tended to, this guy. I'm obviously very excited over here and just so fired up. We got this birch sapling that we can make into things. 43 of 35 in our backpack. Definitely need to lose some weight. And 27 lumps. So let me see if we have any extra weight on us. We have 0.5 here. What is that? What are we carrying that's extra? These jeans. Let's drop these bad boys. All right. And then we got a bunch of dusty potatoes that we're carrying around and a ton of food. So that's where a lot of our weight is right there. We got 13 kilograms in there. Seeing if we got any droppable stuff over here. So I have a hoarding problem, like many of us survivors on the island. And it's tough for me to get rid of some of this stuff. Very similar to Aretha's meters. Good call, Allie. Yo, what's up, Melito? How are you? What is shaking? It is good to see you on this fantastic Friday. I want to say that you have not missed anything, and I want to say your base in the Canadian office in Mystery Lake is awesome. It is great to see you, Melito. Melito's been surviving and thriving, and she has been alive for 500 days, baby. Yo, what's up, Versetti? Happy Friday. It's good to see you down at Dave's Cave, Versetti. And it looks like you're looking for a nice greasy beer to be slid down to that end of the bar. So why don't we slide it on down? What do you say? It's good to see you, Versetti. Yo, what's up, Bean Mean? The Mean Bean Machine. What is shaking? Any reason you're hanging on to gunpowder? There actually is, Bean. I'll tell you. You know why? Because I like to use accelerant and gas for accelerant, basically. Any of those things you'd put in the lantern or gunpowder, you can use as accelerant, and I'm often making spot fires that I turn into warm mechanisms when I'm on the road, since it gets so cold so fast. So I do like to use gunpowder and the little gas cans that you find for fires rather than for my lantern. I try to hang on to them for that. Hey, what's up, Brandon? Brandon is killing it on the island. What is shaking, Brandon? I hope you're doing well today. You are absolutely making strides and kicking butt. Good stuff. It's good to see you, Brandon. Spent half my day trying to tame a dino, only to have to kill it because I didn't have the right meat to tame it. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. It is springtime, and I'm turning on the fan, baby. Gunpowder can be accelerant? I forgot. Yeah. Normally, that would definitely make sense to leave behind, though. You're right, Bean. Had to hit up Dave's Cave again with my good pal Echo Preston. Holy crap, you remember, Rossetti? Yeah, so what we did last time was we were kind of celebrating our great friend Dave on his triumphant return. He made his return after being separated from a gal of his who's now with the much despised Boris of all people. Thank you. I haven't played in a few days. Will you come on back, Brandon? And you should come on down, because we have half appetizers down here, and you can't beat that price. Yo, what's up, Pack and Play? Pack and Play, the man. What is shaking? How are you, Pack? The Green Bay Packers, baby. Brett Favre, number 4, coming straight out of Georgia. The Pac-Man. And you'll be happy to know, Pac-Man, that we actually have a Mrs. Pac-Man in here too. No big deal. So, I'm doing a lot of running my mouth, and it keeps us from going out and getting destroyed. We have to think of a good plan here to survive, given the fact that my health is weak sauce and we're supposed to be hunting right now. So I can't hunt. We can unburden ourselves, drop a bunch of weight if we'd like, and then go do some hunting. Or we can go rebuild. So, like Allie said, I wonder if I should put this up for a democratic vote or something like that, because half-price appetizers in this economy, crazy, I know. That's why the place is so packed, Versetti, because of those unbeatable deals. I can't beat it. Or nobody can beat it. Man. Yeah, I get so excited. This is like my favorite game in history ever. The Long Dark Rules. It is the coolest of all time, baby. All right, let's get out there.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
All right, we got 3 down arrows. It's a pretty foggy night, and I really don't know exactly where the ravine and the basin takes me. If you go beyond this direction right here, there's kind of a rope in the distance, and you could climb 2 ropes and get down into the ravine. The ravine is kind of like a metro center that kind of gives you to different little inlets to new towns. I'm not exactly sure where it goes, but I would like to figure out exactly what we're up to. Great Bear Long Island teas with rose hips in them at Dave's Cave 2. You got it, Wobbs. You're a very important member of Dave's Cave, and if you want Long Island teas, then that's enough for us to get the orders in and make it happen for you. You're the real deal. So, what do you guys think we should do? I have 10 HP. If I fight, it could be the end of our run that we've put painstaking effort into. Or we rebuild. Just one with a designated driver, please. Yeah, I think a lot of us will be stumbling home in the snow, putting on our crampons and walking. Probably getting a few sprained wrists. Brandon likes rebuild, and so does Waba. Okay, so here's another question I have for you guys. When you go down into the ravine, oh man, everybody's on the rebuild plan. A very responsible crew at Dave's Cave this Friday, and I definitely appreciate that. So, let's talk about where the ravine leads to, because I know if you climb down those ropes, you're in this place called the basin. And where does that basin branch to town-wise? Because when you go here and look at the map, this is where we go into. And the basin, I think, is in this area right here. Does it lead to Mystery Lake or Pleasant or HRV or something? Rebuild, recover. You got it, Versetti. Yeah, so any of my navigating pros, FM to Marsh Ridge. Okay, so the basin will take us to a place called Forlorn Muskeg. That's what the acronym FM stands for. So if we go to Forlorn Muskeg, we'll be next to a little plateau area. Well, we'll probably get 5 to 10 birches or something like that. Oh my gosh. This is the first of the day. Oh, it is. It's been a long game between the Seattle Mariners and the Oakland/Las Vegas Athletics. It's a beautiful day at the ball field here. It is actually Jose Canseco bobblehead day. And oh my gosh, there's some sort of ghost hunter running nude through the outfield. Boy, I can tell you, even the bobbleheads' heads are being turned by this beauty running through the outfield. Jose Canseco is looking to get her number, and he sees G running past. Wow, what an event here. Security guards are trying to wrangle in G, but she is evasive like a ghost, almost phasing through those trying to tackle her. Wow, to no avail. You see a bunch of grass marks on the shirts of the security guards because they have been unsuccessful in wrangling old G. And there she goes, just drifting out of the stadium like the way she came in after streaking through the outfield. Jose Canseco still wants her number. My God, Johnson. Oakland/Las Vegas/Sacramento A's. Wow, okay, so there's a few bids for the team. It's good to see you, G. Thank you for taking care of all those ghosts and just constantly kicking butt. You and the crew are absolutely doing a wonderful job. You and Bill Murray and Dan Aykroyd. Unbelievable stuff. Thank you for your service. G and her booze be streaking. That's it. So, I've been doing exactly what I said I wouldn't do. I've been dripping HP just standing here talking about Jose Canseco. So we're on the rebuild plan. So I'm going to go into the basin, and then from there, hopefully we can get to that forlorn area and stuff like that. We'll shed some weight at the rope, and figure out how we're going to move forward with the rest of this situation. We do have a 6-top stove here if we want to get the calories in us that way. And we have 2 acceptable rose-hip pies. What a treat that is. Let's check our match numbers. Those are sometimes subject to, you got to be close with those, but we have a decent amount. So we'll be able to get loose with our trusty brand matches. Oh. Alright, so until I come up with a more concrete plan on what I'm going to do once I get into the basin, I'm going to get some of these dusty floor potatoes fired up. Let's do it. Be right back, getting a chicken salad sandwich. Fantastic. I'm actually a pretty big fan of chicken salad. Not a mayo guy, but sometimes when mayo's involved in things, I don't mind it. I like a chicken salad. I like a potato salad. I'll even like a pasta salad. I know. I'll do anything. I'm a wild man. Alright, dusty floor potato. Cool thing about these dusty floor potatoes is that you can use them as heating mechanisms when you're on the road. Much like a tea or a can of soup or something, you can kind of get 1 hour's worth of extra warmth for your travels, which is absolutely paramount here on these difficulties where it's cold as crap after 1 or 2 weeks. Rare birch bark. So I also like to save all these little cans of soup the same way I like to try to save teas for our travels. We can also whip up 5 cups of Big Moose tea, or coffee, I'm sorry. So between cooking 3 to make rose-hip empanadas and our coffee, we really shouldn't have to sleep very much, which is awesome. And, you know, I don't know how it took me this long to talk about it, but there is one big glaring hole in our run so far. We're in a hunting tournament, we all know. But let's talk about priorities. Can openers found. 0! Unacceptable. We're going to need to step up our can openers big time. I'm going to be opening this can of peaches over here, and I'm going to have to do it by hand, like some lowly hand can opener. Unbelievable. Yo, what's up, Odds? The intellectual man. How's it going, Odds? I know we got 0 can openers. How are you today, Odds? I hope that you're here to help us solve all of these complicated equations and Odds. That is what I'm talking about. Thank you for those rose hips. I really appreciate that entrance. You come in here with your abacus, ready to help us solve these equations and making moves, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, we're just kind of getting settled on our vitals here, since I probably dripped most of them just talking about nonsense. So, I mentioned this recently that I do believe cooking times are reduced when you use pans. So if you're ever wondering what the difference is between cooking stuff on the stove directly or the pans, it looks like the potatoes that aren't on there have about an extra 10 minutes to cook. So you can throw your dusty floor potatoes in a cooking utensil and bang bang, it's on. Have we foraged? We sure have, Allie. And we have all the glorious things we seek to get out of the forge. We made the improvised knife, and we made a bunch of arrowheads. With only 4 arrows made, we can also make a ton more simple arrows whenever we have the time next to a workbench. We're always going to ideally travel once the sun up there is close to about noon or 1 p.m. That's when it's actually warmest, in that second half of the day. A balmy afternoon is perfect for a traveling will. Yeah, we're making moves, Allie. The only downside is that I cascaded down the mountain trying to get into Mountain Town. I don't know what it was, but we were inches from being able to get there. I still wish that he was just able to make that last push, because he was as close as you can get. But sometimes when you push Will to his limits, he says, listen, I gotta push back too. Happy Friday to my fellow intellectuals. You're killing it, Odds. Unbelievable. G and her booze be streaking. Alright, we got dusty floor potatoes here. We'll use those as a heating mechanism to travel. So, what I think I'm going to do cooking utensil-wise is my best skillet and no cooking pan. Now, that means no porridge either, but I think we're good for food. This is kind of a fast and loose move here to leave a pot if we have all this porridge that we could do. The problem with the cooking pan is that it's a little heavy. So if we keep this cooking pot on us, let's see, it's 1 kilogram that we could leave behind. But all this porridge is also in our satchel. We're probably carrying too much food at this point. We're going to have to drop either firewood or food or something at the rope when we climb down into it. Alright, we got a little loose with our lump there. Using it just directly for torches. Lumps are a highly coveted thing because they give you 20 Celsius to your fires when you start them. So you're out caught in a blizzard with minus 40 degree temperatures. You throw 2 lumps in there and you're back to stable. So let's throw these teas into our Terminator thermos and get it going. I'm gonna start with birch for the rebuild process, baby. We're rebuilding just like the Oakland, Sacramento, Las Vegas A's. Okay, this is a cool place, I will say. We talked about the open floor plan and how it might be loud for other people in the house. Or I might hear Aretha shrieking from all the rooms of the house because of this thing, but it's cool. And maybe if you're in a cabin and you're there with your pals and you're looking to have a good time, it gives you that intimate feeling of, you know, being in the room with everybody always.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Yeah. Oh. Torch is gonna blow out. I do hope that you guys are having an awesome Friday. For me, it's kind of in the middle of the day here. We're at 11:30. Just having a good old time, I would say. A good old-fashioned fun time. They carry diseases. Oh, I've been bitten by the motorcycle bug. Oh my God, what the heck is the motorcycle bug? First time in like 15 years. Is it just liking motorcycles? Because now I'm starting to understand it. Yeah, okay. That's a cool bite to have, Odds. Very cool. The only thing that's not cool is if Odds gets hurt. That we're not okay with. So you need to use all of your mathematical genius skills to not get hurt while you're out there. Because motorcycles are dangerous. The problem is you could be a fantastic driver, but some terrible driver could be the problem. And you're on the road with them. So we use the tree for shield for our torch there since it's super windy. And when we walk away from here, torch is gone. Getting rid of those wolves, you have to have a lit torch and a stone to fully intimidate them to run away. Hey, what's up, Afy? How are you? It is great to see you, Afy. I hope that everything is going well with you on this beautiful Friday, and it is fantastic to see a fellow survivor here to party, baby. Yeah, we're just getting started, Afy. We have opted for a responsible plan, and we're not taking no for an answer. We're serious business today. I might even have to use 3 lumps to stabilize this fire. We're getting loose with our lumps early. Some would say it was ill-advised to leave during this bad weather, and I would say that too. But you could take the jabroni out of Desolation Point, but he's still a jabroni. Yields hypothermia risk. They are so awesome. Sound like old Formula One cars. Yeah, well, odds, I'm just a bit scared of them. So I just hope that much of your love is for them on the screen. Like if you're on one of those racetracks and you're the only driver and it's a controlled area, I think it's okay to be into motorcycles and ride them and stuff. But just on the road with all the jabronis, I worry about you. To 11:30, where I am. Where are you? I'm in Massachusetts. Nice, Brandon. That's cool. Well, I'm pretty sure the Oakland A's have a game against the Boston Red Sox in no time. So we'll be seeing the Nomar Garciaparra out there, you know? Hashtag adopt a motorcyclist. Yeah. I just want odds to do it competitively on empty roads. Alright, we're going to fire up some big moose kicks since we can't really move from next to this rock. We use this rock and our knowledge of which direction the wind was blowing to start the fire. And if you ever see that little swirl with the shield in the top middle of the screen there, that's how you know that you are blocked from the wind and you can kind of start a fire there during high wind circumstances. So I always push this little star here to sort things by condition. Like this maple syrup with 9% would definitely give us food poisoning and a vicious stomach ache if we ate it, because it's like that. Once you get up to cooking level 5 here, you'll actually see something on your cooking skill that'll say you can eat whatever you want. You could eat carnivorous meat and you could eat spoiled food. But until then, you have to be cautious, because last time I think I got food poisoning from something that was, you know, just crazy. I don't know what it was, but I don't even know if it was below 20%. So you can get it all over the place, and definitely when it's below 20. So since we hung on to that cooking pot, whenever it comes down to desperate measures with calories, we can always bust out our running river oats and make porridge. Porridge is actually one of the best things you can do to spam your cooking skill to get it up to level 3. That's really when things start to pop off for your runs. The windshield symbol would make a great TLD tattoo concept. Nice, Versetti. Man, we got a bunch of roughnecks in Dave's Cave today, don't we? We ride motorcycles and get tattoos, man, down at Dave's Cave. we got, there's smoke in the air. There's a tattoo artist in the corner giving us TLD tattoos. You know, we're just a bunch of blue-collar ruffians, you know? That's what we are. Oh! Okay, the wind might have changed direction, as our fire seemed to... Alright. I'm just over here blowing it and wasting lumps of coal. You'll also quickly recognize how to filter the things I say with a grain of salt, because I usually teeter on the line of somewhat decent advice to a casual player and misinformation. So there's always a filter.
That's done.
So I'm going to rejiggle these just because I don't know. And we're double right clicking here on PC to do this. And what it happens is it keeps it from burning. So we just pick it up, put it down with the right click. Sometimes you won't. The responsible juggle. That's it. Sometimes you'll look down and it'll say inedible burn stuff. And it will be very sad. All right, let's check our Tinder numbers. Always got to have a responsible amount of Tinder. We have 13 cattails. So we're good there. So we do have the cured leather and cloth. When we get an hour and 30 minutes inside and we're just chilling for a while, we're going to fix up these Timberland boots. And these boots are actually pretty fantastic to have. They're super warm when they're in good condition, and they do good against the rain and defending yourself when you get in fights. They reduce your sprint like crazy, but as we're developing more of a responsible approach to the whole thing, we're not sprinting as much because fatigue and hunger are dripping big time here on Nagoa. So you don't want to have those vitals having 3 down arrows by sprinting around town. Acceptable roasted pie. First pie of the day, baby. So you get a little bit of a headache, but you can see your fatigue and your hunger gain points there, baby. It's the real deal. Oh. So this is our life now. We are in a blizzard outside, and our fire isn't even warm enough to keep our temperature stable. We have 2 down arrows. So unless this blizzard ends really soon, I'm going to have to throw another lump on here. We're going to look at the bright side because we had to shed weight for the rope that's right up there anyways. So we'll just say that we were going to drop lumps, right? It's time for a lump. So we always use the feels like temperature to ascertain how cold it is outside. Like we mentioned, lumps are 20 Celsius, so it bumped it over the hump and put us back into the black. I'd like to get by now. When's this blizzard gonna end? Sometimes Larone trains us wrong as a joke. Well, Versetti, I think the only joke is me, because I don't do it as on accident. That's the worst part. I actually think I'm helping. Could sip some warm tea if it gets too cold. Yeah, we're gonna try to do that when we leave, Versetti, and have a nice warmth bonus for about an hour for our little travels. Dave's Cave is now a biker bar. Let's ride, baby. Oh my gosh. Yeah, come on down to Dave's Cave. We got tattoos, man. And the onion ring tower will be next to you as the other arm is getting tattooed. It's crazy. Yeah, we're chilling. So if a bad driver comes up, they gotta get around me first. If I've got time, I drive slow behind the bikers. Oh, nice, Wobbs. You're helping out the community. A credit to the community. The mottos here are insane. It's so scary times. Much better in the States. Larone is in Canada. Yeah, we're on Great Bear Island, baby. Thankfully, there are very few horrible drivers in Finland. Is that so? I know that my summer car is in Finland, and that guy drinks like a 12-pack of beer before he goes on the road, odds. So I don't know if that's an accurate depiction of the Finnish and their driving habits, but I would say my summer car guy just eats raw hot dogs and a 12-pack and runs out there. I'm a Yankees fan. Okay, sounds good, Brandon. We'll talk some A-Rod and some of the true classics around here then. Pretty sure Derek Jeter's you guys' hero, or Mariano Rivera, the best closer known to man. You guys are interested in what a closer is in baseball. He comes in after the game's just been crazy, and the team says, we got one guy that's going to get on the baseball pitcher mound and save the day for us. For the Yankees, for a long time, it was a guy named Mariano Rivera, one of the best of all times at doing this. And he was just cold as ice. You know, you're sitting there watching the game, and you just got to come in. It's intense. My summer car is great. Yeah, I've only watched people play those games, odds, but they are really fun to watch. All right, we got one rose hip pie. Maybe we should make another batch of empanadas. So this is sometimes what TLD is. You have great plans and you're fired up to do them, and you're trying to balance whether you want to hastily go out in a blizzard and just be irresponsible, or whether you have the discipline to control your adrenaline and do these boring tasks and just spout off nonsense. Reminds me of that old film Wild Hogs. Well, it's a deep cut. They still have a YouTube channel for that movie from back then. Yeah, Versetti, that one's wild. Wild Hogs is a bunch of old guys that are trying to relive the old days. They're on a biker adventure together on like a old men's day out. And they, of course, they go into a bunch of mishaps. I'm sure at one point they knock over a mean guy's motorcycle, and then he comes out with a beard on, ready to kick their butt. I'm from New Orleans, so we don't have a baseball team, but I always loved the sport. I ended up becoming a Pirates fan, which obviously means I'm a fan of pain and suffering. That's true. Well, I will say this, Versetti. Our boy Neo is from New Orleans, and he makes the best crawdads in the state. So that's cool. We got another Bayou boy in the mix. Well, it's good to see you, Versetti. You ever heard of the Louisiana Sprawl? It's actually something me and Aretha talk about. The Louisiana Sprawl is when cats or dogs lay different because the weather's hotter. So instead of curling up and getting natural heat from the way they lay, they kind of like sprawl out in the hot weather, and like they let their primordial pouch just flap in the wind, sort of. That's called the Louisiana Sprawl around my parts. Have you seen my baseball? That's it. Frank and Beans. Okay, now the weather will allow us to travel. So let's do some weight situations. What are we going to do to shed this weight? I personally feel like lumps are more important than maybe dusty floor potatoes at this juncture because of our food surplus. But you guys can be the judges of that. All right, another acceptable rose hip pie. And then we'll eat something warm before we walk. Came for Larone playing the long dark. Stayed for the Mariano Rivera breakdown. I know. It gets so random. It's just a stream of jabroni consciousness around here. The Bayou Boys are back. They're back in town, baby. I'm still working on my New Orleans accent. What's in the skillet? That's it. Yeah, Neo, we just found another New Orleans over here on YouTube. Yeah, see, my New Orleans accent is too much like a Texas prospector. It needs to be... Oh, yeah, I need some deepness to it. You know, a little chillness in the accent. Oh, yes, the Bayou. And what's in my skillet is, that's the rose hip pies, Neo. And why don't you come on down to Dave's Cave? You know we got those coming straight up the skillet. It's a Louisiana night down at Dave's Cave. We got Zataran's rice. We got, crawdads by the table load. There's just a table in the middle of Dave's Cave, and it's kind of like a community situation. Always the red and white checkered table mat from Pizza Hut style. All right, 11 minutes on our roast hips. We're chilling, and we're having the best time ever. We'll pull a couple torches. And I'm still unsure of what to do about weight. Let me try eating these dusty floor potatoes. All right, we have 36 of 35. look at the shed. Just a little bit of weight here, so I'm looking around. Might be scrap metal. 'Cause we got plenty of arrowheads, probably to get us to the promised land. Rabbit belt is pretty silly. Quality tools. I'm pretty sure you use quality tools to make arrows, and that's still in our future, so I think we hang on to these bad boys. Let's see if we can eat some more of this weight. Alright.
Might have to drop some gear.
We're about to do an adventure. Yo, what up, D-Tizzle? The man! Check out that Ravage, baby. How's it going, DT the legend? What is shaking? Booby Club in the mix, baby. Okay. We're going to drop about 1 kilogram or so of weight and get down this rope. It's our big moment. Your clear weather actually worked. Wobbs is becoming a coder. We're breaking into the Matrix with Neo. Wobbs is coding the weather, and we need somebody to go to lunch with Raph and compliment his vegetarian choices at the steakhouse. All right, let me see. What else can we drop? We need to drop it like it's hot. About 3 kilograms. Is it going to be lumps? Lumps are so important. All right. I need some big time suggestions on 3 kilograms worth of stuff that you guys might have seen in my backpack that could go. Because right now, I'm not sure. Flour is obviously heavy, but that's roasted bananas. Lumps are for those spot fires. I feel like everything's important. They need to add some gumbo recipe to TLD and a little bit of that Tony Chicheres. That's it. I need to figure out how to say that word, Versetti. But I know you guys down in Louisiana love some Tony Chicheres. That's what I'm talking about. Easy goat on right side all the way. Beautiful, Wobbs. I can definitely dig that. And I won't have to drop anything. Disregard. Oh. Disregard completely. Man, I was fired up about that goat. Happy Friday, my dude. Nice, DT. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, with the resurrection, baby. Okay. So this is Milton Basin. Or is this a basin? This is the basin from Mountain Town. So the farmhouse is right back there. And this is the basin down here. The basin's actually a pretty cool spot. So, I don't know if we can goat on this one or not. The jury's still out. Jury Duty. Starring the Weasel. Don't try to. Okay. Finna go buck wild this weekend, fam. Might order 40 subscriptions to Vibe. Holy crap. Vibe magazine. Now we're going back into time. We're vibing, dude. I just have no clue what to drop. We need to drop about 3 kilograms. So let's all be responsible and look at the heavy stuff. We sort by weight and go down here. Lantern is at the top of the things I feel like is expendable. So let's start with that. Now we'll go with some water. Because we can make water again. And it might be Running River Oats. Alright, my boy's freezing over here. Alright, we're gonna go with torches too. We can get rid of some of those. 9% syrup. I love you, buddy, but I'm going to use those pancake ingredients that I could make with you for roast of empanadas. Let's eat these cattail dreams. No, you're too full. There we go. Let's do this. Let's go. We should have enough fatigue that we won't have to sort it again for the second rope climb. Okay, so it's a sketchy goat. Appreciate you looking out. Hope that you guys are having a great weekend planned. Our boy Yinzers is going to be busy on Sunday, but everybody else, hope that your Saturday and Sunday is going to be fantastic. Your Friday night. Obviously, DT's going to have a great time. He's ordering Vibe magazine. He's going to see the latest beef between Ja Rule and 50 Cent. And what's real about it? What's the inside scoop? Okay, one more and we're in the base. Let's do this. The long climb. Warm up here. Yeah, that would have been a good call. Warming up for 35. Okay, now we're in new territories. I don't know much about the basin, except that we've been informed it leads to Forlorn Muskeg, our destination to acquire some birch bark. So let's get our spot fire on again.
Damn.
This is our life.
Freezing.
So I'm still learning how the warming up bonus works and if you can stack it. So let's say I drink 2 coffees back to back that are warm.
Come on.
Am I going to get
Come on.
double bonus of warmth? Because it usually just says a total max of 1 hour warming up bonus, and I don't know if you can stack it.
Thank goodness for that.
Warming up bonus, of course, keeps that temperature vital on the bottom left there from dripping faster. It'll just kind of hold it up while you're traveling. Basin looks kind of cold. It sure does, DT. It's cold here on the island. This summer, it was cold. Isn't it supposed to be sunny? No, it is the cold basin. Coming soon. I'm not sure on warming bonuses. Up on the snow to right is more birch bark. Beautiful. Got the volume down some. My friends have found me already for games. I think those birds that broke in yesterday are spies. Oh! Got weasels. Why are you over there dying, Larone? Well, we're all dying, G, because you streaked through the outfield. And like I mentioned, even the bobbleheads' heads were turning, you know? We're all recovering from that. It was impressive. Well, I hope that you're enjoying this fireside chat, because FDR is going to rebuild things, the bridges, and he's creating jobs. He's got a blanket over his knees when he talks. That was like a move by his team to make him look like more nice to everybody. It was a home run move by the consultants. They actually preconceived that blanket he always had over his knees. It's classic, you know, timeless. That's it, G. It's Friday. Great to be back. Let's get it. That's what I'm talking about, Fire. That's how you make an entrance. We're fired up, baby. We're setting it off big time. It's good to see you, Fire. How are you? I gotta say, you're fitting in wonderfully over here on Twitch. Seamless transition, and you are the man. Yo, what's up, Chris? How are you today? How is it going with the crew? How's it going with the Scabura Man and the Mugwops and Howard Joy? How is the whole world of the Terminator? We do have a Terminator thermos if you have it here, Chris. I'm trying not to brag about it, but it's one of my... It's pretty exciting. Sort that by condition. Come on down to Vassetti and Dio's Crawdad Extravaganza. It's New Orleans night at Dave's Cave. Alright, so we're in the basin. I'm gonna definitely need as much. He's starting to get back into Terminator form. Oh my gosh. Behind those eyes, there's one of those red robot eyes, and it's serious. And he says, "Where are you?" Alright, let's get serious. Sarah Connor, I'm coming for you. That's Terminator 1. All business, man. Just juice to the gills. I love Terminator 1. I know it's kind of like a Terminator hipster thing to like the first one. I love it. Alright, we're going to use a herbal tea to warm us. And now we're adventuring. Basically, we have no clue where we're going. So I'm going to be kind of just winging it. I'd say one of my needs improvement areas of my gameplay is navigating, which the pros will tell you is the most important skill you can have. So, classic, right? Rose hips. Now, I know you guys see that I'm getting rose hips, but I think we all know that I'm still going to need some of you guys' rose hips too. Oh, birch trees over here. Here we go. So these are the trees we're looking for because their bark can be made into that source of HP. That's the only way to get it back here on Nagoa. And we also have reishi mushrooms. Right now, because of the herbal tea, our temperature's kind of okay, and we're heading into the warm part of the day in the late afternoon. Okay, this birch area here is pretty rad. We're already benefiting from our trip to the basin. Ace of Basin. Here we go. Larone is just out seeing the sights and enjoying the land and wildlife. That's it, Melito. You got to. When you're not good at the game and you're just happy to be with your friends, that's the way to do it. So let's get all of this amazing basin birch here. What a treat.
Too heavy.
Well, we're gonna make it into teas, man. It's gonna be good. Yeah, I hope you guys are doing fantastic. I hope that you won't be selfish with rose hips. You guys know I'm good for it, right? Let's be serious. Birch sapling, baby. We can make those birch saplings into, of course, arrows to shoot. Hey, what's up, Yinzers? Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need you to come in on Sunday. Let's not mince words here. You're coming in Sunday. You tell Jennifer to just wait. Yinzers is getting ready for his big trip to Texas. He's a traveling man. But he is coming in on Sunday. Okay, so one thing that I did not count on about the basin, because I don't come down here too often, is seeing all these birch trees. So we just looked right and saw the pattern in these bad boys and said, wait a second. This might be a source of birch. You guys have probably mentioned it to me 4 times that this is down here, but jabroni negligence at its finest. I did not remember. It's a great day to find birch. So you basically get 2 pieces of this bark, and then you craft it into a tea, and then drink it, and then over about an hour's worth of time, the HP rebuilds 5. And if you miss the reason why our health is so bad, we spent so many days being responsible and having the best time, even against the odds. Raph gave us a tough loot pool with early gear that was scarce, and we still persevered right up until the rope climb. It was tragic. And much more birch to come at Marsh Ridge. It's all up from here. Nice fire. That's what I'm talking about. So, let's talk about how to get to the transition to Forlorn Muskeg from this little area we're at here. Is there maybe a left or right wall strat I could use to just easily hug a wall and get there? For this instruction, I will stand right here, just in case anybody does know how to get there, so that I'm not shuffling about when being told about it. Right, Strat? That to me is this way, Allie. Is that what you're talking? Just hug the right like that? Cattail dreams as far as the eye can see. The healing power of bark soup. Yep. I always call it liquid gold, Versetti, because it just makes a beautiful color when you're cooking it. And it feels like, you know, that revitalization of the nation. I gotta go to lunch. You can't talk. Keep me on the right side to go across the lake. Okay, I think I'm going to the right side here. This is what I consider the right. Like that. And there's a little burnt down cabin up here. I do hope you guys are having a wonderful Friday. It's a good day to be alive. And strive. We are doing it big. This summer, it became serious. And you guys should come on down. I don't know if you've heard, but appetizers are half off. Alright, we're gonna get some of these rose hips and reishi mushrooms. Right now, the weather's totally on our side with one down arrow, but it's not going down fast. That's for sure. Yo, what's up, Cyrus? How's it going, my man? Yeah, we got the popcorn out. This summer, baby. This summer, Cyrus arrives. What's shaking, Cy? We're over here in the basin, trying to get over to Forlorn Muskeg. We're pretty unfamiliar with it. What I think I can do is go along that wall, and eventually I'll end up to a little bridge or something that segues over there.
What have we here?
Trusty brand. Alright, we use one of those trusty brands to light the torch. Sometimes you get lazy with your fires, and you start the fire with the match itself, and then RNG hits, and you blow through your trusty brand on a difficulty where they are scarcely supplied. So it's probably best to not be lazy and not be crazy, and just light the torch, because the torch stays lit. So if you stall a fire, you don't waste another match like we just did right there. We could just still use the lit torch instead of 2 matches. No big deal. I have no idea after that. Okay. Yeah, I think Bezos stopped whatever you said to me first, Al. But that's his move. Thank you, waking up, preparing breakfast. Thank you for the warm welcome. No problem, Sai. Why don't you come on down? If you're looking for breakfast, we have leftover pancakes from the fireman pancake cook-off. And they're a little rubbery and a day old. And they've been sitting out in Dave's Cave's pantry for a night. But you can come on down. Might as well, right? Be a good time. I just want to make sure these bad boys. So what I'm going to do is unjiggle these. Instead of double right clicking them, I'm just going to keep an eye on them. Because jiggling them, they'll take about a minute or two more. So we'll just watch them and take them when it's time. Oh my gosh, Yinzers, you madman. You are wild. No wonder you're coming in on Sunday, because you're saying wild things that we would never allow. Like lemon pound cake. What a maniac this guy is. You're rebel, Yinzers. Alright, elegant roast sip pie to give us some of that fatigue that was getting low. And now we're at about almost 9 o'clock over there on the fatigue. The fatigue is a big deal because if you are tired, you won't be able to carry as much gear and you'll be super slow during your travels. There's nothing like a rose hip pie and a cup of coffee to get you energized for the big day. Alright, let's do this. We're somehow going to a place. Let's go to that place. God knows what's going on down here in the basin. I'm not really sure how many bad guys are down here either. But we do have roast hips. A town store where I used to live did cinnamon roll pound the cake in cinnamon roll form. Holy crap. Pound the cake in cinnamon roll form. Sounds pretty fantastic. I think we all know that if there's one smell, things like cinnamon rolls and bacon are about at the top of the list. My goodness. If you go past like a Cinnabon or something, you imagine having cinnamon rolls and bacon for breakfast? I don't think you'll live very long, but you'll have a good time doing it. All right, let's get out of here. Well, now I want bacon. Thank you, Larone. Thank you, Sanders, for showing up on this Friday, my man. How are you? Colonel Sanders. Throw a little chicken with that bacon. How's it going, Sanders? How are you? It's been... You haven't missed too much, Sanders. I've started, like, several fires, and I've made bad jokes, but I haven't gotten mauled or anything. We're just kind of going around and trying to rebuild. It seems that the lumps at Dave's Cave were wise and just awesome as always, and knowing that the smart plan was not to get loose and crazy and fight and rebuild. After falling off the mountain, our HP has seen better days. And if we're going to get attacked during the hunt, we have to be able to have HP to sustain the heavy drama that comes along with it. So I wonder if going over here will send an invisible wall to Forlorn. Because sometimes you'll go up to a wall and it'll say transition to the next town over. Come on down. It's New Orleans night down here at Dave's Cave. The crawdads got that beautiful hue to them, I tell you. All right, Lee Milton region. Boy, I hope I'm going to the right place. But I haven't seen any objections yet. God knows what's going on. Oh, Forlorn! Okay, so we have transitioned to this place from this place. So I guess we went down the river and ended up right here in Forlorn. Also, rumor has it that we're close to the Marsh Ridge, which is a place of birch bark. So maybe those trees over there are an indicator of that. I've never been over here. This is cool. Oh man, there's a lot of birch. Marsh Ridge. So I think this is the upper plateau of Forlorn. There's kind of a separate area you have to get through to a cave, and I think the cave is right over there. So that's going to be where we're exiting, or we go down the plateau. But as for now, this is what we came for, baby. The birch. Man, you guys have such amazing plans. This is the best. That's why these guys are the real deal. They know the responsible move to recover. We're doing it big. You guys want to also know an interesting thing that I think, and I just learned about it. The dad from Everybody Loves Raymond had John Lennon as his best man at his wedding. Who would have thought that? I wouldn't have. But apparently, his name Peter Boyle, the dad from Everybody Loves Raymond, had a gal who worked at Rolling Stone. And that Rolling Stones gal knew Yoko. So, of course, Yoko and John. And so, I guess Peter needed a guy that would bring in some cool vibes for his best man. He had old John Lennon as his best man. So that's a match that you wouldn't assume. But they were pals, apparently. Oh, it's getting cold. We're right from the birches. I know, I'm too busy talking about John Lennon, Allie. To the cave. I don't know if this one's going to warm us up. Let's see if in the back we get less than 3 down. Might be the transition cave. Yo, what's up, OCB? There's a cave left of where you came down from the basin. Yeah, that's the transition cave. And we were just a little bit closer to this one. So I thought maybe we'll just get to the back of this and warm up with the fire. We'll throw 1 lump on here and we should get an up arrow. Gotta make sure our ankles are intact since this thing's kind of on a curve. And now, you guessed it, we get to make the birch, baby. Fruits of our travels. Sounds delicious. A town store? Yeah, it does sound delicious, Jens. You're so into the lemon pound cake, you also like the cinnamon roll version. Okay, let's see how many we can make. Alright, so we're going to be able to make 6, which should total 30 HP for us, baby. So we'll be looking at about 35 when all this is said and done. Not a lot. Uh-oh, pound cake. There you go, Si. There's one thing that Bezos is not going to allow around here, and it's talking about pound cake. I don't know why he draws the line there, but he does. Yo, what's up, Sil? How are you today? We just got OCB in here. He's giving cave advice, and we're in the cave trying to warm up after finding 30 HP's worth of birch bark. And we're going to spark that birch up here in these pots and pans and make some serious stuff happen. While we wait out the weather. So it's about to be the nighttime, and we have a bunch of bear that we can hunt here in Forlorn if we feel like our 35 HP is enough to sustain a mauling from those bad boys. We all know that getting nude before a bear fight is the big advantage. So we'll be going from this down to pretty much this if we're looking to fight a bear. And we run out there with it and we do the best we can. Looks crazy. So, we're just trying to get settled in over here. We have to stop and make fires a lot. Basically, when you get past the first week or so of this tournament, it's just your whole life is a blizzard. So you find those little pockets to travel in, but they're far and few between. So when things clear up, those are your brief opportunities to get out there and use your survival bow to stack up some points in this thing. One step at a time, we rebuild. We're doing it, Sil. That's it. We're trying to get off of 5 HP before we fight, pretty much. So we'll talk about whether we think the 35 that we're going to have after all this birch is going to be enough to sustain a bear fight. Because I'll likely be wanting to get out there. I'm obviously keen to shoot this bow. Yeah, Peter Boyle and John Lennon. What a match. I was just telling him, Sil, how the dad from Everybody Loves Raymond had John Lennon as his best man at his wedding. And if you guys aren't familiar with John Lennon, he's one of the 4 members of the most famous music band of all time, the Beatles. Pretty ridiculous. 11%. Oh! OCB! The man! Thank you! Thanks for friendly streams and music lore. No problem, OCB. That's what it's all about. I appreciate that. Thank you for zipping, and I definitely appreciate the zapping that's involved in that too. Thank you, OCB. Quite an entrance. Serious moves. 11%, you always survive. LOL, amazing. So you think we'll have enough when we have 35% to live the fight? We're gonna do it, OCB. We're gonna fight the good fight. We're gonna zip and zap all over these bear, man. There's a lot of bear in Forlorn, so we can make that happen. We have 30 HP sitting right next to us. Let's eat some rose hip pies, baby. Thank you, OCB. You are the man. Elegant rose hip pies. So we're gonna have the healing power of bark soup here in all these cups. I think we should get another batch of empanadas going too. So as you can tell, we haven't done a lot of sleeping, and that's because we have a satchel full of flour, cooking oil, and rose hips. So every time you make these bad boys, they're basically like cups of coffee that fill your belly more. And you become like a student cramming for the exam, or a really famous person that has a lot of expendable income. Robin Williams, maybe, during his stand-up career with rainbow suspenders on. That's pretty much what we're like right now. I'm kind of similar to Robin Williams. I spout off nonsense in like a train that's just going as fast as the bus that Sandra drives in the movie Speed. It's just a nonsense stream of conscious. Ho ho! References! Ho ho! I don't know if I always hit the right words. I am not English. You're doing wonderful, OCB. Yeah, I use Google, and it's off the charts good at translating. Sometimes I'll even translate it back to see what it changes to, because sometimes it'll change. That's a good trick too. It's one of my best moves to see if it translated properly to the right language. All right, we're gonna use a lung. On our big night in the Marsh Ridge. How hairy are your knuckles, though? Well, I'm sure that's a reference to something, but I'm pretty much no hair. So I'll answer it literally, since it went over my head. Freestyling. Ho ho. Come on down. So, if this blizzard ever decides to end, we can leave and go do some bear hunting, if that seems to be what we're thinking here. This is a lot of voting to be done today amongst us. What are we going to do once we have 35 HP? Are we going to fight then? Or are we going to move to another birch location to get even more beefed up HP-wise? That's obviously the conservative route. Or we just say 35's enough, we get nude, and we fight the bear, and hope that we live through it. We'll have a responsible amount of bandages, and we should have 3 old man's beard to make into... Let's check to see if we have that. That's one thing, too. We'll get 1 old man's beard to make sure we have 3, so we can craft it into an antiseptic if we don't have Rishi tea on us. Aphie likes to be responsible. You know, that might be the right move, Aphie. It's not the flashiest move, but it's definitely responsible. I can get behind that. It's going to take a lot of traveling, but he won't go to bed. Unfortunately, if I do go to bed, Allie, it doesn't rebuild HP. It just, you wake up the same jabroni you were the night before. HP-less. Yeah, it's tough. That's why birch is so important. And you actually have to plan your trips to get it. We're a long way from Pleasant Valley, probably. It's not me trusting my ability against a bear. Maybe your hunting skills are better. Well, Afi, I'd say we're probably, you're probably better. And it's always probably right to err on caution, to live to fight another day. But I also know that sometimes it's cool to just be crazy. Can you shoot the bear when he's not looking, or do you have to face him? You could shoot him when it's not looking, yeah. Because last tournament we were in, the Fearless Hunter tournament. It was a bear hunting tournament, and it was also intended in that tournament for you to... Oh! Yeah, the last one, it wanted you to fight him in aggro range, so you had to stay in his wheelhouse. This one, you're allowed to go up on rocks, do whatever. Go back into cars, everything. We ain't scared of no stinking bears, that's it. Beck, how we doing, Larone? We're doing wonderful, Wobbs. I hope you're doing well, too. We're talking a lot about John Lennon, and we're thinking about with the 35 HP that we could have if we drink all this birch. Is 35 enough to survive a bear fight if we don't go straight to birch after this? Because we're kind of debating whether we should be conservative and get more HP than the 35 we have, or fight like Jean-Claude Van Damme, baby, in Deep Target. We talk about New Orleans. I'm pretty sure Deep Target was in New Orleans. He was running around with activator in his hair, and he had so much plot armor, he would just go into the cafe and just make some cool things happen. It was unbelievable. Responsible to get to the leaderboard. That is true, Pack and Play. That's very true. We would be on the leaderboard for Fearless Hunter if they had one. I will say that. We're up in the rafters on that one. I'm proud about that. Oh my gosh, Bezos got you fired. Bezos is doing hard work today. Then I vote to shoot that bear in the butt and get some points on the board. All right, it's up in the air.
Who owns this stuff?
Oh, LD the legend! What is shaking? How are you, LD? Night of the Living, LD. What is shaking this summer? He cooks up serious business. How's it going, LD? Who owns this stuff? It's finders keepers out here. Yeah, his voice lines could be a little more situational. Let's have it. He'll be like stumbling around on Heartbeat Alley. Oh, looks like a new day is dawning or something. He has this optimistic hope in his voice, even though he's clawed and infected and... Working as usual. Man, you're hard at work, LD. I think it's awesome that you hang out with us during that. And I hope that we can cook up some inspiration for the nation. The longer we stay here, the more lumps we're gonna have to use. It's been a lot of fires today. Yo, what's up, QC? How's it going, buddy? How are you, QC? My man. How's it going in your neck of the woods? And how are things on the island, baby? What is shaking? Real steel, baby. We're just over here in a cave next to a bunch of stuff. Pretty shortly from now, we're going to either fight the bear with 35 HP or go to more birch bark, likely at Pleasant Valley or Broken Railroad or something. Not sure how much birch there is at Broken. I don't really know much about it. I know there's 2 guaranteed stems and a bunch of good stuff like flour and things like that, though. Bezos corrected Melito to Molotov. Holy crap. Oh, here we go.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
No, and we're going to pick up a bunch more, man. I know it's crazy, but we'll eat empanadas. Maybe that'll help your carrying capacity. You imagine how warm this backpack would be? Man, just picked up the whole place. Alright, this is our big moment. So, it seems pretty split right now. Just hanging with Larone and gaming with friends. That is amazing, Melito. That's a good way to spend a Friday, I'd say. Alright, so I will admit that I am kind of just aimlessly wandering around. I don't really know what we're going to do about the fight once we drink our birches. Much having lunch break. Nice, LD. We talk often about food. Down at Dave's Cave, we talk about the half-off appetizers. And I think you'd fit right in there, LD, down at Dave's Cave. We serve day-old pancakes the next morning for breakfast. And lazy bacon as well. We serve that. All right, we're about to drink our first birch. Let's get warm and rebuild our health. So what's crazy is you can see how crappy the weather is. This is the good weather. This is like, oh, here we go. Oh, I hear ptarmigans. Man, I would love to make nature call on those sons of guns. If you can make nature call on ptarmigans, you can make improvised insulation, which is actually a wonderful source of warmth. And this stuff gives you 2 Celsius, and you have to get 5 ptarmigans. So if you plan on making both those, you pretty much need to get 3 ptarms down. And you'll have a total of 12 feathers from those 3. The best strategy that I like to use is to trick the wolves into going after the birds. Making nature call. My name's sake. That's it. Okay, we're looking for the edge of the cliff. And honestly, it's crazy. I probably should go in the transition cave until this clears up a bit, and then go fight when it's a little more clear. I still need to drink a lot of tea as well. Look at this ravaged deer over here. So ravaged. Go to the cave and get coal. There are wolves and a long walk ahead. The long walk ahead. Have we been through the cave? We have not, actually. We came through the basin when we got here to Forlorn. So we're going to go through the transition cave.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
And it'll take us to the top of the river in Forlorn. God knows where the cave is. It's low visibility, to say the least. Here we go. Birch bark. I think we're up there. Yeah, we're gonna get some lumps. There is a way you can goat down the marsh ridge, basically into the heart of Forlorn. And we're gonna opt for this one to gather resources and to warm up, because we're about to start dripping 20 HP per hour since the temperature just got to the bottom. So this will give us a reprieve in here.
I'm gonna have to leave.
Need to get back to work. Good luck and have a good one, Larone. Thank you, LD. Thank you for being an awesome legend and for keeping everybody well fed. If we could afford you, we would hire you at Dave's Cave, but it's just wonderful that you come down. And you should come on down. You're the man, LD. We should all come on down. Okay, we are in the cave. This takes us to the top of the river. So, our outfit being a little less warm than you would optimally have at this juncture in the run, combined with the tough weather we've been getting, has rendered us pretty useless so far. We've done a little bit of traveling and a lot of sitting by the fire. Would love to do more traveling, but that's up to Raph. Right now he thinks you ain't doing anything. Starting fires all over town. So we're getting all these glorious, lovely lady lumps off of the bottom of this cave. We're going to use them for our future spot fires. Like the things you've been seeing pretty much this whole time. Those little fires on the go. My lumps. My lovely willy lumps. So, much like birch bark, planning your travels around going through caves like this to get these lumps will definitely save your life. So, though we joke about these lumps, they're the real deal. In the back and in the front, that's it. Exactly right. Sometimes I get into caves and don't know if I'm going backwards. You get turned around pretty quickly in these places. You start not seeing lumps. That's a big indicator. So let's all pretend if I did go backwards that I just wanted to show you guys the cave some more. 'Cause I think that's what I did. It's a beautiful cave, worth going back for, huh? It is a labyrinth. David Bowie stars in The Lost Jabroni. Alright, let's get out of this place. Let's go to the main part of Forlorn. And still up for debate as to whether we're going to fight. But the further along I get, the more I get ants in the pants about wanting to fire off this bow.
Too much stuff to carry.
What's our fatigue at? Okay, let's drink birch. HP's about 15, and we still got a bunch of them here in the thermos. 20 HP left to drink after what we got now. Let's go find a bear and see what he's about. So yesterday's warm part of the day didn't have too many hours for us to do some adventures in. Keep thinking the wind's gonna blow our torch out. It's unforgiving on Nagoa. The acronym stands for No One Gets Out Alive. And so I thought, oh yeah, I'm pretty terrible at this game. Why don't I play the most ridiculous difficulty in history?
Might have to drop some gear.
That makes sense, right? Hat Creek! The tough thing about Forlorn is it's kind of a nightmare. There are no indoor locations besides a bunker, and even the forge is outside. It's just one big outdoor nightmare, kinda. If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. Yinzer's about that money. Traveling salesman. It's coming in on Sunday, too. Time and a half. Alright, so usually we use the railroad as kind of an anchor to navigate with. What I know about Forlorn is that there's a couple bear here. There's one next to each entrance.
Die if I don't warm up soon.
Alright, supplies are low. Hell no, I'm not in sales. You're in the rice-a-roni business, Yinzers. You're a marketing man.
come on. It worked.
Alright, so we'll probably do 2 lumps to stabilize this fire. And as long as the wind doesn't blow it out, we should be warm long enough to get warmed up to travel another 15 feet. These are the big reasons why we seek out the ptarmigan and better outfit stuff, because right now this guy is not quite warm enough at 9 Celsius. Repairs to these clothes are definitely in order as well, so if we get to a normal inside spot, it would behoove us to use that time wisely to fix all these clothes up that got damaged when we cascaded down the mountain. So basically the pants, our ridiculous Corvette vest, and these Timberlands all could definitely use a tune-up. Even our ski jacket. So, quality of life we always talk about is on our radial maybe being to have all the warm or canned goods or things, or you could prioritize what things to put on the radial instead of having to go into your inventory. That's also why the pros jiggle all their teas, because then you don't have to worry about is the one on the radial a warm one. They can just know it is. You kind of got to go through the rigmarole of getting them all out of your satchel. Sometimes being responsible conflicts with your human laziness. And I'm lumping all you guys into it. We're all lazy, right? Fewer natural resources. All right, it's time to travel. Alright, we seek the bear. I'm going to try using right wall strats, basically going up on the edge of the river here all the way to the entrance to Broken Railroad. Because Forlorn right here on the far west side branches over to Broken, and then there's usually a bear trolling around by that area right there on the exit of Forlorn to Broken. And I think that that is that direction. If I'm wrong about that, I'm probably wrong. I don't know. Are you ready for dark bear fights where I get destroyed? I hope so. It's happening. Yo, what's up, Bacon? Hey, it's my brand. We were just talking about you, Lazy Bacon. You're one of the main entrees for breakfast down at Dave's Cave. Lazy Bacon and day-old pancakes from the Fireman Cook-Off. It's good to see you, Bacon. We're here when we're partying. That's it! Sometimes they don't show Christopher. I hope they did. That's a great celebration. I love it. No regeneration, max predators detection range, max weather hostility. Hey, you don't say that. Nice spelling there, Jens. It translated well. is a house of learned doctors. Right, this is perfect. About to get your butt kicked stuff. So I see a hunter's blind over there. If that helps us know where we are. And maybe you guys can figure out if we're headed towards the broken railroad entrance. I don't believe that this is the hunter's blind that's on that near the forge. I think this is the other one. And one other thing we didn't even mention about Forlorn Muskie is it is the town of popsicles. It's all thin ice, and if you go on the ice at the wrong spot, you're going to end up getting thermia of the hype version. And falling through the ice, freezing your butt off. Hey, what's up, Cactus? How are you? Morning fam to yourself, my man. I hope you're doing fantastic. It's great to see you, Cactus. Yeah, we're getting hype. Cactus the man. He's born of the desert. He is master. He is a pinball wizard. He is the Cactus Man. We're gonna get our butt kicked, aren't we?
There is a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh, don't slow down the bus, Chris. And tell Sandra, please. Please, Sandra, don't slow down the bus. It'll blow. This is serious. Very serious. Neo would have been proud, Chris. Whether you think you can or not, you are right. Yeah, just don't slow down the bus, Pack and Play. Please. It'll blow. Alright, so we're getting closer to bear territory. Alright, now's when we have to get serious.
My fingers feel numb.
His fingers feel numb. See what I'm saying with this weather? It's just unmanageable. Downright unacceptable. Alright, the transition to Broken's right there, so we're close to where the bear hangs out. Back to starting fire simulator. This is it. The weekend starts with fire. Wandering fire, and we're keeping it lit, baby. Oddly enough, starting the fires and doing the teas and all that stuff, I strangely like it. It's kind of how we like to play games that are like work sometimes and it doesn't make sense, like some of the simulator games and stuff. I like the fire part where you settle down,
Come on.
get to talk about John Lennon and just jiggle teas and stuff. You know, it's a good life.
It worked.
But it does seem quite unmanageable at this point. The setback is with a capital S because it's rendered us kind of useless. must have been bananas. Is that Glenn Gary or Boss Baby? I watched Glenn Gary once. I think it was for school or something. And it was a lot of dialogue. I think that I can respect Glenn Gary for why everybody likes it. It's a movie about sales. It's got Alec Baldwin, and it's revered as one of the best scripts maybe for all the dialogue between the characters and it feeling real in a real a real setting for the sales workforce and how ruthless it is, and the interactions just seem real, and I think that's why it's so respected. So, any Glenn Gary fans out there, I would love to hear your favorite aspects of it. And what makes it one of those movies that everybody likes so much. Always be gobbling. Always be closing. Did you ever see the SNL skit? I don't think I did, Jens. Baldwin speech iconic. Yeah, there is pretty good dialogue and speeches in there that probably resonate with a lot of people who worked in sales and stuff like that. So let's see what time it is. About an hour or two, we'll get the glorious sun to come back, and maybe that'll help us spot the bear. As far as fighting him, normally what I would like to do with the bear is shoot him and run inside of a car, like a big chicken. But there aren't many cars around here, so we might have to use rock formations. The other good part about bear hunting is if you pop him once and it lands inside of him, he will eventually bleed out. So if you can just sustain after that first arrow's in him, you'll check the stat sheet and you'll see that he drops somewhere close by. I'm gonna check my cattail/Tinder numbers. 12, beautiful. I've always attributed that quote to Henry Ford. On SNL, Baldwin was giving the speech to Santa's elves. Put it over here so I never drink it. That dirty water. All right, let's fight a bear. Or how about this idea? We talk about fighting a bear a lot and then never fight him and just make fires everywhere. What about that idea? Guys down for that? Wouldn't that be cool? All right, we seek the bear. He's lumbering and big. And he's about stealing shoes. Everybody eyes peeled. I don't know if I like the bear in the dark idea personally. Well, Wobbs, I understand where you're coming from. Very responsible, could maybe change the climate of northern Canada with all those fires around. Yeah, we're affecting the ozone. You're brave. Yeah, or just off the rails, Swaba. There's that too. And it's usually the latter. Oh my gosh, we got combat boots. Oh, they're frozen. Okay, we're gonna warm these boys up. They're gonna be better than our work boots. These are the best 2 shoes you can get on this difficulty. We're, you know, Al Bundy over here. We got a mega torch.
I'm not gonna be able to carry this load for much longer.
Well, you just got cool shoes, and it's hard for me to separate from them. I don't know what to do. Yeah, we got combat boots. We're going to sneak up on that big boy, hit him with one shot, then run screaming away. Going off the rails on a crazy train. That's it. We're on the Aussie trajectory. Scout the bear. It's cool in here. Nobody can see us in here. We're in our snow fort. This is when Will channels hit the will of the past, you know. Sometimes he comes in here just to feel cool and let out some of that whimsy and spirit, you know. Pretends that he's in a battle. I don't know what to do right now. I'm going to go keep looking for the bear. I also hope that the fog and the visibility clears up soon for us so we can see the bear a little further than 1 or 2 feet in front of us. It's a beautiful morning here on Great Bear Island. We're looking for a bear to initiate an ill-advised hunt. Thank you, Baba. We still have a little more birch we can drink for our health. So everybody look out to see if you can see a big son of a gun in the distance. Only the classiest of music for Dave's Cave. That's crazy. Alan and Dave combined for once. A parallel universe where they're friends.
I need to find some place to escape this cold.
Yeah. Is Dave's Cave cash or credit? Do they take out-of-date sardine cans? Well, there's a lot to unpack there, Cactus. As far as the cash or credit situation, you can bet your butt that we take cash. Mostly, rose hips are the highest form of currency around, so bringing those in and exchanging those for watered-down drinks is usually the best move. As far as out-of-date sardine cans, you can leave those out back by the dumpster, and we'll be using those for our seafood substitute night. Since Allen's has pretty much a corner on the seafood market on Great Bear Island, and we just have no seafood. We serve moose sliders and things and rose hip based foods.
Life out here.
Oh, fire started 3, baby. There we go. All right, so we're going to warm up, and then we're going to check out Fire Starting 3. Fire Starting 3. You're well above average experience in starting fires. Well, that's pretty much all we've done. We talked about a bear, but all we do is start fires. It's too cold. 65% chance to start those fires. Well, you know we're going to be doing it. And fires last 10% longer. Biggest thing here is that you can start them without tinder. So if you want to shed some weight, you don't even have to worry about having the tinder thing anymore. You could just do it. But when you go to start a fire, you'll see it says optional for tinder there, and you can actually start it during a sunny day with a mag lens and a stick. Like a true MacGruber. Well, I said we seek the bear, but you know what we do. We sit by a fire.
Thank goodness. Made it through another night.
You sure did, buddy. That's what I mean. He's so optimistic. Inappropriately. But maybe we could all learn something from inappropriate voice line, Will. We're sipping fake sardine ragoons. Yeah, it's kind of like imitation crab or something, Cactus. It's kind of like we use your old sardine can that you left out by the dumpster with other old sardine cans. We just make kind of like a concoction of imitation seafood. But all the lumps seem to like it. Their standards are low, much like the prices on our appetizers. Okay, now the visibility is for real. Let's pop over and see if we can spot this bear pretty soon. When I killed the Appalachian Trail, or when I hiked, I'm sorry, we would use tuna cans as camp stoves. Worked quite well. Wow, that's pretty innovative, Cactus. I'm definitely inappropriate at times with what I say. I've learned lots. What? I don't even see anything crazy, Wobbs. Did you say lemon pound cake? Because that's where the line is drawn around these parts. Bezos comes after you with seriousness. And Sai was talking about cinnamon lemon pound cakes. The place that I imagine Sai eating at, too, is like one of those places that puts real ingredients in the food. Kind of like a mom and pop bakery or something. I imagine it being very good.
Goddamn freezing.
All right, buddy, you don't have to swear. Oh, gosh. Bezos is going nuts over here. You know what? He's probably going nuts because we haven't been giving him his break. He wants to show Fortnite commercials. All right. We're going to appease the bays and show Fortnite commercials. You guys are going to see a bunch of crazy sound effects for a game with a very innovative business model, but a game that you don't hear much about anymore, but Bezos will tell you about it. So we're going to hang out, and then we're going to plan on how we're going to attack this bear, because I think we should. Mama's lemon pound cake. Bezos really doesn't like it. Yeah, he doesn't like it. I don't know what it is. Yinzer's obviously found that there was a silly thing that gets blocked by his auto mod, and he likes to kind of poke fun at him with the fellow lumps down here, and I think it's funny. He draws the line. And we also learned back in the day that Bezos likes to get big hedges that the HOA thinks are too high, but that he wants to count all this ad revenue money in secret. It's what I do. Yep. San Francisco treat, baby. That's it. So we're easy breezy today, you know? It's a Friday. We're just taking it easy and trying to seek a bear for an ill-advised fight. It's probably good that we haven't found him yet, so we keep rebuilding our health. Keeping your bushes trimmed makes your deck look bigger. Now that's crazy. See, there's one that he should censor. That's real lemon pound cake right there. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? It makes no sense. He's got weird lines, this guy. I'm feeling weak like Will, though. Might not happen. Weak is a thing that his flesh might be feeling wobs, but his spirit is strong and willing. The capital W-I-L-L. That's for sure. I want you guys to know that you're amazing. I pretty much love these gaming sessions more than I can even describe. It's hands down my favorite part of the week. And it's such a great weekend initiator on a Friday. It just sets everything off, you know? Except for Yinzers is going to be working on Sunday, so we're all going to have a great time this weekend. We appreciate you, Larone. Thank you, Waba. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Just trying to start fires and talk about bears, you know? That's what we do. So let's go out there, start some more fires, and talk about hunting and not actually do it. What do you say? I think he's over here now. I don't believe he goes too much further back than what we were able to spot. I heard the sizzle. I knew something didn't get jiggled. How dare you? R.I.P. Rishi. So, 1, 2 birches left. 10 HP left to drink. See if we can spot him. Oh! This is the moment we get...
Never lower your eyes to an enemy.
That's it! Get naked! Oh my gosh. Another one right there that you would think Bezos might have his hand in.
Here you go. Nice segment. Yeah. Come on.
All right, let's try flanking him. That'll keep us shielded by the wind during the walk over. I don't know how fat this rock is. Uh-oh, we got this guy. First wolf, baby! We're doing some hunt! Oh! I didn't expect the second guy. The double. Birch is on the left, resisting the sapling call of the wild. As we seek the bear, we don't have a ton of rock formations to cheese this bear from. I am a bit worried about having to fight this guy in aggro range, since it's just basically openness over here. There is a hunting blind we can cheese him from, though. What if we send him away with a rock and then get into that hunting blind? Oh, he knows! Okay, the rock plan is kind of out. Ah! I don't know what to do! I could shoot him, Neo, then he might maul me. I'm definitely gonna get nude. That blonde is cursed. I died in my sleep in there. 10 points on the board. Yeah, this is heavy deliberation. I'm real encumbered, so I'm dropping all this weight. And I think when I get nude, if I put the clothes on the floor, that should put me underweight. I'm gonna drink a cup of coffee to give ourselves some agility and pep for the fight. And sprint for that hunting blind. The tree dance is possible, yeah. We're definitely going to need to be loose and limber for it, so let's see if we can get some big moose kicks in our belly. Do we have any big moose kicks? I don't think so. It's going to be a real cold, real quick, too. Real cold, real quick. We do. Rishis. Okay, I got a problem. My temperature's super low. If I get nude, we're dripping 20 HP per hour, too. If I fight this guy, it's kind of ill-advised because I'll be dripping HP. It's going to have to be quick. Because we're going to lose 20 HP per hour without a fire right now. I can try to heat up with some Rishi. Flour in a lump pile. We have to get back. 2 little separate stashes of things I dropped. Not my jeans.
My head feels thick.
Start it! I'm expecting Void. What's up, Eldritch? I was promised Void. You got Void. And we're avoiding the Noid so he doesn't steal our Domino's pizza. And I'm trying to survive this bear fight. I'm going to try to start this fire, because if we should just do it and live, we're in the money. I don't know what the bear's doing, but he seemed to be stalled for a second, so if I can get the fire off, it's on. We're safe, I believe. And that's okay. I know you're not allowed to fight him from the fire, but once you shoot him, you can put a fire on and then sit next to it while he's bleeding out. So that's what my plan is. And it's full adrenaline over here. Woo! I'm feeling it. I can't even hear what he's doing over there. Did we shoot him? I'm pretty sure. I saw some blood splatter from the damage. I have 2 old man lights and I need to get 1 more. Look for the old man's beard dangling from the trees.
Feeling faint.
Yeah, now we got issues. I don't even think I have a stick to accelerate this fire. The gunpowder would be nice. Let's hope that gunpowder is enough to be an accelerant. Me too, Neo. Yeah, no accelerant. Do something. Come on. You promised. That bear was playing games, man. He was playing games. Dang. Ah! They got us. Well, we lived on the edge. Like odds is, you know, we were being a motorcycle a madman and we went out there for that bear. He played games, though. Clearly, he did some weird thing with the trees where he stopped. I don't understand what his problem was, but that really changed things. I thought he was going to run past us and do the bear dance. That never happened, so he paused. I think when I looked at him that last time, it got him too riled up. The sight of a Willy with no clothes on was enough to draw his ire. He ran over without us being really able to hear him. And I heard him rustling around, but we were committed to the fire and we had to keep going. Ah! Remove set. Yeah, here we go. Let's dearly beloved, it is great to see all of you here with your black suits and dresses on. We commemorate Dave 1. He is the start of a new era, an era where we know our place in this world on Great Bear Island as people that really don't know what they're doing, and we're just leaning into that. We started a lot of fires, and we fell down a mountain. This Dave brought back the joy and love of day-old pancakes and sardine slurry, imitation crabs, half-off appetizers. I hope that Dave 2 will make you guys as proud as we all feel of Dave 1. A second of silence for the fallen hero, Dave 1. No! Oh my gosh! Yeah, he was playing mind games with us, Rossetti. What was that about? He was just staring at us and we were going around the corner. It was like a horror movie over here. It was insane. He was a kind Dave. He was a good Dave. Not Dave. Oh! There was no false advertising here. Yeah, I'm fading into the long dark, Eldridge. Past tense. Ah, man, that's tough. All right, let's go see what he accomplished. There is the mark of shame, and we'll start with that, and the rest of it will be good news. Here's the real mark of shame. Can openers found. 0. He was just a freaking kid. He was so young. He was only 12, 13 days old, and on the unlucky day of Friday the 13th, he faded into the darkness. He was a courageous Dave, though. This guy went after the bear when he had no business doing it. So, sometimes they don't say that courageous and smart are exactly the same. He didn't miss a shot he took. The only problem was he only shot 3 times. There is an accuracy score in this tournament, so we would love to see some more of this action here. We were 3 for 3. We got 2 wolves. One of them we got kind of lucky because it didn't even look like we hit him right in the critical damage spot. We still knocked him over. That was awesome. And then we shot the bear, but weren't able to get that fire lit. If that first fire didn't stall on us, we were good. I could have had a book and a stick to avoid that fire being so low percentage to start it. So those 2 things would have been good. Who knows? How many days? 13 days. Most of them we had pretty good health. It was when we were trying to enter Mountain Town that we went up there with about 6 o'clock on our fatigue, and it drained our energy, and we were just at the top, and we cascaded down there back into the ground below with about 5 HP. And so we were in rebuild mode since then, and the bear was the one that took us 6 feet deep. Went to Milton and didn't find a single can opener. I know, fire. My response to a lady when I moved across the country and she called me brave. You are brave, Waba. You're brave because you go to Dave's cave and you always risk emphysema going in that place. Let's see what we got. 13 days, we were traveling around to different spots. No can openers, 3 bow shots. 152 wolf encounters, no big deal. We got our cooking up to 3, which is one of the huge goals here on these tournaments because you can start making pies and stay up all night. Party with your friends. Archery would be better to have that one closer to 2 when we begin the hunt by reading Brian Gold Stay on Target and making a bunch more arrows, which actually do help your archery skill by learning how to craft it. We did have this great plan over here that we wrote down. I don't think we ever checked this one when we started. And a big part of what the plan says is to, like, be mature and stick to the plan, but we didn't even read it. So that's perfect for our style of jabroni negligence. He was a great guy. It was the first time where we really were ourselves now. We're learning the game a tad bit more, but we're never going to escape our inner jabroniness. And I really feel like we're kind of getting into that groove now. So I'm optimistic, and the glass is half full for what could happen next. I think that we're going to storm the steeds, that we're going to get a good loot pool, and Raph is going to concede to allowing us to have some sort of semblance of success. I think he's going to give us a hacksaw right away in the whale factory, and he's going to say, you know what? Thank you for complimenting me on eating a salad at a steakhouse. I do appreciate your compliments about Chapter 5. Though I haven't played Chapter 5, I have been a bit of a shill, hoping that he'll stop sending blizzards after me. So far, hasn't worked. He just sent some crafty psychological bear after me who mauled me after refusing to attack me originally. That guy had issues. Add to the plan not to die. Well, Eldridge, they've said it in the past, and I'll say it now. Too soon. Too soon. Dave was an excellent teacher. He taught us all so much. Thank you, Pack and Play. Thank you very much for that optimism. That's what we're going to need, baby. All right, we're going to say goodbye finally and forever to Dave 1, a guy who ushered in a new era full of lightheartedness as we truly feel like ourselves. Thank you, Dave 1. My God. You know, Jackie Chan and Drunken Master. That's like us in the long dark. Looks ridiculous, but we can do some really cool things. Well, looking ridiculous, huh? That's pretty good. No, it's true fire. We do. Definitely do. All right, let's go into survival. Here we are in our nice little room here. I'm going to go check on Jeff, make sure that he is appeased to his likings and all those things like that. Yeah, Jeff's good to go, man. Let's start this out. Here we are, our old friend, the very beginning of things. So what we're going to do is just put in a custom code here that puts us into this tournament. And you guys could all do that yourselves. If you go to the cool website, tod-challenges.com, you'll be able to go on there and pick any kind of tournament that fits your style of play. Ours is a tournament that we're well over our beanie in, and it's Nagoa. But you could do a different one, like Scarboro's STEM tournament, where you could run around and figure out where the stems are and throw them in the bunker for survivors of the future who want to be stemmed up, you know? All right, I'm going to grab the custom code from that website, and then I'm going to copy it and then throw it in there to our custom code area. And then it pulls it up. Blizzard, all kinds of crazy stuff, monsters, insane, and obviously cold weather. There it is. You get to choose which region, and the reason we choose DP is because they always spawn you outside in a blizzard. So if you're going to be spawned outside in a blizzard, you want to be in a small town where you can run inside pretty quickly shortly after you begin. So I think it'll be good for us to keep in a place we're familiar with. One of the things that I've learned over my time, about 6 months of playing Long Dark, is that we all have our different styles, and that we kind of know what'll lean into our strengths a little bit. And for me, I like to go to places I'm familiar with to get kind of settled. And then afterward, I can go out there and just lose the whole tournament once I start the hunt. But until then, going to familiar territories like DP is good for the start. There's 2 spawn locations, and we're pretty familiar with where Wrath throws us at the beginning. So we're just going to use memory to run inside the whale factory, get our little starter kit going, and we're going to get a ton of grace from Wrath this round. And we all know that. Okay, we're going to go with Will. And we can't use feats or the trader on this one. And we're going to go Dave to Dave's return. He doesn't even need revenge. He just returns once more. Dave returns. Okay, how long can you survive? Last time, 13 days. So almost 2 weeks. And I think that's progress. That's what I call progress. Let's get out there and let's play some seriously responsible Long Dark. And I do appreciate, I know that you guys are all saying it non-verbally, that you guys are going to send me all your rose hips to console me for losing Dave 1, the courageous but not great at the game Dave, who taught us all a little something about life. Let's begin. This is it! David Mamet, The Edge. Wonder if that's the movie, The Edge. Okay, so in classic Raph fashion, he put me at the bad spot, but we're cool with it. We're going to take all the punches as they roll. And he's probably going to give us a storm lantern and a bedroll at the whale factory. We're also going to say, no problem, Rab. We're used to your games by this point. You want to do that? That's okay. So what we'd like to do is once we get to the whale factory, we'll kind of ascertain which loophole we're on by process of elimination with the major tools that we find in that whale factory. Since we know that there are 4 total loopholes that kind of make up what kind of gear you'll find and where. And it's one big process of elimination at the start. And so for us, we're really hoping, thank you, Pack and Play. It's only 2, but it will motivate everybody to rightfully hand those hips over. As we know, that's the right thing to do. Thank you, Pack and Play. And you're catching on quick to how lopsided the hip distribution is around here. You guys know I'm good for it, right? Alright, we're getting 2 sticks here so we can make some tinder back at the old factory. So we just take this road, we go over the bridge, and then we'll be taking a right off the road to get inside that whale factory. We're going to pass a lighthouse over here on the right and just kind of trudge ahead. Right now we are dripping 20 HP per hour until we get inside. And when we look at our outfit, I bet it's going to be ridiculous. Absurd. The architect is asking about repossessing your rose hips. Oh! What are you talking about, Neo? Tell the architect to get back to building cool bridges. Worry about my hips. Hey, what's up, C? How's it going, C? How are you on this amazing Friday, C the Pro? We just spent some time in Forlorn Muskie. You'd be happy to hear. But no Curator's rifle for us, since we're on the Nagoa. C is the master of the Curator's rifle. C can shoot from extremely long range with a weapon you think wouldn't have said range. And is a master of the rifle. Alright, let's get in this whale factory here. Hibernia Processing. So this is where you kind of get your starter kit for your run. Since we've died so many times, we have a good idea of what stuff's here. Alright, so first goal is to warm up and turn to that little office and see if a storm lantern's in there. If there is no storm lantern, step 1. We need to not see the storm lantern in the bedroll. Let's see if we see it. Okay. We got a little break there. We only have one more bullet to dodge. Let's get warmed up, baby. Excited for a 3-day weekend. That's amazing, see? You know what's too bad, though, is that Yinzers does not have a 3-day weekend because he's coming in on Sunday. So when we're all hanging out down at Dave's Cave watching the ball game, Yinzers is going to be at the office. Best news is the other side of things is he's making time and a half for doing it. Okay. Let's go down through the hole in the ground and get a fire started. Alright, so we kind of know where the flares are located, sometimes on the ground right here. That's the trickiest spot. As you see, we're wearing a ridiculous red shirt, jeans, and a Sadie Hawkins shoes to survive in. Let's get this fire started, baby. Our first fire, baby. That's pretty much all we do. Thankfully, things only rarely break. I'm on call this weekend, so if something breaks, I have to work for free. Oh! I believe that's my stapler. Yeah, we all have to leave Yinzer's stapler alone, because it looks like he's going to snap. All this working on the weekend will drive a man crazy. He sees pictures of us in our sunglasses on a boat, eating nachos and lemon heads. All right, now is the big moment when we're going to go check for the bedroll. So if it's there, we're not going to be ungrateful. We're going to say, hey, Raph, you did it again, but it's totally cool. We understand. So let's go over there behind the secret green boxes and see if we have a bedroll. If there is no bedroll, then we're off to a wonderful start. This is the big reveal. I'm going to strafe left, and we're going to look behind these boxes and hopefully see no bedroll. My stapler's gone mysteriously missing. This is suspicious. Oh my gosh. See, is it a red stapler? Is it a streamlined stapler? If it is, I did see it on Yinzer's desk. The drama, heavy drama. All right, ready for the reveal of the not bedroll behind these green boxes. We're going to strafe left right about now. We've done it! For the first time probably ever. Raph has given us a loophole with an early hacksaw. It's a miracle on ice. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. So it's kind of a preference for some folks. Maybe they would like that bedroll over the hacksaw early. What I like is to be able to get ahead. Since it takes 6 days to cure maple and make that bow, you can really get a jump start on things if you can get an early hacksaw and get that thing sawed down quick. My boy Silo actually taught me about a maple spawn location here in Broken Railroad, and I would love to learn where that was again, if you guys know where it is. If we pull up the map of the great town of Desolation, you can kind of see the maple spawns and different things here. But if there's a maple that I could get right after getting this hacksaw somewhere like in this vicinity, it looks like maybe there's 2 up there to the right of the cursor there. Who knows? But if you guys know of Birch in Crumbling, or I think there's one in Kate's Secluded Corner. Okay, I know where that is. So it takes us a little off the beaten path, but it's worth it if there's a maple over there we could get curing pretty quickly. I do know about, once you get into Coastal, the one where you just take a left right away. Look at the early hacksaw, baby. Boom! I think this means we might even find a fire striker in the abandoned mine. So we have officially been given grace by Raph. It has happened. I don't know why, but I'll take it. Maybe he feels bad about that psychological bear. He sent a real curveball our direction. This is amazing. Yeah, I don't know if you guys started this tournament, if this would be your favorite loot pool, but there's something else about getting the Fire Striker, Hacksaw, and Pry Bar all in one little quick bang like that. And we have a safe over there, so any of you guys' predictions would be welcome. Because the way things are going, he might give us some work boots or a Mackinac jacket. It seems like we're finally on his good side. And I think we can all agree that Chapter 5 is infallible. Okay. Let's continue. We're going to go in the safe. Here we go. Mackinac Dreams! I can't believe it's finally happening. We've probably started this tournament like 10, even more times. And every time we get the loot pool that we're not comfortable with. Okay, 3. Three and 8. Cash and syrup. Yeah, Neo's the best at this prediction game. Cash and syrup would kind of be the shorter end of awesomeness. All right, this is the moment. Mackinac and work boots and a letter from Astrid about how we're a Giga Chad. Opening, happening.
I think I can use this.
Ah! Okay, we're not ungrateful. We're grateful. That was awesome. Got jeans. All right, we got cash. You were pretty close, Neo. You tried to change the syrup into a Mackinac for us, but it became jeans. I think we can make it a little bit more tinder here for our future fires. And we'll loot the upstairs stuff. We'll get some Mackinac out of those exclusive jackets. This is kind of what you do when you start up over here. You get all the bare essentials. The simple bare essentials. And go through the abandoned mine. And start getting all of your stuff acquired. Now that we have the hacksaw, we can obviously start chopping down birch and maple sapling and get our bow and arrows ready for the big hunt. Last tournament attempt, we shot the bow 3 times after 12 to 13 painstaking days of preparation and survival. Will we surpass the 2-week mark? Probably not. But I will say that we'll have a good time doing it. I'll also say that I'm a little IRL hungry. So I might be getting a banana and eating a little bit of a chicken sandwich. I have an amazing meal that I can eat. I have a Chick-fil-A deluxe sandwich. Pepper jack, tomato lettuce with the spicy chicken sandwich from Chick-fil-A in the fridge for us for when I need to go take a bite to eat real quick. And needless to say, I'm looking forward to that. New down vest. All right, so we look a bit like a guy who just bought a new car against the wishes of our wife. Like we went out to rebel against like a midlife crisis. We put on our vest and we said, honey, I don't care what you say. I'm coming back with that new car. I want to impress everybody. Let's go back to the fire. My favorite. All right, we got a mega torch. Alright, let's say we go through the abandoned mine and acquire our fire striker. So, on a difficulty where the supplies are as limited as you can be, you basically get a gigantic box of matches in addition to all this other great stuff we've found so far. So this loot pool is the number one. Number one. Do you guys believe in magic, though? That's my question. Do we have any believers? Any members from Orlando? Any people that live for illusion? Prepare yourself. Because what we're about to do is enter a cabin with a bunch of bunk beds in it, right? Nothing special here. Looks like just a dusty old place with no gear or anything, right? That could be the only place. Or could it? What happens if we go inside this place, opening the door lower than the handle on the door? Do you think that it would change what the inside of this trailer looks like? Couldn't happen that way, right? Seriously. But what if we do that and it becomes someplace else? A different trailer. Now do you believe? This is basically all I got. Every tournament, all I can do is show you guys little glitches within the game because I don't have too much else. Yeah, the Narnia. It's the Narnia trailer. That's what it's known as. And it's never really got anything cool. It's more to show people that you can actually do something. Or know something, really. So, just adding a little magic sprinkled into your day on a Friday. So it's a beautiful day to survive. We're on our first day on Great Bear Island. Dave has returned in full form. He's very grateful to be with his pals. You guys are having a wonderful day. I know that you're all still very worked up from seeing that trailer thing back there. But it's okay. Just take a moment if you need it. We all understand. Okay, so we're going to pass up here on the right some birch saplings. And then we'll check C-Spot, Kate's secluded corner, when we're leaving the other side of town. Sometimes you'll see right actually here before the entrance some birch saplings on the ground. Just standing up. And it's pretty nice. You know, I've always wondered, mega torches look a slight bit different than other torches. I'm wondering if they changed the look of them after mega torches were a thing. And they didn't quite change the updated look on the mega torches, because they always look cooler. Or a little different. Oh, another mega torch. This is all very nerdy stuff. Alright, so we're acquiring lumps. And this is the moment where we get the fire striker. We've taken a little bit of the illusion out of it by memorizing the loot pools like a bunch of nerds. But when we look in that little crate over there, we're going to see the glorious mega box of matches, baby. Boom!
Could end up being
63% as well. Metal tool designed to help start fires in the wilderness. This is again like a gigantic trusty brand matchbox. It's like if this guy had like 60 or 70 in it and it's 0.1 kilograms, the same weight as one match thing. Excellent start. So maybe there is no right answer as to which loot pool is right because it's down to player preference. But the jabroni style, this is the loot pool for us. So, We'll write down which loophole that is by looking at the Excel sheet. Deducing simply that we found the fire striker here in the abandoned mine, hacksaw and pry bar back in the whale factory, and then we'll write down which loophole it is so we can know where we're going to find the hammer and the rest of the stuff we're looking for. Mag lens, bedroll, hammer. All right, let's do a little spot fire right out here. Stay warm.
My fingers feel numb.
I want to start keeping a book on me at all times for fires. That bear situation could have been a little better for us if we would have had ourselves a better fire starter. Using torches to start the fire. Man, if we had accelerant too, we could have lived. Gotta be responsible.
Turned out pretty well.
You guys think we should fall off the mountain this time and lose all our HP?
Never felt so cold in my life.
Okay, man. I just did 2 lumps on that fire. That's what we're working with. Midlife crisis guy. Won't happen again. We've learned. Thank you, fire. I appreciate that. We're going to put the good genes on the outside. And so if you're ever wondering how the clothes work, it's kind of confusing. Our boy Cyrus actually told me one time how it works. So it's kind of a radial where you consider Will the center of it. So this line of stuff is the outer layer over here on this side. And then this line of stuff further away from Will on both sides is the outer layer. So if you're ever trying to figure out which one's outer to put the better one on the outside for more wind resistance or something, it's further away from Will, whichever side you're on. So this line further from his left side, and of course this side further from his right side for outer layer stuff. Kind of confusing. Well, it was confusing to me at first. Okay, we got frostbite risk until we get ourselves a sewing kit and we can make improvised head and hand wraps. These things right here are like makeshift gloves. And then the head wrap, the Davy Crockett Deluxe, is a substitute for hats. Because you'll be getting frostbite risk. Until then, covering up these extremities is importante. This is so peaceful, man. It's cold as crap. We're about to craft some tinder, chilling by the fire. That's what I'm talking about, man. It's so moody and cool. It's simultaneously beautiful and eerie. It's just everything. Love it. Really think we have a nice approach to the upcoming time as we survive. I can't ask for much more to be given to me besides the fact that we find a maple at Kate's Corner or right when we transition to Coastal. So I do believe Kate's Corner is right up there. Let's see if we can spot over there. This would be the move of all moves to get an early maple. Then you get that bad boy down, curing immediately. I hope you guys are having a fantastic Friday. Fired up. Seems like a lot of folks are enjoying the upcoming 3-day weekend. It's one of those weekends that's all about kind of cookouts and reverence for those who came before us here in the States, which is a good thing to have. Summer's coming. I think we're gonna come back and forge at the Riken again. I do think so, Fire. All right, this is the moment. All right, this is Kate's secluded corner. You see a ravaged deer. S.J. Adams survived the outdoors.
Too cold to think.
Yep. Arr. That's it. We're going to the Riken side.
Come on. It worked.
We have to go double lump since it was minus 25, and that'll put us over by 15 degrees and probably 2 up arrows, getting us warm quick. So maybe there'll be a maple over here, but I think that was our opportunity for the maple.
So cold.
Yeah.
Just gonna lay down for a bit.
So, no maple, but there is a chance we're going to get one in coastal. There might be another spot kind of up a bend close by. So if you guys know about that one, I'm willing to check that too before we transition over to crumbling. Yeah, before we transition to crumbling, I think on the other side of the road, there's like a little bend you can go up and maybe find a maple. So any map experts can shed some light on that potentially. Let's eat 44% sardines. Doesn't that sound delicious? Donated to us by Cactus. What a guy. Still no heating mechanisms like soups or anything, unfortunately. First morning on Great Bear. Seek the maple. We've got beautiful RNG on our side. Chilling by the fire. Hopes and dreams ahead of us. Life. Survival. This summer, we live. They live. All right, let's get a move on. Ideally, I'd like to be full warm before we travel again, but I'm also feeling kind of excited, like I want to move. Maybe I'll just wait a minute. I'm always conflicted between responsible guy and fired up guy. Life's many complications. When you leave Kate's, there's a chance of one and another chance if you go back to abandoned mine number 5 and go along the... That's what I'm thinking right there, is that second part, Fire. Like, abandoned mine 5, upper path to crumbling. Because I remember Silo told me about that one before. We checked it. It wasn't there, and I'd never seen one there. But all right, we're going to crouch while we go to reduce the impact on our ankles. Keep an eye out. Well, what's the goal for this run? I'll tell you which one to be. Well, what the goal is for us, Brandon, is we seek the maple. So I could go this way, but I think if I keep going that way, there's a way that I'll get to some maple spawn opportunities.
Can't feel my feet.
Gotta turn right here, right? Up here? Yo, what's up, Dunk, my man? How's it going, Duncan? How is it going with the Dunk Man? Tim Duncan. How are you, Dunk? We have some things to tell you. Some of it you're not gonna like to hear. So in that case, I'd be responsible, not fired up. That's good advice, Brandon.
Didn't work.
All right, we'll use the frozen angler for 80% chance. Desolation Point, I see. Yes, you do see correctly. Your eyes are open to the truth and the reality.
Come on.
It was a wild... It's been a wild time, Dunk. Full of a lot of spot fires. It was a beautiful
Come on.
occasion, though. It was a celebration of life, and it wasn't... So I just miss Willie valiantly fighting a bear. That's it, Duncan. And I appreciate you framing it that way. You did miss that. It was heroic, I'll say. And again, we were just talking about his ceremony, and it was a tasteful affair as well. Everybody looked great. Brandon was really wearing a nice suit. It was all black, much like John Wick. He looked very sleek and very respectful. Yeah. It's true. I hope you're doing well, Dunk. It's Friday. You know, it's a great time to play some TLD, I'd say. Aretha's well satiated. She got tuna and shrimp deluxe treat. It was fantastic for her. And yeah, there was a bear incident. Just crazy what happened. But what I can say, Dunk, you wouldn't believe this. Look at the stuff we have on day one. We got Striker and Hacksaw. So we got the best loot pool ever. I'm gonna go check the Excel sheet and find out which one that is, but we found the Fire Striker in the abandoned mine and the Hacksaw at High Burns. So we're on the best loot pool possible. Finally some grace given to us. It's a pretty decent Fire Striker too. It's in the 60 percentile range. No big deal. Alright, we're going for maple that we've never found. We're going to keep on learning maple spawn locations. How many can openers? Well, that's part of the sad news we had to tell you, Dunk. I don't want to be the person to have to repeat the bad news. But there might have been a goose egg involved. I brought great shame to those who love to open cans. Okay, we're seeking a brand new maple spot. Will it appear? I don't even know where it is, to be honest, so I won't know when we've gone past it. If you guys do know, I would love to find out. Obviously, I'll be able to see it if it does exist. I kind of feel like we've passed the maple spot. Okay, thank you, dude. Yeah, I was thinking it was kind of up here at one of these little openings. You've still never found it, but we're learning about where it is, and I'm pretty sure it's in this little stretch of area right here. Maybe next to the hollowed out tree. Okay, now we'll go over to Crumbling, and our next maple opportunity will be the transition. Once you get over there, you can turn left, and there'll be a clearing with both spawns that can show up. For now, we eat beef jerky. What a story. Okay, it's nice travel weather. So after roasting our chestnuts by this fire, I think we'll just take over to Coastal Highway. So if you look at the map, we start over here in DP. That's where we spawned. We're going to go westward to Crumbling Highway. There's going to be a car and a basement over there. We'll check. See if we can get ourselves a copy of Wilderness Kitchen and some wool socks. Then we transition to Coastal Highway, continuing our westward adventure. And then right after we get there, we'll look at that clearing to the left for those saplings. Coastal's where we're going to find our hammer and prep to circle back to DP to go on the Riken and forge together some arrowheads and an improvised knife. That bear's psychological claw through my chest felt like a knife to my heart. Look at this guy. Midlife crisis Dave over here. Listen, honey, I know the car payments are high, but I had to do something. She's upset. I impulsively bought a new car. Let's do it. Duct tape on the shoes. Ridiculous. Okay, we're gonna get inside another mine and we're gonna go through it. Probably pick up about 10 lumps. It's nice to walk around with about 25. Lumps have a nice economic sensibility to them. For what you get in return, they're not the heaviest thing in the world. It's always good to have a responsible amount of them on you. I like to carry more lumps than the average bloke.
Making my head feel thick.
Cured leather. We're taking stocks here. We're talking stocks here like an 80s business guy. Well, we do love the 80s, Duncan. So we might as well. And we did have bull market in here earlier, teaching us about the ups and downs of the Dow Jones. All right, our lump numbers are 12. Let's grab about 10 of them while we travel through here. We'll leave the rest. We are going to come back through here. That's why we're leaving a couple of these lumps. I want to start being a little smarter with my backpack. Since I'm not going to be using the flour for the first couple days, I can leave them where my curing items are, because why would I lug around heavy old flour if I know I'm not going to be cooking anything but empanadas and I have to get cooking level 3 to get there? So there's little improvements that can be made every time. But one thing we're going to do this time the same exact way is fall off the mountain and lose all our health. That's important to reprise. Let's not kid ourselves. Driving gloves for his new car that he had no business buying. Listen, honey. I have to do it. I'm trying to make Alan jealous. Alan drives around in that Rolls Royce. Alright, we're good on lumps now, I think. 25 is a solid amount. The good old days of yesteryear. That's it, Brandon. Lumps make great financial sense. The ROI is through the roof. Let's go have a 3 martini lunch to discuss our business plans. Nice, Duncan. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. That's what we do at those lunches. We hang out with McConaughey. We sing cool little tribal songs. Okay, on our way back, we'll grab the rest of these lumps for the forge and whatever else we needed on to travel around and do stuff. Reishi mushrooms. Cold out here. Trying to do some tactical sprinting to get inside before the drip. Do it. So, it's all about maintaining those vitals. Whether 2 weeks in or even at the beginning, you're going to be cold most of the time. It's good to get your fire started before the drip starts optimally. It's not always the practice that we actually put into motion over here. We are aiming to do it, though. Think about that. Tinder check. 5. Pretty good. This is how it goes. I like the beginning of the run. There's so much hope. So many mistakes in front of us, you know? What wonder. What optimism. Pretty soon I'm gonna go grab that banana, because I'm definitely feeling like getting some potassium in my life. Some of that deluxe chicken I was talking about. Let's see what the Bays man has to say. potassium. Yeah, we don't have any teas or soups, so we basically have no heating mechanisms. There we go. Normally I would like to heat up full before I even think about taking off. Right now we're pushing ahead. It's potentially ill-advised. I did want to get to the spot where we can sleep and start a fire next to the car up here. We'll take some cheeky little naps. Duncan, I hope that your weekend planned ahead of you is awesome. I don't know if you're going down to the IRL Dave's.
My fingers feel numb.
All right. I didn't have time to get that fire off without the drip, so I did the basement first. And then we'll sleep by the car after we loot this for a sec. Oh, Wilderness Kitchen by M. Hunter. So you can spam your cooking skill closer to level 3.
I could use this.
I don't know what's going on right now, but we are absolutely on the good side of Raph right now. Everybody say something nice about Chapter 5 as fast as you can, because this never happens. And if this keeps up, we got a shot here to get to 50 days, I'm telling you. Wool socks. We're already at 5 Celsius, pretty much half of what we got in 2 weeks last time. We're on the way, baby. I just bought the game to support Raph. There it is. And Chapter 5 was great, right? This is the run. Wool socks, baby. Hacksaw. Fire striker. It's just too good to be true. You know what? I need to warm up, and I'm gonna drip if I go out to that car no matter what. Now we can go out there and do a fire.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
We mentioned before, but one of the highlights to having 2 fire starters is that you can not waste a match by misclicking. Because if you have your torch out and all you have is matches, the second you left click, the match RIP. But with the fire striker there, it asks you each time, so you don't waste the match.
Damn it.
Alright, so it's okay, bud. Don't worry, we'll get it. Will sometimes gets indignant after not starting the fire. He just worked his way up to level 3 last time, and then we ripped it away from him. The drip just began.
Come on. I'll die if I don't warm up soon.
Okay. Alright, that'll put us over the top. And we'll get some water boiled while we take a cheeky 1 hour. So you got to get your little 1 hour sleeps in when you can on this Nagoa. And there's no multiplier for sleeping for long chunks since you don't rebuild your health. So you can just take these little 1 hour naps by sleeping in the bedroll in the car. Raph loves to steal my trusty brand matches. Unless I have my official Raph branded Fire Striker. There it is. I actually did just buy it last night. Last time I played it was free on Game Pass, so that was when Game Pass was a lot more affordable. Nice. Well, I'm glad, Pack and Play. I hope you're excited about going on the island, man. It's the best game ever. It's totally worth it. All right, let's get going. So we're still hoping for early maple once we bend the corner going into coastal. The way this run is going, I just have this weird feeling that we're going to see maple over there. Not a superstitious fella, but I can tell when the grudge is, you know, dwindling. Sarah Michelle Gellar told me so. So you know it's fact. Alright, we've already lost about 20 HP. Not our finest start from a health perspective. So this is the big moment when we find out if we're getting super early and fortunate maple. As soon as we transition, we get past the car and look left. Raph keeps being generous this summer. This is it. Commuter's Lament. I think Neo broke into the code and fixed the game for us in every way. We're getting everything we could ask for. We're about to get a Mackinac out of a safe or something, work boots. This is unbelievable. What sucks about this, I still might fade into the dark with all this fortune, you know? That's the worst part. What is my excuse after this? We're getting everything. Birch saplings, baby. And double the maple. This is amazing. All right, so let's... Okay, first I need to pull up the loot pool and write that down. I'm pretty sure the hammer spawns are going to be the usual suspects, like the log sort and Jackrabbit Island and things like that. Just need to make sure I figure out the loot pool number so I understand where we're going. And then we'll know where to put stuff. I guess I'm going to throw everything at Misanthropes. That's the closest spot. Get it curing as fast as possible. Need to keep a lookout for Timbies. They sometimes spawn over here in this spot. Nice traveling weather. Can't believe this. 2 maples, hacksaw, fire striker. Excuses eliminated. Jabroniness still intact. Okay, so we'll mine the bear since his cave is pretty much on the right side of this little rock formation we're coming up on. Looks like we see a bonus birch in the distance as well. Goodness. What a day to be alive. Best Friday ever. Hey, Miss Parker. Bonus birch. Initiated. Alright, I'm gonna want to do some crouching around this bear. Okay, I hear him grumbling. He's over there. You hear him?
Can't feel my feet.
Hear him shuffling around. Yeah, I don't know if he's walking towards us. It sure feels like it. Yeah, I'm just gonna go the opposite direction of the snarls. Whatever he's doing, I'm not trusting it. It's right over there. Sometimes I forget how you have to reverse goat to get into this thing. I'm nervous. Okay, I think we avoided that guy. We're gonna go into misanthropes, drop the maple, and just continue to find awesome stuff, apparently. 'Cause that's what our life is now. Being blessed. Great Bear Island. I'm just trying to do some tactical sprints to stop the drip coming from that temperature that's about to be at the bottom.
Never felt so cold in my life.
Holy crap. All right, maple's down. Trusty bread, don't get... All right, first note. Still got to look up the loot pool. Let me just right here. 3 birch. 2 maple. Misanthropes. My bread. Trusty brand, baby. All right, so now let's pull up the loot pool, figure out which one it is, and then we can write down loot pool, whatever. So loot pool is basically one big Excel sheet, and you can kind of use it to ascertain where you're at. It's super helpful. So the Fire Striker was discovered. It is loot pool 1, which means the Heavy Hammer will be at all the usual suspect spots. That's it. Yo, what's up, Graven? The man. The co-op man. How's it going, Graven? I hope that you're doing well. Yo, what's up, Haro? How are you guys? You've come at the right time because this is the run, I'm starting to think. How is you guys' day going so far? We're just writing down loot pool 1 and trying to be responsible. Oh, what's up, XD? How's it going? The Evo man. What is shaking, XD? We're over here nerding out. We just used an Excel sheet to figure out which loot pool we're on. And Raph has been blessing us with a ton of very lucky RNG. Unbelievable. Chilling, not in cold Canada, but at home. Beautiful, Haro. We're chilling too. I'm not tasty. Can you tell the cougar for me? Well, she's a territorial gal, XD. She likes to scream and howl, and if you get in her zone, that's it. She's crazy. I've gotten eaten by the cougar 3 times already. Well, let's commiserate together, XD, because I just got mauled by a bear in front of all my friends. And we're trying to be positive about it. And the one thing that's going good is that random number generation is on our side. The run, you say? In the last 7 in-game days. Yeah, it's great to see you guys. Surely that didn't jinx the run at all. Yeah, I know I'm not a very superstitious man, but we just went into a Narnia trailer, Graven, where if you open it below the handle, it actually takes you to a different trailer. And it made everybody just, it blew their minds. And I'm totally not projecting a feeling they didn't actually have onto them. with my bad little parlor tricks. I did find ammo, though. Time for revenge. This summer, XD versus the Cougar. He goes up against the toughest bad guy in the game, and he says, "I'm coming for you, Cougar." Presenting XD versus the Cougar 2, Revenge of the Fight. All right, so we wrote down the loophole. We're obviously crazy over here. What I was thinking about doing was going and grabbing myself a banana, since I do feel a bit peckish, as Will's vitals would indicate. And then I'm going to come back, fired up, obviously, maybe with a little bit of wisdom from hippies in the way of a tea or something. And we're going to continue, because I do believe that this is our time for success. Also, my chat told me to eat raw deer meat, and I listened for some reason. Guess what happened? Oh, that's tough, XD. You got to have responsible pals with you in your chat that care and have pathos for your will. Throat quote time. I didn't get food boosting for some reason. Well, now you know not to be swayed by those who are trying to see you get sick to your stomach. All right. So let's do quick bays, banana, and we're coming back just ready to just marathon this thing, kick butt, make some serious moves. Raw deer okay to eat? I don't think so, XD. I don't know. I think you got lucky on that one. I wouldn't try it too much. That's for sure. Not often, or you will be wormified. Okay, Bezos coming back. Righteous fury, storming all the steeds. That's the plan of champions. Okay, so far we found nothing on this road. It's been really scary. Oh, here's a bridge. It gets quiet, it's even creepier. Contemplation Bridge. Alright, let's contemplate for a second. Dearest Astrid, I miss you so much. Come back to me. Help me. I am hopeless. Alright, we contemplated. Now let's continue. Alright, I'll follow the power lines. Those will show me the way. Alright, we have a fence up here. Oh, I see some stuff over here. It's foggy. But it... Oh my gosh. The wolves are after us. We're gonna have to run to that car. Yo, what's up, Crossy? How's it going, buddy? We are in a new town this time. And we're trying to get away from all wolves and bears and everything. Even though it's a hunting tournament, I still want to get more bullets and get my feet under me. And then eventually I'm going to turn the rifle on the wolves. Okay. I'll continue to search these fruitless... Oh, a hunting knife.
That'll come in handy.
Good quality knife with a stainless steel blade. That's what I'm talking about. So I need to find out... Oh, new cotton toque. I need to find out if my hunting knife is better than my hatchet. Or if I should maybe just leave one at home. Alright, you know what, wolf? I'm fed up. I'm fed up. Whoa! Fight back! Alright, we have an affliction blood loss. The wolf was too much.
Need some first aid.
First aid! For his stomach. Okay, we're healed. Okay, infection risk. Use the antiseptic. Quick! For our stomach. Bottle of hydrogen peroxide. Okay. So we left a little bit of blood behind, and we have a hypothermia risk. Oh, did he tear up our clothes? We just repaired these clothes, wolf. Yeah, he took up my toque a little bit. This thing was at 90%. I don't know if he realizes how important that toque is to me. Okay, we survived to tell the tale. He needs all the help he can get. I thought I went the right way to get up here. Doesn't feel like it.
Okay, who brought the dog?
Go left from the creek to get up. Exactly, we're on the Will bus. Yeah, can you believe them, Yinzers? He even explained to him. Son of a gun. Sprained wrist. I don't think I have any painkillers, though. Oh, here we go. Well prepared, business Will. He is a little fatigued, though, so he's going slow. Cole. They do need their priorities straight. So we got a few more rose hips. Maybe next fire we make, we'll make some more empanadas so we can stay up all night. Leaving Coastal Highway.
Too heavy.
Okay, well. Ravine. Raven Falls Highway. They're going to change it to Will Falls after this one. Okay, we can stamp Will's passport now. He has left Coastal. He's got a few little stickers on there, starting with a heart around Pleasant Valley. He also has the DP, the crumbling. He's a traveler. His business will. Creaking and cricking. Alright, the wind is getting a little serious here on Raven Falls Trestle. Raven Falls Trestle, a place that you could go for great views after going to Allen's Cave. You guys are talking about my rose hip addiction. Well, glad you are, because it initiated all of those rose hips being sent this way, and I thank you for those rose hips. Thank you, Graven. Thank you, Fire, Duncan, Pack, and Allie for those rose hips. Man, this is just our day. I don't really know what to say. It's just everything is going the way of Dave. Dave rules. Turn down the fan for a second. It's all happening. I was able to eat a banana and half of a deluxe chicken sandwich. It was delicious. I feel re-energized and revitalized. And I also brought some hippie wisdom with us too. You guys will be happy to know that we have throat quote tea. And it's time. I hope that there's a seat or a couch or something for you guys to sit down because you're about to be blown away with hippie wisdom. You might not want to fall backwards from all this hippie advice. Prepare yourself. Get ready. Are you ready? Are you fully ready? Here we go. Earth laughs and flowers. Ralph Waldo Emerson. One more time. Earth laughs and flowers. Ralph Waldo Emerson. So it's always nonsense and hippie dribble, and I wouldn't expect anything else. They always have very famous writers and poets and things, but I think that they pick their generic, kind of universal advice rather than like profound things. Maybe more stuff that the general audience can get. When Raph tells me the earth laughs at flowers, yeah, we derp to that. I don't know what it is, Duncan, but either he's away for the 3-day weekend and he's partying and not focused on trying to sabotage our runs, but something's changing today. We're getting some good stuff. That maple never shows up. I couldn't believe it. We didn't even get the bedroll yet. So we got our throat quote tea going on over here with Ralph Waldo Emerson telling us hippie nonsense about earth laughing and flowers. Obviously, it's like meant to evoke nature and the fact that part of the beauty of earth and the way that it does it by laughing is to give us things that are beautiful, like flowers, I guess. But it does feel elementary like some of these quotes. Listen, man. Okay. I've never felt more optimistic. It's happening over here. Hope that you guys are having an amazing day. What we're going to do here is just kind of search through this guy's house. We already have the maples down, so the real beginning is usually getting that taken care of, and it's a dead sprint to do it. It really gives you a bit of a break so that you can get through some people's cabinets a little bit more and not feel like you got to sprint to get that maple down. So we'll just rummage through our neighbors' cabinets. It's one of our favorite pastimes on the island. Peaceful rummaging music. Grab that toaster. Well, I'll tell you, Dunk. I've actually been having a decent amount of luck finding enough scrap metal and then getting the toasters by Quincy's right before we head back over here to Forge. So usually between our two neighbors' houses and all the scrap metal I acquire, I end up close to about 8 or 9 and good enough for a forge. So I'm playing it a little loose with that. I am, however, going to tear up this guy's curtains. He's playing fast and loose with the toasters. Yeah. That's how we roll. Surely one of these bums has to have a can opener in their kitchen. Yeah, that's what if this run even has can openers in it, you know? I feel like anything could happen at this point. Anything is possible. Alright, so it's tough right now because the weather's so good, and it's going to turn when we sleep again, but we're going to be too sleepy if we try to leave the house right now. One more micro one, and we should be able to move. Okay, the saps are down, baby. Oh, look at this balmy yellow day. This is the best weather you can get for traveling. We'll try to hit up the beach for a few random goodies and go over to Jackrabbit Island where all those trees are. That'll be the first spot we can check for the heavy hammer. The hammer that is, you guessed it, heavy. See what this guy has on. What about the hanger? The hanger in Coastal, you mean? I don't know much about a hanger over here. Yeah? It has a spawn also. Yeah, so there's an Excel sheet, XD. If you would like, I can paste it in there for you. And it actually lets us know the spawn locations by doing process of elimination. So wherever we started, the hangar plus the gas station. Yeah, where we started told us that one of the spots is Quincy's gas station. And then one is Jackrabbit Island where we're going. The log sort in front of the trailer. The cabin between, or the fishing hut between Jackrabbit and log sort. So we have, because of the Excel sheet, a little process of elimination we can go down. And if you would like that, I'll make sure to send it over or paste it in there. And it helps you ascertain. And we know that those are the spots because we found certain stuff on our first day. And there's 4 loot pools. The hammer is at the hangar 50% of the time for me. Yeah. And that's another thing that's probably good too, XD, that it's nice to have that beginner like not awareness of loot pools and things, and maybe you want to have it happen randomly, so it might be better without an Excel sheet. We've reached threat level nerd over here, so we're just like you know, going to the spots and running amok. Looks like we got ourselves some random stuff here on the beach. No big fish. It's all good. I still use the map only when I get lost though, which isn't often. Nice. Yeah, and everybody at the beginning kind of likes to not, you know, blow it for themselves or spoil it for themselves by knowing too much. I was kind of the same way. Like, I liked watching people who were experienced at it, but I didn't watch any tutorials. So I would watch veterans of the game play it live, but I didn't need like a breakdown of it. I kind of wanted to figure out some stuff on my own too. Hey, it is a beautiful sunset here on Coastal Highway. You can't ask for a more beautiful sight right there. HP's about to drip, but I just wanted to bask in the amazingness for a second. Thank you, Back and Play, for those hips. I have almost 300 hours. Sick, XD. Yeah, I think we just got into an insane amount over here. I'll check on Steam real quick. Recently we checked it and it was you know, it's kind of embarrassing, but I think I need to be honest with you guys. Here we go. 708 hours. Holy. All right, let's rummage through another neighbor's cabinets. Loper difficulty. Well, if you took Loper and made it even sweatier, that's pretty much what we're on. It's called No One Gets Out
Doesn't come
Alive.
handy.
Crude broth. Fresh rainbow trout. And this guy already cooked it for us. Good old jackrabbit. Oh, he cooks a lot for us. So here's my thought. There's all this cooked food here.
Too heavy.
That's gotta mean, and if it's edible, that's gotta mean it was recent. So, where's everybody? Will's gotta know that if it's still edible and it's
Maybe we
cooked,
could find a place to
that it had
rest.
to have been within a week or so, right? Broth and fish and rabbit for my favorite long darker. Raph is so nice. My highest scheme. Oh, big moose, baby. It's happening over here. Raph rules. Salads at a steakhouse is awesome. Chapter 5 is infallible. All those things. Yeah. Yo, what's up, Goblin? How are you? It's great to see you, Goblin. You were absolutely kicking butt the other night. It is wonderful to see the gobs. We just found some Big Moose kicks. Ingredients, coffee beans. It's great to see you, Goblin. Happy Friday. I love when you find food in the oven that's 100% and the line is, looks like this has been here for a while. Like, no, someone just cooked that. Where are they? That's what I'm saying, see? Listen, man, where are they, man? If the food is cooked, man, then it had to be recent, man. Ever since Dave's breakup, Raph has been on our side. Well, looks like intrigue just entered the chat. I don't know why I said that, but either way, I think you're exactly right, Allie. That is what's going on. I eat raw food. Yeah, you wouldn't even have to in this instance. But if they did cook it, XD, where are they? Because it's got to be recent. Heavy drama. So it was the breakup that really did it. We just had to get away from his ex-girlfriend. They were separated, but he still had feelings. That's good throat coatness. I prefer raw.
This'll keep the lamp burning.
Sure will. This will keep the lamb burning. He always vacillates between Canadian and Southern. Toilet water. A little food poisoning never hurt someone. Yeah, it just made him have to sleep a little bit. Okay, so insane, amazing things are happening right now. As long as it's not an Aurora, we can travel at night with Big Moose.
Something's gotta go.
Sometimes when the sky's beautiful, it warns you of an incoming Aurora. Uh-oh. Bezos isn't having it, Fire. I have to allow your wildness. Between the lemon pound cake and the redneck talk, Bezos has been busy today.
That did it. Can't feel my hands.
I got you, Fire. Let me fire up some of this coffee. Ah! Crude broth! Let's put that crudeness right here. There we go. Your wild comments are allowed, Fire. All right, let's craft up some bandages to be responsible. Big moose kicks, baby. So, the mission is still simple. Just grabbing a hammer, and we pretty much acquired all the other things we need. So if we just hit the hammer spots here, we're going to check the other islands for extra saplings, and then we're going to go to all the hammer spots. Hopefully we find a nice convenient one. Then we head to Quincy's to gear up a little bit between Quincy's and their two neighbors, and then it's back to DP for the forge. All of it seems to be going, oh, Kia! What's happening with Garfield? What is shaking? You know, I just saw Kia when I was driving around the other day. He was stuck to the glass like this. And he was making everybody who drove by very happy. It is good to see you. All those hammer spots will hopefully have lasagna ready and waiting. That's it. 4-layer, baby. Oh, we're good on water. All right, let's eat some of this cooked food left by who knows, man. Oh, it's an aurora. Is it? Doesn't look like it. I thought I heard the music. I'm freaking out, man. You can have one in the first aid box. Emergency stim luck at the hangar. I'm calling it now. Yeah, it seems to be going our way, XD, so who knows? Herbal tea and sleep. Food poisoning lets you sleep as long as you want, and you won't lose HP as long as the herbal is active. Check that, bro. Yeah, so I think I was mistaken about the aurora. Kind of far away from the carrying capacity because we are a bit sleepy. Let's do it.
There is a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh, don't slow it, please. Everybody, tell Sandra, don't slow down the bus, please. Don't. It must go fast. Don't even think about slowing it down.
Just need to close my eyes.
Get a goldfish.
Crazy. You know, as awesome as the sapling spots are, yeah, I guess we should hit them because there is a heavy hammer spot at the fishing hut. So we'll keep going the way we usually do. We're getting a pretty solid warmth bonus considering it's nighttime. This is a spot you'll see birch. But alas, not today. How about this one? This is the random little island that will sometimes have a maple on it. We're not as hard up for maple as we usually are right now. But it's always cool to have more. Hasn't been mentioned in a while. But we are going to definitely need you guys to send me some rose hips. You can address them to Dave at Dave's Cave. And I'm good for it. Everybody knows that. It seemed like everybody was discussing my rose hip addiction earlier. But it's no problem. Thank you, Neo, for those rose hips. Thank you very much. What can I say, Neo? You're a legend. You're amazing. Here you go. I'm gonna put those in some rose hip pies when we get cooking 3. I think that'd be a swell idea. Bros, sniffing those rose hips. Listen, XD, I don't have a problem. It's totally normal. So just go ahead and send those rose hips over, and everything will be all right. Okay, we got skunked on the hammer. Let's get in this fishing hut. We're probably going to want to sleep right now. I would like to drink Joe and keep on moving. I think the weather is about to whoop us. Let's break down some scrap. In that little cabin where you always tell me to responsibly break down the scrap at. Well, it might be a bit dark, won't it? Always plans. No sub equals no rose hips. Oh! That's a good point, XD. I gotta put it as one of the ones where anybody can do it. It's a great point. I'll make that happen. If that's stopping anybody, we can't have that. Gotta get all the hips I can get. Alright, let's nap for an hour. Like I said, hammer at the hangar. Guard tee it. Cutting off your own supply. He's got a bit of a problem. No, it's not true. Come on, guys. Listen. Come on, let's not spread misinformation here. Let's just spread the rose hips on empanadas. I gotta make the rose hip so everyone can give it to us. You've survived 1 day and 11 minutes. It's been a pretty productive first day, I'd say. Thank you, Pack and Play. Thank you very much for those rose hips. Eats all the rose hips. Oh, no more for you. XD, you're turning into Rocky around here. He comes around, he says, yo, I ain't gonna give you in your hips. And he says, no hips for me every time. And now you're joining that club, XD. This is crazy. You guys are holding out on the hips. Alright. Let's check on what we got. We get a sewing kit? We did not. Alright, we're gonna hit up all these little cabins here. Try to do some looting. Stop at the last one. Yeah, they're holding outside. They're eating them all. Man, this cabin's always kind of a letdown. Last one's good though. Alright, I'm getting loose with my trusty brand since we have a fire striker and a couple boxes. The amount of conservation on the matches you have is definitely dictated by RNG amongst many other things. Sometimes one match will be the difference between days of traveling. It gets wild. Stale beef jerky. Hands shaking all over the place. Yo, man, come on. Come on, XT. I'm telling you, I don't have a problem, man. Let me get those hips. Listen, guys, you know I'm good for it. Come on. Get some of them hips. Alright. We're good on cloth. I think I'm going to go to sleep and just do it old school. Because I believe with the high winds, we're not going to want to power through with our big moose kicks. Yeah, 4 nice cups. Yeah, it's often a game of inches. 1 extra ketchup chip and you keep well fed type of deal. Yeah. Yeah, and adaptability is one of the skills I believe you really need to have here on the island. Kind of adapt to the RNG and the different locations and circumstances, and also one of what makes this game's so awesome, because it throws adaptability at the top of list of skills you have to have, which is probably one of the coolest things to see in a sport or game or something like that. It's fun to see the player have to adapt, I think. Most of what we see here is begging for roast hips and sometimes luck, as we're finding out. Cattails equal life. That's true. Some would say cattail also equal dreams. I need some. So, once we go to traveling again, we're going to hit the log sort up, and we're hopefully going to ravage the deer there for 2 guts and throw them in the magic blue trailer. And go check on the weather. Three down. It's about to be morning. I say we sleep for at least a couple hours. We got big plans. We're potentially going to be able to do some early foraging if we can get that hammer in one of the log sort spots or pretty close by, or at Quincy's. We're really expediting the process. I'll send rose hips if you can prove you can hold your hand steady. If it's shaky, no dice. Listen, Fire. Let's just send them. Okay, let's not worry about if I have a problem or not. That's up for debate. The real focus should be on sending the rose hips and addressing them to Dave at Dave's cave. One or 2 more hours, then we travel. And be nice and energized. I'm a simple man. I hear rose hips. I send rose hips. Thank you, Pack. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you. That's the type of not thinking about it I need, you know? I appreciate that, Pack. You know, a stack of papers has me a bit flummoxed. Sometimes I think you can use them as tinder without crafting them into tinder. Am I accurate when I say that? Newspaper or stack of papers? Like, are they a fire starter? Like a tinder would be? That you don't even have to craft? You just get less tinder that way. Okay. It'll be just half the amount, I'm assuming. You get 1 instead of 2. I think I can dig that. Okay. Starting a fire, heating the teas, traveling to the log sort. Hopefully, deer and hammer.
Come on. Turned out pretty well.
Yeah, you're doing great, bud. Minus 20. Let's do it. Probably unjiggle these and we'll get out of here quicker. Just have to make sure I don't lose track. It's Friday, baby. We're doing it big. Flowers are the Earth's laughter. Don't you forget it. We're out. Long dark rules. I hope you guys have some really good weekend plans. I'll be doing family stuff, actually. We are celebrating one of our family members who's kicking butt in the army. That's what I'm up to. Doing one of those deals. Good times. It's a very nice, mellow beginning to this whole thing. Hoping it's not a calm before a storm, and it's just a taste of things to come. We're going on a mud ride. Wow, that sounds like some good old-fashioned Louisiana fun. You might have to detail a little bit more for me, Neo, what a mud ride is. I'm guessing it involves some sort of motor vehicle and mud. That's about all I can get so far. Okay. 2 hammer spots here. One's right next to the blue trailer. The other one's one of these little fishing huts out here on the lake. Log sword. It's paying off, man. Chapter 5 is perfect. Continue. You guys thought that was all the greatness that was happening right now? Nope. There's magic coming up, baby.
Drop something.
Just when your eyes thought stuff didn't exist that does, prepare to be blown away. So I'm going to do some things here. There's a couple empty bunk beds. There's also an empty shelf over here. I'm thinking about moving all 3 of these things. What you see now will not be what you see later. Prepare for a plastic thing to maybe show up on this shelf. Boom. Holy magic. That's not all.
This will come in handy.
So you get some stuff sometimes. So now that you see bunk beds, we all know that these are just going to stay regular bunk beds, right? Or are they? Prepare yourself for magic. Holy crap. Couldn't happen twice, right? Maybe it will. Oh my gosh, look at this chonker. So sometimes there's nothing in there, but it's always still exciting. Because you die a lot in this game sometimes, and you want to impress your friends. Thank you, Fire, for those rose hips. We're going to the forge, baby. We're doing it quick. It's happening. I have Polaris Ranger jacked up on 44-inch tires, lots of trail sodas, good friends. That's what I'm talking about, Neo.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Pretty soon you will. We'll put it at Quincy's. How's that, Will? Well, I'm happy to hear about those redneck adventures, Neo. Polaris Ranger jacked up on 44-inch tires and trail sodas. I don't know what trail sodas are, but I have to imagine that that is a word for drinking booze. Maybe some brewskis of the Teddy variety. Making some cinnamon rolls is about as exciting as things are liable to get around here, but I'm ready for that kind of weekend. That's what I'm talking about, Goblin. I was discussing earlier that I think if I were making my dream breakfast, it would be cinnamon rolls and bacon. I also detailed shortly after that that none of us could sustain eating that every day, but that it's flavor country USA. All right, let's get to harvesting over here. We'll start with the guts, since the weather is liable to turn at any moment. Beautiful. There's 1.8 in there if we want to try to do micro harvesting. Bacon, yum! Yeah, big fan of bacon. I'll take hippie bacon. I'll even eat turkey bacon. I like thick cut style. I like low sodium style for those health conscious people. I like it all. Bacon is just one of those things that is undeniable. When you smell it in the house, you could have just eaten and you're still down to grab a strip off the table. Takes a little TLC and time, but if you just throw on, you know, one of your pals playing the game or something on the background, get some nice thing of bacon in the place, and it's pretty versatile too. You can throw bacon in everything. I think it's clear, we all know, bacon rules.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Yeah, it is. Alright, so each steak we cook is also 1 point towards our cooking skill. We're going to want to try to speed run this skill over here, the cooking skill, up to number 3, so that roasted empanadas are back on the menu. And we can stay up all night and potentially hunt when we would have had to sleep otherwise. Pretty rad stuff, I say. Thank you, Goblin. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've been getting enabled very nicely by my friends today, and I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Goblin. Did I miss the magic show? Well, Duncan, I got other consolation prize for you. It's likely that I'll fade into long dark. I did tell everybody about the Narnia trailer you told us about, though. So that was pretty cool.
That's done.
It was quite an event. Everybody was sitting back in awe. Okay, been out and about, not gonna ask you to run it back, man. Hope everything is good. Yeah, everything's great, QC. I hope that all is well with you. We've been talking about bacon, and we had magic shows. It's been pretty awesome. Summit Soda. So the reason that you break up the steaks to the smallest amount increment possible is because each steak gives 1 point of that cooking skill we're trying to increase. So more steaks equal more XP. And even if it's 0.1 kilograms instead of 0.5, it's the same amount of XP when you finish cooking it. Yeah, it's been a tough job out here. A lot of bears stealing shoes. Bear stole my shoes last shift. My wife left me because of this. She said all I talk about is the job. I said, you think I could just leave that job at the office? No. I'm gonna bring home stacks of manila folders and put them on the table at home. And I'm never gonna leave the office at the office. I'm gonna eat Chinese food out of a carton and mull over these files. Somebody's gotta do it. Even my captain said, you're working too hard. You need to take a break. This is why your wife left. I said, Captain, it's a personal thing you just said. I'm trying to stop the shoes from being stolen. He said, listen, you chill out. I said, listen, I'm going to get another thing of lo mein sent to my house. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. Boris is still at large. Somebody's got to stop him. It's going to be me. It's a tough job. I got to do it. Where's the bullet dodger? Man, Duncan, you missed it. There was this bear was playing psychological games earlier, and he was bending the system, and he attacked us. It was just a whole thing. Alright, I'm going to use the herbal tea as a heating mechanism for our travels. We're going to drop off the cured guts, get those nice and cured, and then start planning for our forge. I can't believe it, but we're moving. Look at this weather, too. This is a beautiful day in Coastal Highway. You can see anything. Crystal clear. Crystal Pepsi. Once we drop these bad boys off, we're going to put a responsible note about it. Two guts, magic blue trailer, locksword. Thank you for the hips. Let's do it. Okay, getting close to bedtime. Yo, Scabura the Terminator! What's happening, Scabura? It's good to see you, my man. Chris was in here saying that you're getting back into Terminator form. And that is the coolest news we could hear. Not really, I still gotta look at Larone. We're here, baby. And it's happening. I got a phone call. Serious business. Definitely, this is my afternoon entertainment, man. Yeah, I think we're on the same time, I think, QC. I think you're heading into about 4 o'clock right now, p.m. So it's just getting to be evening time for us East Coasters here in the States. What a time to be alive, man. We got tentative dates from Wrath that he's going to stay working on this game here for another 2 years, roughly, while he plans for the sequel. This stuff is always subject to change, but the man's been working on this one for 12 years already, and he's planning to do it for 2 more. So, definitely deserves his flowers for constantly updating a game. And I would say what's so cool about that is it probably doesn't look anything like it used to, and it's probably come a long way. And the benefits of working on it for so long are the fact that this is one of the best games ever, especially according to this jabroni. And the moose said, if you're not paying attention to me, you're dead. So he got me a beating. Oh, broken ribs. You're right, even if I pay attention to the moose, you'll still beat me anyways. He's a tough customer. Don't turn your back on the moose. Oh! This summer, Terminator versus Moose. Man versus machine is the story of the past. This is Moose versus machine. Will it be the Hollywood Moose? Probably, because it's a movie. Scabura versus the Hollywood Moose and Desolation Point. Coming soon. Alright, we're about to be over here at Quincy's. We're just going to break down our neighbor's toasters and get some scrap metal. Hopefully maybe find like a Mackinac or some work boots. Maybe another set of Big Moose kicks. Also a cooking pot or skillet would be cool to plan for things. With the cooking pot being the coolest because then we can make porridge. And spam that cooking skill we were mentioning. You get 2 XP for each pot of porridge you do. 1 for prepping it. And I believe 1 for eating it. Or cooking it or something. Either way, you get 2 points when you do porridge. Definitely helps you spam that cooking skill. The moose stole my batteries. All right, let's rummage through our neighbors' cabinets. Remember, you guys, when the game first came out, you couldn't leave the area you were cooking at. There was no pastime. You sat there the entire time. Oh my gosh. That's what I'm talking about, Sai. Because I just started 6 months ago, and I feel like I just walked into something that you guys have helped make wonderful for years, it feels like. Everything is so well thought out, and the whole procedure of it all is such a brilliant process. That's the perfect amount of hard to figure out, but intriguing, and none of it seems crazy. There's some stuff that makes you wonder why it's that way. Like, I often wonder why these Sadie Hawkins shoes are pretty much as efficient as the Nikes. They're half the weight. Temperature and windproof are pretty close. He thinks highly of Sadie Hawkins shoes. But I imagine he has reasons as to why they're sort of equal to a pair of Nikes, which would seem on the surface like a much more suitable set of footwear for a perspiring or a prospective survivor. Aspiring was the word I was looking for, not sweating.
Too much stuff to carry.
And, had a few bear maulings rattle around my brain, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't watch the bear fight. Seems like that bear was offended at you trying to make a fire. Yeah, he was playing games, Duncan. That was the thing about it. There was some unpredictability happening. And when we stalled out on the fire because I didn't have a book or a stick, the percentage was low, and it was my final attempt. All right, let's do a scrap metal inventory here. We have a nice 5, so we're going to get 2 more here. Pretty solid stuff. Heading into the nice warm part of the day. Man, TLD rules. Nike, are you not waterproof? It's a good thing we held on to that torch. Yeah, I was thinking, Scarborough, that maybe the Nikes would be a little bit better than the Sadie Hawkins, which seemed kind of like a ridiculous thing to survive in.
Might have to drop some gear.
Okay. Yep. They were out there, troving around. All right, so we got Pinnacle Peaches, high quality peaches, halved, and all kinds of other goodies, ketchup chips, double time. I recently ate ketchup chips IRL for the first time, and let's just say 10 out of 10. Amazing. Really good stuff. And I'm sure that there's a really good brand you guys know about, and I would love to learn about it because I absolutely enjoyed it. We ordered some, and they came, and then they were quickly not here anymore because I ate them all like a monster. Gotta change my diapers again. Dude, I just looked at the bear clip. I think the Lay's all dressed up flavor is a take on the ketchup chips. Oh, is it? Cured gut. A gut that has been cured can be used for crafting and repair. I think this is banned. I think cured guts and maple are banned in the tournament, so I'm just gonna probably leave this one.
Too heavy.
Now, I'll probably get some, yeah, that is banned from the professionals. Thank you, Fire. What I was thinking. So, the reason that I believe Big Fish PT and Chef Maria wanted that one banned is because it makes you be able to find it and then make the bow faster than they're wanting you to. They're wanting this to be a real survivor-style beginning to your run. In my estimation, this is me just guessing. I'll tell you guys, PT is the absolute man. I love that guy. Okay, so we got a hacksaw here. Let's compare. Keep the coolest. But Larone's face was priceless. I really jumped. Skipper, are you talking about the boardwalk bear? Because I think that's the one you're talking about on the clip. And I got some heart pills first. Knifo says the ketchup Doritos are the best. Holy crap. They have ketchup Doritos? Doritos are a staple, man. Oh, wilderness kitchen. All right, let's go to our other neighbors and hit up some trunks, baby.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Okay, I might have freaked out at nothing right there, but I'm super slow, and I don't even think I can sprint with all this gear. So I'm glad I found out there. Woo! I'm scared of nothing right now. Alright, I'm shedding some weight here. This is some serious weight shedding music. We can also make another Davy Crockett thing since we found our things. We can also harvest this and make hand wraps and another head wrap. And it's also likely that double Davies is better than this cotton too.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
So we're gonna make both these at our neighbor's house and improve our warmth bonus. Yeah, we're working on the railroad with this one, right? In the tri-state area, we can get Humpty Dumpty brand. They also sell pickle chips. Humpty Dumpty brand, huh? Where's this clip? I need to see Larone bear dance. It's a favorite TV show of Beulah's. Those are guarding the hammer barrel. They are. Little do they know that Raph likes us now, and we found another one. Big secrets. All right, last neighbor that we're gonna loot. And then we're headed to the forge to do big things. Trusty Brand, baby. It is so wonderful to be friends with Raph. Oh, listen to me. You better be friends with Raph if you want good gear. You talk bad about Chapter 5, and you end up like me, in a freezer.
If I could drop any of this gear.
Pretty happy about those vitals besides the HP bar. But that'll be tuned up the second we get to the ravine. We should be at full strength. I'm just feeling good about this. Morgan Freeman sounding fish there. Yeah, maybe it was because he was a wise fish. So he had that Morgan Freeman kind of vibe about him, you know? He said to sleep for 7 hours. He also said if Brad doesn't stop messing around with Gwyneth Paltrow, they're never going to solve this case.
I could use this.
Oh! Double the shirts. He looks ridiculous. Oh my gosh. Look at those arms. Alright. Enough fooling around. That was hilarious. Chicken Arm Willie! Good lord, I think I just closed my move ring on Apple Watch for the bear jump scare. Good lord. Oh man. The numbers. Yeah, that one got me, QC. I'm not gonna lie. That poor fish wrote a single comment about Molly's characterization changes in episode 5 and got turned into a popsicle. Sick world we live in. I know. That's the thing. If you start making commentary about that, you better be ready for the ramifications. You're gonna end up in a freezer too.
I think I need to lay down.
Pretty bogged down. We got a ton of gear at this point. We're nice and stocked up for a fat forge. 11 liters of water is pretty insane as well.
Something's gotta go.
We're hoarding. It's a keeper. Thanks, QC. That was the Boardwalk Boris right there. Shortly after that clip where he embarrassed me in front of everybody, he started texting our girlfriend too. And literally 2 days after we decided maybe to go separate ways, they were already talking. Boris is a scallywag. Maybe don't need that many liters there. Yeah, I'm hoarding all this toilet water. We're gonna put it right here, Doc. Alright, so I'm gonna slam a couple cups of Big Moose Kicks. We're probably gonna get on the road. I always mention
Might have to drop some gear
to you guys that the reason I make my bed in the front room is because it's actually the warmest. So I like to kind of set up things up here. I'll even move this fridge and throw the lockers in here just if I'm feeling crazy. No big deal. That's a hood bear. Sure his name wasn't Pookie. He hoodwinked you. I know, his name was Debo Boris. That's what he was. Squirrel Master ain't gonna be around all the time.
All right.
trying to jiggle coffees or teas with a torch in your hand is OCD person's nightmare. Because he pulls out the torch every time after putting it down. And there's like a little hitch and delay in there. So no coffee or porridge, I'm sorry, from a cooking pot. That would have helped us spam the cooking skill, but we do have 2 things of Wilderness Kitchen, so we can kind of read our way to the top. Like some serious, I don't know, smart folks. You can fake it till we make it. We are unburdening ourselves, one toilet water bottle at a time. As for the rest of our weight, let's see if we can drop anything while we go to the forge. We have a decent amount of food here, I think. And maybe we'll do 1 beachcomb next to the Riken to grab a fish to eat during it, just in case this isn't enough calories for the big party. As far as traveling goes, right now we're heading into the evening time. And it gets a little colder pretty soon. We're also at about 9 o'clock, a little past it, for fatigue. So it might be smart to have a stay-at-home night and just do stuff here like Wilderness Kitchen and things like that. Because we could get our full fatigue and travel tomorrow, or we could go tonight pushing ahead. Sometimes you can kind of force it by trying to go too early, and this might be one of those instances. Because there's definitely some stuff to do. I can craft some clothes. You think so, Dunk? You think we should go conservative here? Ah! What in the world? Never wanted to eat that fish. Guess we're a little short on cloth. I don't think I tore up enough. I guess I tore up not enough of our neighbor's curtains, because I now need about 1 or 2 more, because we're going to need 1 for the knife we make over there too. So on our way out, we'll go to the neighbor's house right across the road and tear up a curtain or 2 before we go.
If I don't rest soon, I'm gonna faint.
You like the pan flute, Dunk? It's got kind of an Irish pub feel, you know? Definitely some Dave's Cave vibes here. Come on down for the half-off price. Get 'em while you can. Something like that, you know? Like a sea shanty type vibe. Everybody's drunk, swaying from side to side, enjoying the discounts. You know, I can call myself sober, but we all know that rose hips might fail me on the sober test. Hey, nice music just passing by. Well, thanks for coming on down, 80Y. We got half-off appetizers, the best vibes ever, and the jukebox is going to be fixed real soon. So you can hear music like this live in the bar. No big deal. So come on down and enjoy those great deals. Some offer Onion Ring Tower as our best half-off appetizer, and it's greasy as ever, much like the bar. So we can just slide that appetizer down to you from far away. Come on down, 80Y. Okay, so I think with our low fatigue, it would be wise for us to have a responsible night. Without a fire going, I won't be able to read Wilderness Kitchen, and that's one of my favorite things. So I suppose we'll start with a sleep, then maybe later into the night there'll be an aurora, and we'll be able to do activities. Just something to think about. Yeah, this definitely got that Irish pub sea shanty. Stumbled home. I woke up the whole family when I came in the house and broke something. It's beautiful weather now. Nice balmy evening. Alright, curtains torn. So now we'll use these to make makeshift hand wraps. And sleep for at least an hour or so. Then we'll get back to maybe Wilderness Kitchen once we get some rest. Really enjoying this game. Much love from Romania, dear friend. Nice! Yeah, we got some Romanian friends in the mix. It's great to see you, ADY. Much love to you as well. We're all unified for our love for this perfect survival game. And there's just nothing like being on Great Bear. Even after I play it, I watch the pros play it too. And I watch all these awesome folks kick butt on the island. Beautiful. All right, later we'll tear up these leather gloves for extra leather, and we'll throw on those ridiculous gloves. Right now, we're definitely treading into Boxcar Dave territory here. Pretty much all aspects of this guy looks ridiculous. He's 7 Celsius warmth bonus, which is only 2 to 3 Celsius off of what we had after 2 weeks last time. We get ourselves some advanced stuff here, and maybe some improvised insulation after making nature call with ptarmigans. It could happen for us. I'm optimistic. Optimistic Prime. Salute. Yeah, we got some Romanians in the mix, Chris. It's awesome. Just needs his bindle and a can of beans. Yeah, a bindle being bandana tied to a stick, right? I think that's what a bindle is. And we do have a can of beans, so yet another aspect. Big Moose kick. Oh no, throat coat tea. Okay. So right now it's kind of the middle of the night. Seems a little windy out there, and we're just gonna rest up. Tomorrow's a big forge. Right now our metal numbers are up to 8, which will give us 10 arrowheads, and 3 of those metal will go towards the knife. And then we have the 1 cloth for the knife too. We got double Davy rocking. 10 minutes and you get cured leather off these gloves. Can't beat that. Interesting to see you using the Celsius system. Well, I'll tell you, ADY, I romanticize things a lot. And in this game, it's in Canada. So even though I would use gallons here, I say, you know what? Let's do it in the spirit. Because I like to play this game for a lot of reasons. One of them being it's so immersive. So I said, why don't we just more immersify ourselves by keeping it in the spirit? You know, what do you say, eh? Let's keep it as the Celsius system, eh? And do bad impressions, ruining any respect I just had for the Canadians. The numbers are wonky in freedom units. Yeah. So I guess we're just going to stay up on the rest because it's going to be a long travel. And a lot of hours we're going to want to stay up. Since we pretty much have everything curing, we don't have to worry too much about it. Catching up on our rest. One hour at a time, since there's no bonus in this one for sleeping for long chunks. Now it's time to munch on some of these dry goods. A stale chocolate bar.
Oh,
Ah!
I just want to die.
That was 51%. Just throwing that out there. Stale chocolate bar was what I ate to get this food poisoning. Looks like the Boris and Raph boys are at it again. Old Debo Boris got word back that we've been getting some good RNG. Decided to throw a wrench in that one. Chocolate bar is one of those ones you have to be careful with. Yeah, but I don't think there's too many instances, Duncan, where we're going to pass up a 51% chocolate bar. You know what I'm saying? Especially in these streets. When calories are at a premium. Yeah, it's probably still always going to get eaten. Majority of what I eat are in the 40-30. That's crazy. Yeah. I think it's low percent. It's still there for us, QC, unfortunately. Stale chocolate bar. So now I have to think about antibiotics or reishi tea. There's some reishi if I start heading to the entrance to Crumbling Highway there next to the burned down cabins. There it is, yeah. You can leave the food outside in the cold so it will last longer. That's true, 80Y. That's true. Usually I like to leave the meat outside, the fish and the steaks and stuff. I definitely do that one. Yeah. Yeah, they've been hooking us up for a little bit here, QC. And then now they said, no, that's it. You're getting too big for your britches. So, we're going to be losing HP. So we probably have to change our plans and go straight to the reishi stumps and whip up that. And then sleeping is either going to be in one of the cars, God help us, or back at the Riken, or the lake, or the lighthouse. Gosh. Or you go to Misanthropes after the Rishi, because you'll be dripping HP the whole time, right? So we might want to go Rishi, Misanthrope, then in the morning go to the Riken. And I think we have to do it now. I just learned last time when we got food poisoning, again from something this high up. What did I do to Raph? The ex-girlfriend thing. All right, let's go. 10 hours of sleep to cure. Yeah, and it's going to drip the whole time, right? So let's just go Rishi, Misanthrope. So it's cold as balls out here. It's already at 3 o'clock on the temperature. Beans, beans, the musical fruit. The more you eat, the more you toot. The more you toot, the better you feel. Let's have beans for every meal. Nice, Molito. Very well said. Ah! Okay. So, we got some issues. There's like 70 things we have to do here. We have to get past ghost wolves to get the Rishi and to get to misanthropes at this point. Everything we come across is going to be haunted and want to kick our butt even more. You can stop these bad guys with a fire. So obviously, that'd be good. But we're dripping HP because of this unfortunate food poisoning issue. So we have to get to those 2 spots pretty much, or we're just losing health. So life over everything for sure if we run into a haunted animal, but I don't know that we can abandon the plan, or we're going to be just taking hit the whole time we're inside trying to avoid these haunted Aurora wolves. I was going to eat that chocolate bar, poison him with it. That was my vegan chocolate bar, and it's special. And I saw you thinking about eating it, so when you did, I made sure it was the stale one. Woo! That's rough. Okay, here's what I think we need to do. We obviously have a few issues ahead. I think we're going to do a quick Bezos so he can tell you to play Fortnite, and we're going to come up with a responsible plan on how we're going to deal with like the 30 wolves ahead of us over there that are likely going to become haunted and more mean. And heavy drama, obviously. Okay. So, this is when I need expert advice on how to handle. We have food poisoning. We want to get to the Rishi stumps and to misanthropes to sleep off the food poisoning. And if we don't go and do these things right now and wait out the Aurora, we're obviously going to be sick from the food poisoning, dripping HP every hour. I think it's like 1% per hour you drip. Just for having it, not curing it, and going to sleep. So heavy deliberation in the nation, I would say. The drip is from fatigue, isn't it? I'm pretty new to understanding it. Yeah, I appreciate that, Duncan. That would be awesome. Because Duncan's talking about checking the wiki, and we'll learn about what takes your health away during food poisoning. Because I've only gotten it a couple times. It's usually low percentage that you get it when you eat stuff that's above 20%. And just randomly, I've gotten it a couple times. It's 10% per hour while not sleeping. Yeah, that's pretty harsh, huh? So that might mean we have to push through this Aurora and just be ready to do spot fires if we're getting close to bad guys. That's what I'm thinking. That we move ahead with the plan, and then I look to see if we have accelerant. I'm pretty sure we do. And we'll just do an accelerant fire when the boys come through. This is one of those things that we love and loathe about the Long Dark. I would say I love it more than I loathe it, because there's part of you that feels unjustified in getting that very random food poisoning from that. But you could obviously forego all foods sub 75%, but who in their mind could do that? It's crazy, right? Like, that's the way you avoid it. But early game with no calories around, we're gonna be eating that chocolate bar. There's no avoiding it. So, we're gonna push through, spot fire with accelerant, Let's be responsible and diligent, I would say, because we got some serious RNG. I do not want to get my butt kicked right now, man. Gotta eat. Okay, no accelerant. Golly. This is a nightmare. So, if you're new to TLD, what is... Okay, now they're running off. I think they're swapping out. What happens is the normal ones run off, and then the ghost haunted ones show up to the scene. Oh, no. So that's what's happening. He's fleeing, and then the monster ones come out.
Damn.
Oh!
Come on. Well, thank goodness for that.
Okay.
My stomach. It hurts.
I know, buddy. I'm sorry.
Oh, it hurts.
We're trying to get you Rishis. It's like they tag out and head back to the locker room. That's it, Versetti. Tag team back again, ready to scare you during an Aurora. And you can hear their ungodly moans and groans. It's like, my stomach, it's gonna be eaten by ghost wolves. I gotta focus.
Something's making me feel tired.
All right, we're about to take off. I don't know what's gonna happen. We can drink Big Moose Kicks, but we are losing HP like wildfire. I gotta say, this is one in the books for antibiotics. I've been leaving antibiotics behind, but if I'm gonna start getting bad RNG, and it's gonna drip half my HP away, no more am I leaving antibiotics behind. Not sure if I even found any on this run, but it's just the principle of it. The principle building of it. Alright. Couple more torches and we're out of here. God help us on these spot fires whenever the monsters come. Antibiotics weighs about 0.1, so in sense, skipping them. Yeah, no longer, Duncan. I'm a changed man.
I'm gonna need to rest soon.
Do not let the beauty of this night fool you. There are ghost wolves around. And their radius is off the charts. I just want to know if anybody is hip to my scene so I can start the fire. So far, so good. This love of dusty chocolate and rusty dog food got us into another pickle. I'm still... the jury's still out on that dog food, Doc. I don't think it was rusty. I'm not buying it. I never skip antibiotics. I learned that lesson long ago. I'm blowing it, Versetti. Look at that HP. We've been given everything. But just when you thought you had it all figured out, I verified that you have no idea what it was because you shoved it in your face before looking at its condition. Yeah. And I verified that there's no way it was rusty. Shoved it in your face. It's always those cans of dog food from the time of the Carter administration. That's it. All right, let's go grab these Rishis, craft them, and get to misanthropes. Well, I gotta tell you, the sketchiest part might be traveling to misanthropes between the bear and the other guys. The only other option is a fire next to the car over here. There's no more indoor locations for a while. Those lights are loud. I don't know what was going on over there. Any idea where the next restock of birch bark will be? I think we'll find some birch once we go to the ravine. We just are kind of on like our first or second day here. And so we really haven't even gone that far yet. We're still waiting to go do our forge. And this whole food poisoning incident is putting us behind the ball for sure. Quite ridiculous, I say.
I'm getting weaker.
I know. It's that chocolate bar, man. Nuts and stuff. It'll get you. This sleeping in the car thing, to me, would never have been an option normally. But because there were so many monsters to get to misanthropes, I felt like this was safer, even with the random weather that's likely going to blow out our fire after an hour or two. Just because dying by those monsters without an accelerant or anything was pretty high probability. So, I forego misanthrope for the purple car here.
Goddamn freezing.
Okay, buddy, take it easy.
That did it.
Double lump. Let's get this Rishi in us. He's dripping all over and he's whining.
It hurts.
Ketchup chips. So, stale crackers. Come on, fire. Ketchup chips. Now, I gotta try those Doritos ones Knifo was talking about. Alright, so it's almost morning. Now it's all about weather. It looks like we might have lived through the aurora. Can we sleep this off without the blizzard coming and destroying us? I know, this is crazy, man. I said from Candy Bar. Can you believe it? Our old friend got us. Now it's all about the ever-changing weather, allowing us to sleep.
Day is dawning.
Is he the optimistic man, even though he's dying over here? Getting taken out by a sweet tooth. I know, Fire. Can you believe this? Not an ideal situation, but you got this. I appreciate it, Versetti. Just trying to stay responsible. Against the odds. Looks like we're just knocking out 1 hour at a time over here. Most of the time, there would have already been a blizzard. This might be our last hour before the fire goes out. Heavy drama. There it is. Oh, beautiful. We had a 25% chance of hitting. We're gonna take 1 more hour while we can. Oh, yeah. We're gonna blow through lumps sleeping right here. I think it's life over everything. Oh.
I'd eat snow if the hypothermia wouldn't kill me.
Oh, Sweet Tooth Willie. Yeah. This is tough. So we have 1 more car and the basement, which we can't sleep in because of the bedroll, of course. Still on that mega drip, we need to sleep it off. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have pushed. We're gonna be expending some lumps. Mega drip is so real. Man, the food poisoning will get you.
Feels like something is sapping my energy.
It's a chocolate bar, buddy. That's what it is. You almost did it, Duncan. I don't know what... We're not gonna have too many lumps. Pretty much we'll have for the forge, and then that's it. There's a basement shelter nearby. There sure is, Rossetti. Unfortunately, that basement does not come with a bed, and we are bedroll less. So it
Turned out pretty well.
there's limitations that Will Mackenzie has for himself. And one of them is he'd rather die than sleep on a floor. He's just not having it. We're on one of the bad loopholes that doesn't give us a bedroll. I was just waiting for Duncan to chime in about his favorite bedroll. Yo, what's up, Rush Build? This is my favorite game. Me too, Rush Build. I can't tell you how great it is. I'm over here getting my butt kicked by complete randomness, and I still love it. I'm about to go to the cave at this point. At least there we know the wind won't blow out our fire, because we're wasting lump after lump, man. These are my lovely lady lumps. Oh my gosh, I forgot there's no leaf bed in here. Oh my gosh, Mr. Carter! I can't handle it! You can sleep in the car without a bedroll, Bean. If you go to your radio wheel when you're in there, as long as the temperature's stable outside, you can sleep in there and a bedroll shows up. It's pretty rad. So, I blew it and forgot that there was no leaf bed in this cave. And as I pushed forward, there's definitely not a bed in any of the caves or anything we're about to go through. So it looks like I'm running back to the car. This is a series of misfortunate events and also negligence. This is what we talked about before, adaptability. And as you can tell, sometimes you're not up to the task. But we're going to bounce back. And we're going to find a place to sleep off the rest of these hours. Let's do a count on how many that is. 3. Lord have mercy.
Disappearing. Well, this is a shitty way to die.
It really is, buddy. And I'm not okay with it. I'm not okay with this. This is bull crap.
Die if I don't roll up soon.
I'm trying. Raft giveth and Raft taketh away. I know. That couldn't have been in a better start. We were about to forage in like 2 days with everything curing. We would have had a bow made in 6 to 7 days with an unreal
There's life out here.
start. Raph is whooping my tail. 3 more hours and we're home free from this prison of food poisoning from a chocolate bar. I still don't want to stop saying that it was a 51% chocolate bar. Dear God!
So cold. Feeling
Back to the sanctuary and safety of a 2005 Honda Civic. That's a good one. RIP all of my gear, basically, by the way. Matches and lumps and everything. Dear God, that's it.
Come on, come on. Oh, I didn't die. Right. Well, thank goodness for that. Can't feel my hands. Too cold to think.
Wilderness, RIP. Ah!
There's life in here.
Stumbling. Not happy about it. 40%. Now we're going Wilderness Kitchen. This is our life. This is tough. Trying.
That's done.
Can't see the wind at all. I think I'm in the wind.
Fingers feel numb. All right.
Yeah, they're cooking me up, Rush. Yeah, I was thinking it, but not thinking it too much. Don't. That would have just been like, dude. I mean, after this, with the fires and the blizzards, this has just been a complete onslaught from the raft man.
I don't rest soon, I'm gonna faint.
Going dances. Trying, Neo. Food poisoning gone? Yeah, we got rid of the food poisoning bean. Wasn't easy. I don't think I found antibiotics early in the run. I'm gonna just live in that coat, but I'm never leaving them behind anymore, that's for sure. And Dave would appreciate me doing that to him. Oh, Yenzers. You and your NSFW pound cake stuff. I will say, I may have blown it on fatigue. Every piece of fatigue matters at this point, pretty much. Nice. So I can't play games with this fire. It's basically all torch fire. We got to get to the lighthouse like no before, because we're going to fade into the long dark until the lighthouse. Aurora means no blizzards. We can get through this. Try it. Scrub bushes near you. Yeah, I was trying to break down those scrubs. It wasn't happening. We went with old school sticks. Alright, I gotta really move. Hopefully 2 torches is enough. Go! Stumble your way to freedom. I might even have to forego lumps and live to fight tomorrow and come back for the lumps if we live to get to the lighthouse. Once the fatigue gets to the bottom is when the HP starts dripping. 1 HP per hour. Doesn't look like we have too much to spare. We're trying to stumble to the lighthouse. Lighthouse has a stim as well. Seen better days. Mad dash. That's what it comes down to. Lighthouse or bust. Oh my gosh. Willem Dafoe. The guy from Twilight. Starring in The Last Push. All right, we're trying to do as much as the crow flies. I could sleep in the car. I didn't even think of that. Spot sleep in the car. Ooh. Yeah, we got one even closer, Versette. The old blue pickup truck.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
Oh my gosh. I hear heartbeats. This is Deja Vu from my game Larone. Deja Vu, starring Denzel Larone in It Happened Again.
That did it.
Okay, we got well fed, but very little time to celebrate.
So cold in my life.
Well fed hype. Over here you can see that we are well fed, which means we can carry more stuff. All well and good if we can be alive. We do get more HP from that, so that actually is pretty high. So it gave us about 5 HP, which might, after one more hour, get us to the lighthouse to recover. So bigger hype than even anticipated. Yeah, this is pretty huge.
Something's making me feel tired.
And you dash the lighthouse, that's it. We're dashing. Mrs. Dashing, baby.
Can't feel my feet. Damn, I'm freezing.
So now we can breathe for about a millisecond here. I think our first obstacle after recovering a little bit fatigue-wise is going to be food, actually, because we don't have too much food. Without a cooking pot, we can't make anything with these running river oats. So during the whole hullabaloo, we kind of had to go through our calories and are going to need to do some beach combing. We're going to have to go old school like the old school. Let's hope for some more random food here in the lighthouse. That was freaking intense, man. So we're on Heartbeat Alley, but we're definitely in a better spot now that we're next to a bed and none of our vitals are directly being threatened. We'll just go ahead and get that calorie situation taken care of by going on the beach. We could tell you were locked in. Got the stem tube which heals. That's it. Part of me wants to take it just to get off Heartbeat Alley. We'll think a little bit more. Oh, antibiotics, you say? Well, we're keeping them. Antibiotics, never leave home without them. So this thing, you see what our temperature is? It's pretty good. Fatigue is at about almost 9 o'clock. We could sleep for a couple hours, but we're running out of the calories if we do. So we could just wait out the wind and then do our beach moves. Let me do a firewood check. 1 lump, 1 cedar wood, and 3 tinders. So obviously we're not going to be able to forge because we have to get the forge to a minimum of 150 Celsius. So it's going to require us to get back to the lumps. So whether we go to Scruffy's cave or back through the cave we came, we definitely have to get more lumps before we're able to fire up that forge to the appropriate temperature. There'll be probably like 3 lumps at the forge, and we need a total of about 10 to get it going. Thank you, Bracetti. There's a soda behind the laptop? Okay, I'm gonna check there. Alright, hoping the wind dies down real soon. We're gonna stumble our way to the beach. So we get lumps and food, and we can do a forge if we'd like. Yeah, I like the lighthouse too. And they told me about it being really cool during an aurora. And it is. It lived up to the hype. I was over here during an aurora, and this thing was mind-blowing. It was like 2001 Space Odyssey. Let's do it. All right, any beach experts? Looking for all the hot spots, baby. We got a Hollywood moose over here that isn't home. It's probably on the bridge, stunning on everybody. No, I thought I just heard him. It's at the beach. Perfect day for the beach. There could be stuff right out front in the of the lighthouse. Further to the right. All right, I see some stuff. I'm gonna save your life. 12,000 calories. Fish time. Lawrence Fishburne.
Turned out pretty well.
Feels like it's 3. We're barely above, but I'll take it. Trying to conserve on these lumps. We got 1 left to our name. I was talking about your boy, Neo. The fish man. He teaches us Kung Fu. And they've been breaking into the Matrix on us over here, Neo. Trying to take us out. Candy bars. I heard you bring up Larry. You gotta see him build as Larry in some of his early movies. It kills me. All right. So now we'll talk about lumps. We have the place we just came from and Scruffy's as 2 options. But Scruffy's also comes with Scruffy. So there's definite downside to that one. The lumps might be limited in Scruffy's, not sure. So that was a bit of a scene, wasn't it? Boy, not a lot of scruff lumps. Think you don't. Yeah, that was a big scene, man. So I'm just...
There's a bomb on this bus.
God.
If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh, don't slow down, please. I'm telling you, if you slow down, there's something gonna happen to this bus. Please. Don't slow down the bus. Thank you, Bean. And I'm glad that you agree we shouldn't slow down. Bus. He better be showing up on there. Sometimes Bezos tries to keep him from showing up visually. Nothing like buzz cut Keanu. Watch your temp. Just make sure you guys don't slow down the bus as well. Thank you very much, Bean. That's awesome. So we're gonna get lumps. We might even have to do more beachcombing the rest of it. So we might have to hit the rest of the beach that we didn't do down this way to look for more miracle fish to sustain us if we really think we're gonna get through a forge. So it's eat, back to lumps, back to the fish on the shores, forge, hopefully. Here's another random problem. I won't have any visuals to go through the cave if I let this fire go out. This is my only torch. And I gotta go get lumps, no storm lantern. So I might need to use my only lump to pull torches. Hey, what's up, Sam? How are you? I gotta tell you, you make things nice around here, Sam, so it's wonderful you show up that way. Hooking me up with hips. Thank you, Sam. It is great to see you. I'm just hanging out over here with my opportunist kitty and having a pretty good time. She's back here behind us, and she says hello. She is well satiated because earlier she got one of these bad boys, the deluxe edition. Enabler. Oh, yeah, this is the squeeze au thon et crevettes, which is tuna with shrimp. No big deal. All right, so we had to use our last lump. What a tragedy. We're gonna aim to get about 10 in that cave, and if we fall short of that, we'll probably get about 3 right next to the Riken that we can count on. And it's gonna be a real tight forge, calorie-wise and fire stuff-wise. As you can tell, Sam, and a wreath in there, we're doing really well, and we haven't incurred any issues. It's just been smooth sailing over here. We almost incurred death by chocolate bar. That would have been up there with death by cutting a chair as my most shameful acts. See, we can laugh about it now, Sam, but it wasn't a laughing matter. We almost faded. We had to stumble to the lighthouse. Yeah, death by chair this summer, just when you thought you could sit down. Yo, I'm tired. I've been walking around. The chair bot bites back. All right, you know, we've had a big day. What is this, chorus class? always impressed, man. Guy needs to settle down back there. I never regret jumping into a Larone stream. Thank you, Sam. Why do they sound like Aurora Wolves? I guess they've been hanging out together, mixing it up with the wrong crowd, I would say. So there's a one-way mine if we want to go looking in there. I guess we'll see what our resources are after we go to the other one. Howlin' and yowlin'. One-way mine has probably maybe 5 or 6. Might be worth a shot. I think I need to be always picking up sticks since we're definitely low on firewood. We're gonna need a minimum of 20 sticks to get above minus 20 Celsius at night. Let's continue. Heartbeat is our kind of standard part of living now. We grow comfortable in it. Up arrow outside, baby. Oh, nope. There it is. It's kind of fluctuating. Hanging on. We're trying, Neo. There's been some scenes, man. I know you guys have been coming and going. It's just been quite a adventure. It started with RNG looking our way at every turn. All of our gear is resting already safely under the tree back in Coastal Highway. Oh gosh, I forgot this Nico with madness. Yeah. I think we're in a good space, though, Sam. We've accepted who we are, and I think our approach to it is the right one. And I think we've got what it takes, and the right mental approach, really. Which is basically just understanding that we're not going to bring much of a mental approach, and you know, just being who we are. Seems to be our groove. And Stella got it back. All right, we seek the lump. It's a very simple plan. We look for those glorious lumps on the ground. Every lump counts. Every lump matters. No lumps left behind. And we're gonna make a U-turn and probably go to the one-way mine if we feel a little short on supply. But I'm pretty motivated by the amount we're acquiring. At least for the forge. Lump numbers at 11. I hope that you guys have had a fantastic Friday. I would say ours has been the most fun thing in history. I don't want to speak for you guys, though. I've been having a pretty good time. I think we have 13 lumps, 14 lumps. It's going to take 8 of them to get that furnace cooking. And then the other ones will just keep the fire going longer. On the forge. I think we're good to go. Now it's about getting calories on the beach next to the Riken, getting some rest, and making it happen. Forging ahead. And hope you guys like heartbeats. Sounds like we're examining the baby in the mom's belly permanently. You guys will be happy. Will and Astrid, you're going to have a boy. But you're going to have to listen to his heartbeat for 3 hours. Oh, yeah, I can see. Look here. He's got the same haircut as both of you guys. Really short, regular hair. You guys should be proud. I don't know. Oh, yeah, I can see here. He's got Santa Claus skin tones. Porcelain white skin and rosy cheeks. He sure is a Mackenzie, all right. Ten toes. He's got quite the sweet tooth as well. I see him eat all kinds of nuts and stuff bars already. The chocolate bar aspect of it all just makes it that much more ridiculous, you know? Getting sick from a chocolate bar. It'd be super cheeky to sleep. Temperature doesn't seem like it's going down. It obviously couldn't in an hour. Did we get cheeky with it? Go with the oneer? I'm thinking about it. I think we're doing it. The no fire cheeky car sleep. Yeah, risky business. Pretty much every activity we do is life or death at this point. So how do we feel about forging? 14 plus the 3 we're going to get, I think we can handle. We'll get these ones on the way back for our life if we're still moving at that point for the future. Make sure to get Hollywood Moose's signature. You want his headshot, Duncan? You gonna frame it and put it up in your dry cleaners? Nice of you. He's a local celebrity, you know? Hometown boy. Trying to block as much wind before we get out into the open ice. That temperature. Now we're about to get cold. Oh! Alright, mad dash at 1 mile an hour. I'd have to sprint here in a sec. We go in the Riken until the wind dies down before the beach come. Get the calories on the beach to sustain us during the forge. Gotta make sure we have those fish first. No guarantees they're gonna be out there. I'm telling you, Duncan, right? That's the beauty of the game, really, I guess. Because otherwise, the pros can just figure it all out really easy. They probably still can. But eating those calories is almost a must-have at the beginning. What a day, Denny. I've been getting destroyed. Woo! Okay, we're gonna sleep in this bed for a little bit and wait for this wind to get out of here. Golly. This has been a lot. Alright, I'm gonna get to full warmth before we go out there, even with the wind done. Let's warm up for a couple more hours. From this, we know to keep antibiotics. But also, think about carrying some reishi with us to deal with such low rolls. Yeah, probably prioritize reishi more, too. If you haven't gotten antibiotics yet, put it on your checklist of things to have while you're gonna be rolling the dice. Far be it, or even though it's low odds, it's still good to just have so you don't get such a detour in your run like this. So I'll just get those stumps on the way in, like it's something to do, more than just I can get it later if I don't have antibiotics. Yeah, it's a tough job. There's Bear out here stealing shoes. You guys you wonder what happens and why I always talk about the job? Well, somebody's got to stop these Bear from stealing shoes. Boris, he's still out there. He attacked us on the boardwalk. He sent that forlorn Bear after us for psychological games. Think I'm gonna stop? No. I just ordered Chinese food right now, and I'm going to work on this case. All right, there we go. And so we will get a thermos in here. We got Brian Gold Stay on Target to help us with our archery skill. We got.
I would drink almost anything about now.
He definitely needs some water too. We gotta start that situation. I'm checking now the secret thermos spots that are up front here. Sometimes you'll see it around that area over there. But I think I need to not worry about a thermos when I'm about to die. Let's check the percentage on that dog food before shoving it in our mouth. 89%. What a luxury. So, I'm worried a little bit about thirst. I wonder if dog food gets or takes away thirst. I can't remember. I can't imagine the gravy in dog food is thirst, right? Grab the lumps in that box? Yeah, I'll get them on the way back, Dunk. Let's go get our fish. Alright, this is all just complete randomness. Stuff will show up out here on the shore, and it's pretty much luck of the draw. I think it's an Aurora. Oh my gosh, man. What you doing to me, Raph? It's a ridiculous hat. Yes! I didn't have time to make a bid out of it. I'm sorry. I know that's a huge disappointment. No fish puppeting. Sadie Hawkins shoes. Oh, look at that thing. Look, man. It's beautiful, man. It's like the galaxy speaking through the universe, man. Talk about breathtaking, man.
Can't see my hands.
Yeah, dog. That's it. And we're gonna go stop the water drip now. Just needed to get a little bit of calories, and we'll be pushing it with our dog food and our fish to sustain during this. Dog food does give you a small amount of hydration. Nice. Good work, Bean. Alright, let's do it. Throw in 8. First 5 are 100 temperature. The last 3 get it 60 more, so it's at 160 now. We'll use the firewood in between our lumps. We're gonna do the water trick to start off with. I'm gonna try to get off the drip here. You let it go for 2 minutes, and then you boil whatever you just took. Hopefully it works. Son of a gun, this dirty water. I'm kind of making a scene over here. There we go. The dangers of carrying stinky streamer girl bathwater. Yeah, and rumor has it, Duncan, that they've taken those commercials down, so they're not being displayed as much. I think after a while, people were probably getting sick of a girl telling us not to shower and just to keep streaming. It's unsavory advice, to say the least. Alright. One tinder, one newspaper. So I just have to maintain these vitals before I can get going with my stuff. Just gonna take a little bit of patience on our part. There we go. Alright, now that's it calorie-wise. Once we eat this fish, we're gonna have to live to the end. We're gonna also be tired because of all this vital maintaining here. So I'm a bit worried about our fatigue not lasting long enough. We're going to have to make sure we definitely get in the knife. And then the arrowheads, it'll be as much as we can handle fatigue-wise. $10 doesn't seem like it would burn in that time. Not something I can risk repairing a shirt in between. Time to forge, baby. Built, forge, tough. Alright, we're still definitely not out of the woods yet. We're very much in a sketchy part of town. Forging around Aurora should give your arrows an electric damage boost. Nice, Duncan. Very innovative idea. Advised. Alright, we're getting down to it here. The arrows are going to be a little short, unfortunately. Only other option is spot nap in between with lumps on this thing so it stays as hot. Might be our last one here. I think we keep the fire going and do a spot nap. Add log.
I think I need to lay down.
Now we're getting super cheeky. Still haven't found the thermos as well. Be nice to spot that bad boy. Yeah, I tossed it on the bad boy.
My eyes.
2 left. Arrowheads 8. I feel like 10 is better. We can push for 1 more hour, or we do cheeky in 1 more hour. Calories are also getting low. I think we just push. Time of day, heading into the warm part. Alright, let's talk calories on the way to Coastal. Or here, if we're not going to live. We're at about 9 o'clock on calories, and we've pretty much exhausted most of the typical options on the way back. There's probably a couple pieces of beach on the side closer to Crumbling Highway of the lighthouse, like that other side. There's probably still some more beach. And there's probably a Ravaged up there too, in Kate's Quiet Clearing. Not a bad call. Fatigue's going to be a bit of an issue, so we're going to be living cheek to cheek. There's this darn thermos. There we go. What kind of thermos do we have today, Dunk? Did you see what kind of super awesome person or movie was on the side? Yo, what's up, Skillet? We're serving them up eggs over easy, baby. What's shaking, Skillet? How you doing this evening? Great job kicking butt in Rocket League, by the way. You were rocketing the league, to say the least.
I need to find food.
Skillet plays in tournaments in Rocket League, actually. And drives around in a race car playing soccer and making cool trick shots. Terminator thermos for all RTs. Nice, Doug. We've been on a Terminator thermos kick these days. Might have a Ravage out here. Big mystery. Duncan, thanks for just being the man, dude. What can I say? You freaking rule, Duncan. What run is this? This is NGOA. It's an acronym that stands for No One Gets Out Alive. And as you can tell, that we're going to be included in that. But we're scraping and clawing and ravaging.
Find a place to rest.
The biggest thing I can say about this one, Skillet, is that your health doesn't rebuild when you sleep. So you have to be a little more responsible with it, I suppose. Something that we're obviously still trying to figure out. It's basically ravine for sure, for alleviation for us. Get all that birch. For now, we ravage. Micro ravage. Yeah. It doesn't regenerate from sleeping, so you get it back when you drink birch teas. If you find birch bark, 2 of them, and then craft it to a tea, you drink that. And over an hour, it gives you back 5 HP, and that's the one source of health regeneration. It's either that or stims, which give you, I think, 10 to 15 health, and then just crash you out. I do have one of those. Alright, we're micro-harvesting this ravaged deer for cooking points. Still optimistic that we'll maybe be able to survive. That realism won't really even get close to hitting us until we get to Ravine, which is 10 towns over, pretty much. So it's going to be an epic journey to even live and get our HP off of the heartbeat. This is crazy, but man, what a challenge. It's been so fun, Skillet. I've faded into the long dark more times than I'd like to admit, but we're definitely being pushed, and I feel like we're taking things a step forward, you know? That's what you're supposed to do.
Anything right now.
Checking on our firewood. 12 sticks, 6 lumps. What's the challenge? What's up, Aaron Steele? How's it going? We're doing the Nagoa right now. In 1 second, I'm going to paste the rules in there so you can check it out. And it's super crazy. We were just talking about that with Skillet. How you doing, Aaron Steele, on this Friday? What is shaking with the man? Drinking tea for calories before meat cooks. Well, I'll tell you, Aaron, if I could, I totally would. Unfortunately, I'm tealess. Without tea. We're trying our best. We detailed it a little bit earlier, but the reason we broke up our stakes instead of 0.5 stakes to 0.1 is because you get a point each time towards your cooking skill. And ours is likely to be ascending almost to level 2. Cooking 2, baby. Cooking 2. You're getting better at cooking with camp tools. You don't burn things so much, including yourself. 10% calories from any cooked food item. You remember this one, Aaron? This one's been kicking my butt like crazy. Let's go, Duncan. So when you happen upon a ravaged deer that has 1.1 kilograms worth of meat in it, you can break down those steaks into 11 rather than 2 if it were 1.0. Because somehow just being that little remainder number there makes it so you can micro harvest it. Pretty rad if you're a super nerd. Alright, let's get to Beachcombing. Man, and level 2 fire starting. What day are you on? We are on day 4/5. It's been the most amount of stuff in those 4 days, too. Just scene after scene. Now we're going to run into fatigue issues. So where do we sleep? Golly, we're just battling. Let's see if we can get some fish, and then we'll sleep maybe in the lighthouse. I need to see what I missed. Yeah, Sam. Every scene under the sun has happened.
so tired. I could just lay down right here.
Taking a drip right now. Let's go inside and get to sleep. We're going to have to come pretty shortly right back outside for calories, but let's get off the drip. Mother of all. Dude. How many of these scenes today? Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's nice to be off Heartbeat Alley. Clutch use of the stem will win turbo mode. It's turbo time. My dad's Turbo Man. As Will touches Void, Void touches Will. Jeez Louise, now Roller is turning into Yinzers. What's up, Roller? Thank you for rolling in on this Friday. Boy, can that Sweet Tooth Willie run. Here he is, Sweet Tooth Willie, the new prospect out of Alabama. Boy, this guy's running like crazy. Yeah, I saw him eating a pound bag of Skittles in the backstage before the old combine. And boy, now he's out here just sprinting around. Sweet Tooth Willie. He spent a little time at junior college because he was too busy at the convenience store buying snacks during class. Sweet Tooth Willie, a hot prospect. Let's go get some food. That's a Cthulhu drop for you. Nice. Look of focus, determination. Guys. Alright, I think we gotta sleep for another hour and hope the wind goes away so we can go out onto the beach. I'm thinking there's some spots between here and Kate's secluded corner. We hit the beach and then we go to that other ravaged deer. Some more snacks. My heart is still... We're off of Heartbeat Alley, but I'm still feeling the adrenaline of that last encounter we were just in. Boy, that was intense. Convenience store. We lived above it. They called it the Black Lodge. My gosh. I'm not sure what all this is, Roller. It feels very cryptic. Or like some sort of... psyop thing that's unlocking like a super soldier with language. Twin Peaks, nice reference, Roller. Yeah, I like a lot of Dave Lynch's stuff. It's pretty wild, to say the least. I will say that I don't think I'll ever be watching, what's the one called? The elephant one or something? The one with the guy with his hair sticking straight up? What's that whacked out one he has that's just terrifying? Eraserhead, yeah, I'll never watch Eraserhead again. I'm one and done with that one. Fine cup of Big Moose Kicks. Eraserhead was a one and done. He makes these like really artistic, depressing movies, and Eraserhead was good art, but it was just one of those ones that makes you feel just weird after you're done watching it. You liked it, Duncan. I don't know. That one was crazy. Davy Lynch. It was good, but it was like sad and weird. We're kind of getting low on our vitals here. Without a cooking pot for porridge, it's pretty much calories or bust. This last micro nap is our last one. Our calories are getting too low and well-fed's in jeopardy. I'm a fan of Double Davy Lynch. Mulholland Drive is my fave movie. Nice, Duncan. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Blue Velvet, too. Obviously, Lost Highway's got a lot of respect in the streets.
Never been so hungry in my life.
Double Davy. There's always room for Dune. Captain Picard, embrace the spice. Pretty good movie buff, I'm learning, Roller. All right, it's happening. The unthinkable. Now, I think it really goes without saying what this means. I just used 24 roast hips for calories. So, I think we know. Eraserhead was like watching someone's sickening nightmare while they slept. And I mean that as a compliment. Yeah. It was definitely that. Thank you, Duncan, for those rose hips. It's hip to be square. You know, it's Roller, it's also hip to hook me up with hips. Oh my gosh, Wada. We have Rishi? We have some Rishi for calories too. Alright, we're gonna have to do this all very fast. 120 calories. How much water we got? Oh my gosh. We are down to the wire over here. HBO's the wire.
All right.
Yeah. Is going to be within... Does anybody know if it's faster to cook Rishi mushroom tea or rosehip tea? Because it's going to matter. Yeah. We're trying to hang on to well-fed here. We don't have a calorie to our name. He refuses to eat prepared rose hips to keep well-fed. He has his limits. He just won't do it. He also refuses to eat cut mushrooms. Also, he's above that. Our guys had to step away phone calls. No problem, Melito. And neighbors show up. Did I miss anything good in the last half an hour? Well, if seeing me die almost 70 million times on the brink of death is something good, then I would say so, Melito. Well fed and then getting it back gives you 5 HP. Precious moments. Precious moments. So what I'm over here being a baby about is the fact that my well-fed is gone. Well-fed is acquired through eating calories for 3 days straight, and it gives you the ability to carry 5 extra kilograms. Fortunately for us, we've pretty much used all of our gear, so it's not really like we have much to carry anyways, and it doesn't look like we're encumbered. So I just need to suck it up, Buttercup, because it's gone. It's gone for 3 more days. Well, and life keeps on. Son of a gun. Rhoda, man. Thank you, Melito. There was a moose. There was a stem. There were wolves. Stuff happened. Larone handled it like pro. Yeah, we got some Aurora inbound. So Beachcombing's going to be a little haunted. Missing angry moose for sure. let's make up some tinder. Loudly. Red rose hips. So we'll keep calories in our belly to stave off the drip, because if we get to the full bottom of hunger, we lose 1 HP per hour. It looks like we might have to try to do some checking around during the Aurora. Thank you for those rose hips, Sam. I just used them for tea. It is a tragedy. An absolute tragedy. So now to get back our well-fed, on real life, I mean, they don't really like to come out much. I've only seen the Aurora a handful of times, yeah. Real life Aurora is probably life-changing. I don't know if I told you guys, but I saw the Grand Canyon. That's probably one of the best things I saw. And it was cool. It was very cool. I'll say that anybody who's going there, you don't have to plan a giant trip around it. You can actually make it a side quest of your main trip. So if you're just doing stuff out there on the west coast of the States, yeah, it is amazing, Sam. Check this out. Ralph Waldo Emerson has something to say to you, Sam. He says, Earth laughs and flowers. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Yeah, maybe the storm churned up some new beachcombing stuff. I'm hoping so. I'm hoping that we're also ready for the battle of whatever's going to come out there, because we have to kind of look during this Aurora. We're out here on Disco Fever World. Okay. If anybody thinks it's a bad idea to go out there and beachcomb and then go to Kate's Corner during this, I'm all ears. But right now I feel like I have to kind of be hasty. Man, it just is so insane getting back to riding this ship. I don't think so either, Dunk. I want to see the Grand Canyon for sure. I live in Fairbanks, so the views here keep me entertained. Nice. I'm not sure where Fairbanks is, Skillet, but I'm glad that you're next to beautiful views. Grand Canyon felt like you were on a different planet. You really, it puts the creator in the creator. It's unbelievable. Yo, what's up, Raglan? Larone X, baby, that's it. How's it going, Raglan? And how is life in the UK? I hope it hasn't been too rainy and that your Friday is going very well. We had the amazing Sam here hooking us up with rose hips and telling tales of Moose Past. Raph the creator. Yeah, right, Dunk. Yeah, we have to get food risky, but so is taking the drip from hunger. How's it going, guys? It's good to see Rags. Look how cool it is, though. If we're going to fade into the long dark, at least it's under the lights of the disco ball. Hot today, blue skies. Nice. As you can tell, our skies are green and pink. And the haunted animals are trying to come out. Short time, Coastal Highway was not, in fact. Had a rough going, Rolla. Raph's wrath come after you. So sometimes there's wolves over here. I guess we're taking our chance. We're gonna go warm up by a fire next to a deer up here in Kate's secluded corner. Let's hope there's no ghost wolves.
Weak.
We're taking the drip from hunger right now at 1 HP per hour. Not salted. In the UK, the biggest predators we have are probably hedgehogs. So we're fine in Aurora. Wow, hedgehogs are serious, huh? Kate's secluded corner. Oh, burdock root.
Fingers feel numb.
I saw a moose like a month ago just chilling outside my job. Yeah, you know, I was thinking about the other day, Skillet. I want to open this moose conversation. How bad, A, is the moose? He straight up eats leaves all day, and he's still a hoss like that. He's the coolest vegetarian in the game, right? Because he's formidable, that guy.
Turned out pretty well.
I mean, badgers are pretty bad, eh? Are they? Badgers seem like they're pretty intense. I think they just get frightened. We've had moose just walking right into stores through sliding glass doors. Good lord. What a sight that would be. You're in work and then all of a sudden that happens. Kate's better have some snacks in that corner. That's it, Bean. Some of that ravage. I'm just trying to wait till I'm warm enough to survive going and getting a steak. We're real close. We're also going to get that burdock root. Go!
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
The beauty of the aurora. But you can sometimes have a can opener. Oh boy, wouldn't we be lucky? Been happened so fast they couldn't send out the salt trucks. All right, looks like to survive getting a steak, I needed to be at about 6 o'clock temperature-wise. When I worked as a zookeeper, well, we got to unpack that a little bit more there, Sam. That sounds unbelievable. We had to put food for the bears and clean their indoor area. My God, Sam. There was a hatch which stopped the bears getting back in while we did it. Oh, God. The head keeper said to me, if that door fails, I'm not waiting for you. I'm straight out of here. Don't mess with a bear. Holy crap. Sorry, essay. No problem. I want to learn more about all this, Sam. This is wild. Worked as a bear keeper. What beautiful experience to survive on Great Bear than with real bear interactions.
Can't feel my feet.
All right, we're about to have our first steak. We're going to be off the drip. Beautiful. We're just living moment to moment right now with this run. There really hasn't been a break since the chocolate bar, really. This summer, the evil chocolate bar reigns supreme. I have not run into a bear too close just yet and don't really want to. Yeah, I don't think I do either, Skillet. They're very intimidating. They kind of rumble real fast. John Candy wins. Yeah, Roller, I'm very happy to learn that you have such movie knowledge. I'm a huge movie buff. I don't know if you guys know this. It's the only time people use the word buff and me in the same sentence.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
All right, now fatigue is rearing its ugly head again. That better have been the most delicious chocolate bar in Will's miserable life. It was stale, Versetti. Nuts and stuff stale. Bedroll will be nice right around now. It was only for 6 months, but yeah, it was an amazing experience. Bears, wolves, tigers, lions, lynx, a jaguar, a cheetah, reindeer, ostrich, monkeys. Oh my gosh, monkeys. Can you imagine being in charge of the monkey house? Otters, meerkats, capybara, and tapir, to name but a few. Wonderful, Sam. Well, I can just say this. I'm glad you made it out alive. Because that sounds crazy. It was like every man for himself. The guy said he was leaving you behind. Burdock Root is next. And then probably sleeping in the car in the pickup truck. The lumps we got are 3. So we can go into the one-way mine and grab more lumps if we'd like. But we're going to have to sleep in the truck probably first. Heavy drama, absolute monkey business, not my circus. Not by monkeys. Yeah, monkeys are wild. They start to get indignant with you. They know that they're behind the glass, and they just start being crazy when you go see them at the zoo. Those guys have wild personalities. They go bananas, Roller. All right, we're chonking. We're about to start taking the drip from fatigue now. Let's compare calories here. I'm pretty sure it's more calories if you just eat it as au gratin potatoes. $2.75, and the tea is 110. Let's go sleep in the pickup truck.
Something's making me feel really tired.
I can give you some information about what's making you feel tired, buddy. You've had probably the most ridiculous 48 hours anybody's ever had in their life. Au gratin's the way to go, baby. Haven't had au gratin potatoes in a while, man. Those things are awesome. All right, let's see how cheeky we can get. Not very. All right, R.I.P. Trusty Brand. I've seen 3 movies so far. Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back, and Wild Hogs. Now, Versetti, I'm going to guess that you're joking, because if Wild Hogs was one of the 3 movies any adult has seen in their lives, they have experienced as crazy of a life as this will. For Wild Hogs to be one of the 3. Let's do it. Let the cheek begin. "5 days and 5 hours. This man's been alive. Cheek. Cheeky breaky, that's it, Roller. We're letting our cheeks fly. In chaps. Alright, now we make a judgment call together. We can do 1 more hour. You can see what our fatigue is. We have to get pretty far through Coastal Highway to the next bed. We can also go to the one-way mine over here. We want lumps. My long-term lump land is the abandoned mine in Pleasant Valley. Once we get over to Coastal as well. So it's 1 more hour in the car, exercising our final lump, or we can go through the one-way mine over here right next to us and get more supplies too, before heading back to Coastal. Vodka must flow. Can't craft some improvised chaps? Oh my gosh, Rossetti, your sense of humor is fantastic. I think 1 more hour. All right.
Something's making me feel tired.
Because if we need to stop to warm up, the lonely lump will even be enough.
Looks like I made it through another night.
He's all happy about it. All right, so now the debate is one-way mine for lumps to get us, basically to make us live. They might be the thing that keeps us alive if a blizzard shows up between here and we're pretty much all the way up to the abandoned mine. So I think I'm answering the question for us here. We have to go through there and get a couple lumps. Yeah, let's go get some lumps from the one-way mine. We're gonna go lump it up. 1 lump to warm them all. You guys are really awesome. I appreciate the support. We've reached threat level Will Knight over here, and there's no question about it. This one's gonna go down in the books. As far as us, just adrenaline and excitement, man. This has been wild. All because of a chocolate bar. Let's do it. Here's the bad news. I think I've been through here. I think this is how I got from the other side. Yep. Forgot about that little tidbit, gang. I got reclaimed wood. Looks like it's reclaimed for us. We're reclaiming Chief of Jabroni Town. Quincy's crunchies are the best. Alright. This might be our last walk here if we don't plan it out appropriately. We're going to walk all the way to any indoor location, obviously, if weather gets crazy. We'll go to Misanthropes. It's the first bed between here and there. Then we have to rush through the other mines, skipping lumps. I'm pretty sure we walked back for those before the forge. That was the one we skipped. This one we did not. This was the first one we went to right after leaving the whale factory at the beginning. And I just had forgotten about it. Sad scenes this summer. We're about to do it with reclaimed. 6 reclaimed.
I'm gonna need to rest soon.
It's probably Misanthropes or bust. I could try to... Sad music for lumpless Sweet Tooth Willie. This summer, Willie meets his maker. Does anybody have a chocolate bar? The chocolate bar would be his last. We ain't gonna make it, dude.
Goddamn
Yikes.
freezing.
Reclaimed. We'll see. Might have to pile it on.
Come on. Come on.
Skillet. It's about to be Will over easy in this skillet, isn't it? Ride
Come
Willie.
on.
Scrambled. We're back in the alley.
Come on.
Bunch of roughnecks.
Are you serious?
Oh!
Come on. Come on. It worked. Kind of close to that skillet. I need emote for that. You think so, Sam? Have to get it done. Wind kills his fire. It might be curtains for us. We need... Oh, boy. Well, the only thing blocking this wind is nothing! I can't believe it. This little hill is somehow stopping it. I'm not going to question it. The hood blocking the wind. This game has it all. Yeah, Raph is the man. All I can think about is food.
One-way mine, maybe? Have to pause here. This is, we're about to fade. You might have to go one-way mine for temperature. I know that in the front it's still cold in that one-way mine. But it should be warm enough time of day that it won't be. That's the only place we can get stable temperature at. We have to go back to the one-way mine. A busted down blue pickup truck.
That's a good idea. There we go. Josie Brand. Alright, we're looking for straggler lumps. Ooh, we got a cluster, baby! Good call, Dunk. And reclaimed.
I need to find a place to rest.
Starting to think that there was a lump replenishment. Either that, because this was the first thing I went through. And on the first, usually I get them all. I guess I just negligently left those behind. That's not like me, you know? Holy lump. Lumptopia! So this pops you out basically down here by the abandoned mine number 5, or I'm sorry, the whale factory. Because we're in the abandoned mine 5. Calories are becoming a bit of an issue. Alright, let's talk about options here. That's why we need programs like No Lump Left Behind. I'm telling you, Rossetti, there's a good initiative in that program. And I think they have the right spirit. Found a whole nest of them, I know. Duncan has saved us with his suggestions. Okay. So we have a couple options. We've already been in the Narnia trailer, but we have the one on the other side of the whale factory that could have like a random thing of ketchup chips or something. Obviously, Scruffy's area. There's a bunch of wolves around there, too. So we have to be careful. Scruffy might have some more beach we haven't checked out. So there are calories on this side of things. Yeah, Scruffy roller. And there's probably a Ravage or two in Scruffy's. Yeah, I was just about to... Yeah. But there's also Scruffy, of course. Not to be overlooked. This guy is a menace. He's got a reputation that precedes him. Maybe you threw him a bone. Scruffy's a harsh trader. And no bear. So now we're just kind of getting calories to get us out of here and back to safety. There are also beds here, so if we find enough calories, we can sleep a little bit and get our fatigue up. We're playing definite catch-up right now, catch-up chips, if you will, because of the whole candy bar incident of 2026. Son of a gun. Random fish in a canoe possible over here too. Alright, this is a big moment for us calorie-wise. We're looking for maple syrup. Nacho chips. Not a chocolate bar, so it didn't just try to destroy a whole run. Isn't that crazy? Sweet Tooth Willie would go on because of a cautionary tale about the dangers of junk food. Yeah, it's like a Berenstein Bears book over here. Golly. So at least we don't have the burden of the well-fed thing going on anymore because we're just, you know, we're just living at this point. The Too Many Sweets Berenstein book was my fave. Me too, Duncan. All the gumballs and everything. Teaching life lessons of stale chocolate bars. Seems I didn't heed that advice very well. I'm trying to spawn this blizzard out of here by getting some hours in. We'll keep the calorie thing growing. Can't say I learned the lesson though because candy looked awesome. Yeah, me too. The candy looked so good. It probably made me a sweet tooth, actually. I'd say I've talked about this before, maybe, but one of my favorite ice creams is drumsticks. These are made by Nestle, I believe, and you can get them in big boxes, and they come in 3 flavors: caramel, vanilla, and then my personal favorite, the chocolate one. And at the bottom, it has a little bit of chocolate. It's a cone, and then just a little bit of ice cream and some peanuts or something on top. They're called drumsticks, and they're probably my favorite ice cream because they're the right amount. They come in a cone, and they have all of what you look for in an ice cream party. Even the little chocolate at the bottom of the cone. Alright, so now I'm a bit worried about us dripping HP with these calories. I was kind of banking on this blizzard being gone by this point, so we might have to act hastily. Let's think about calories for a second. Coffee crisp ice cream. Man, I'll tell you, I'm one of the rare few, Roller, who likes coffee ice cream. I actually like coffee ice cream a lot. Glad you brought that one up. Coffee ice cream is my jams. Could there be anything left in the big building or the other trailers? You know, Bean, it might be the trailer with all the bunk beds. Nothing's ever over there. It's the trailer with the bunk beds, Scruffy, the beach, and that's about it. Container here. We'll see what we get. I used to love pistachio ice cream when it was bright green. Wow. I don't think I've ever had that kind. Alright, now we're taking a 1 HP drip per hour, I believe. Be on the lookout for things to eat. Crusty bread. It's getting sketchy. go to Narnia. Whale Factory Rose empty. Could there be anything left in the big building? I wish. I would tell you to eat a raw fish at this point. We probably would too. That's the crazy thing. This weather is not really allowing us to do any beachcombing. Scruffies will probably have like cans of food and things like that. However, and a deer in there. However, we'll fade into the long dark on the way over there in this blizzard. It's for these moments, Sam. That's why we like it. Because we like to push ourselves. It's all about eating stale chocolate bars, staving off death. I love that you do so I don't have to. Thank you, Sam. There's got to be a chocolate bar in the whale factory that we miss. I bet you if we go into that whale factory, it'll be our last trip. Feels like beachcombing or whale building. There's a lot of whale talk. Yo, what's up, Yinzers? How are you, buddy? Yinzers is getting real close. It's coming up, buddy. It's only about 24 hours away almost before your Sunday shift starts. You came just in time to see me stumbling around and fading into the long dark. Boy, this would be a good time to have a magic trailer, wouldn't it? So I really think that we don't have anything in the whale factory, guys, unfortunately. I'm pretty experienced with gathering all that stuff at the beginning, and I don't think there's any leftovers, as Casey Jones would say. It's beach or scruffy and trying to get there alive. I think that our shot is better sleeping with the drip until the blizzard goes away, and then traveling with one less HP. Yeah. Let's sleep for an hour, and then just take the hit, hope we're alive when we are done with that sleep, and travel during hopefully not a blizzard. A lot of hopes in there. This is really it here. Beautiful. All right, we going beach or scruffy? What do we think? We only got one shot. Scruffy's at least pre-made. Yeah. Thinking it's Scruffy, our old nemesis. You guys know how much I've been through. Sometimes there's rabbits. I would be cool with nature calling. Almost there. You can feel his dark presence. I also think I hear the bear. Alright, prepare yourself. This guy's the real deal. We're in Scruffy's world now.
My baby boy. I'm that baby's daddy. I'm the pappy.
I was worried about that. Backtracking with that HP, the whole thing. It was goat or die. I knew if we took one bad spill, it was over. And we were stumbling around, it was tough. For sweetness. His nickname is tremendous. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for all these amazing words for old Sweet Tooth Willie. Seti. We died from massive internal injuries after falling. Dearly beloved, you all look beautiful in your black dresses and black suits. This guy Scruffy's the last guy I want to hear from at this type of event. Scruffy was a man who caused problems in our life. We don't want to hear from him right now. The real man, Sweet Tooth Willie. He sounds like a second baseman from the times when baseball was segregated, but what he was a man who ate a stale chocolate bar at the Quincy's Quonset and tried his best to live after that. He got sick from it. He got a little tummy ache, and the little tummy ache turned into the most giant scene I've ever imagined
trying to stay alive. Sweet Tooth Willie was a great man, and a man who deserves our respect. Moment of silence. Sweet Tooth Willie. Thank you. Okay. 5 days.
I just want to punch something. What the?
5 days. What a journey it was, baby. Look at those calories expended. We were expending so many calories. But let's start with what always brings great shame to us and our ancestors. No can openers found. What can I say? I opened those can openers by smashing them. I was throwing them up against railroad tracks and things, but I sure wasn't opening them with a can opener. As you see, goose egg in that department. We're going to try to improve on those numbers next time, though. I'll tell you that. Scruffy's trying to get a eulogy from outside the church. He needs to settle down is what he needs to do. It's crazy how such a small thing like a candy bar can lead to this. That's the beauty and the misery of this greatness. Food poisoning 1? Yeah, where's food poisoning 1? That's exactly right. That's right, Versetti. Food poisoning 1. And it was the thing that made us undone. We're in a hunting tournament, but we never actually shot a weapon. That's par for the course with us. That's how we roll. I can still hear Scruffy just rustling around us, around our dead Sweet Tooth Willie corpse. It's kind of a troubling thought to think that we're stuck in there with Scruffy being eaten right now. You know what I'm saying? So, cooking 2. That was pretty exciting. And we were working our way up to 3 for those empanadas. It just never happened. We made a ton of fires. Got up to level 2. That was pretty thrilling as well. Aside from that, the notes are simple. Thank you for the hips. Everything is still curing over there in Coastal Highway. It's gonna the next time we have to go to Coastal Highway, it's gonna be Sweet Tooth Willie in Coastal Highway in heaven. As he faded into the long dark. It's time to leave. Thank you guys for caring about this guy. He would have loved rose hip empanadas. They're so sweet. We bid you adieu, Sweet Tooth Willie. $201 wolf encounters in 5 days. Yeah, that's insane. Holy crap. That's very ridiculous. Is that 20 a day? No, it's 40. Ridiculous. Ran into 40 wolves a day. We ate the wrong chocolate bar. We had it all, baby. Can I say, this song is the perfect song for what Long Dark does to you. Breaks your heart and it fires you up, you know? My favorite was when you got the pacifist achievement during a hunting tournament too. It was on Hippie Day. That was the best. IRL, it took 48 years after that can was invented until the first can opener was released. Ah, that's interesting, Yinzers. So it's like a pre-can opener, PC. For 48 years, they ran around trying to open those things by smashing them up against railroad tracks. So that was wild. I'm still coming down from the whole thing. It was the greatest time ever. Thank you for those rose hips, Sam. Thank you very much. I'm going to get a cavity in honor of Sweet Tooth Willie. That's it for SETI. Yeah, that was insane. It was the most fun ever. This is exactly why I love this game. You guys are amazing. And yeah, it was a real sugar rush. And I'm obviously still emotionally affected by it. Very adrenalized and intensified.
We're going to come back Tuesday, running amok as well. You better believe it. You guys should know that you can go to the YouTube if the VODs disappear after 2 weeks on Twitch. So you can find us on that YouTube, and it's super cool over there, I promise you. You definitely don't want to miss a moment of it. It's a thrill ride. Like any sugar rush, there's a crash to follow. Oh! Until one day a local businessman named Ken O. Peener said, I got something for y'all. Gentlemen, prepare yourselves. You're not walking to the railroad tracks today. I present to you, boom! Go spend some time with Aretha. Yeah, that little opportunist brought her toy in the room. That's how you know I need to spend time with her. This. She drags these down the hallway, literally to say, what else could I say? Play with me. She wants me to play with this. I'm coming, Aretha. I'm coming. Tuesday will be a health nut, Willie. Only eats whole grains. Well, that would be what Raph would want. He would want me to eat like the moose. Thank you, Cactus. Man, that was a cool one. The cat at night. Yikes. I guess I have to move on. So tomorrow it's going to be family stuff, and I'm going to have a weekend of just doing the best things, Yinzers. We'll see you in the office on Sunday. Everybody else will be at the beach. Thank you very much for setting. And for now, I suppose, we're going to have to rebuild. I'm going to have to go lick my wounds and try to come back stronger. I feel like we're learning stuff each time. YouTube compilation incoming. RIP to the old mouse. We want to say thank you for this mouse for getting us through the first couple months of our time playing games. You're very small and ridiculous, but you did great things. The mouse. There you go, Sam. I know you like to roast me for my compilations. Larone versus Cougar. I love the mouse obituary. Unbelievable, man. That was insane. I don't even know what to think about all that. And just out of nowhere, Microsoft's just like, hey, man, we're just talking about something that you never do on here just to rub it in. You saying you want to turn this off? Well, I didn't even care about it before. Why don't you get out of here? Unbelievable, man. Crazy. Well, that was super fun. We died by a candy bar, but that's another ridiculous, I guess, kind of thing on our belt, maybe. And I love your YouTube compilation. Thank you, Sam. Thank you very much. A funeral doubleheader with Sweet Tooth and the mouse. Yeah, it's a real heart. What do they call it? A tearjerker. That's what it is. Well, we're going to go see a buddy. This guy's a legend in the TLD community. He's the absolute man, and I look up to him big time. He's the reason we have this tournament. He's the founder of it, pretty much. Big Fish and Chef Maria modified PT's tournament, and that's what the Nagoa is, basically. Happy Memorial Day to you too, Yinzers. You are the man. Be safe out there in the Pennsylvania worlds. You guys are amazing. I'm gonna miss you, and I absolutely very much appreciate you guys hanging out with Sweet Tooth Willie today. I am gonna go get some food and hang out with this girl. You guys are the best. And I will see you on Tuesday. I'll see you soon.
I'll see you, Sam. I'll see you, Rolla. Broken controller. Okay, Melito, I'm gonna be checking in on you and your sweet bass. In the Canadian office in Mystery Lake. You tell the dodo birds I say what's up. I'll see you, Cactus. I'll see you, Versetti and Bean. Thank you for holding down YouTube. You guys rule. I'll see you soon, man.